We are live here at Collectco for Wednesday night's live Facebook and YouTube sale. Also live on YouTube. I think I usually just say Facebook sale, and I forget about all the people who's going to probably be watching this live and then watching the replay on YouTube. I got to scrolling through our videos the other day, and I was like, what I'm going to start doing is whatever I'm holding up, I'm going to go ahead and tell you what it is when the show gets started, and that's Iron Maiden the Trooper. That's a new Funko, new release for $29.99. So there that is. I've got a video over here pulled up for some flip records that I posted. I need to get going or go ahead and pull them out before I accidentally double sell them. So while y'all are doing that, I'm going to step over here and get a monster. Definitely get my fuel for the night going. So welcome. If you haven't joined already, when you do hop on, thank and welcome. I've got a new flavor to try out, courtesy of Mike Massey. And let me get that over here. Let's see, I think I got some Japanese stuff I didn't get to. Let me figure out where's the rest of my auction crates. Well, actually, we sold most of it. I think we'll just go straight into the new Japanese stuff. But, man, we got a lot of auctions already as it is. What I'm going to do is probably keep, for variety, I'll keep this other new Japanese stuff over here. But also, let me try to get this over here. So let me get Japanese a little bit closer so I can show some of that. And when y'all are on and watching, just be sure to let us know. It's auction block tonight. It's going to be Stones, Beatles, Grateful Dead, and Japanese. So the Japanese, you'll see a little bit more of a variety. Let me go ahead, and I was working on a flip video. I'm going to go ahead and pull some of this stuff out. So I can't see comments yet, but let me go ahead and do this. Kirk Fields wants a Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here. And he wanted a Beastie Boys. Let me go ahead and pull some of this stuff out, Jake. We'll go ahead and put tags on them. Kirk Fields 2 times. Wish You Were Here in Beastie Boys. Brent Robley on Neil Young. Let me go ahead and find that. Brent Robley on the Neil Young. And if y'all see anything else in here you want, Neil Young was $36.99. That's sold to Brent Robley. Eric Fisher wants the Linda Ronstadt album. Let me find that. It may be over there in the other crate. Some of this is on the other crate. Mike Vandergits wants a Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here. David Howard, Kiss Alive 2. Let me go ahead and pull some of this out before we accidentally sell it. And let's see here. Neil Young, Damn Yankees, Pink Floyd, Tom Petty. Okay, I don't think the rest of that's in here, except Greg. He wants a Kiss Alive. If you just want to set all these aside, I'll get it figured out after the show. But that's some stuff we sold. Kiss Destroyer. Did you see that in here? Destroyer was $36.99. I just glanced up at the monitor. There's a few things. Let's see. I'll at least get those set aside. Make sure I don't, I think everything else everybody claimed we had multiple copies of. Okay, so let me go ahead and start getting everything officially shared now. I want to go ahead and take that, get that taken care of. And let me go grab that small crate of 45, some of that Beatles stuff we was working on last night. Going to try to finish it up tonight with the Grateful Dead and Stones records. But let me find our main feed over here on the Collectco page. If you haven't already, please hit the thumbs up button. That takes about 2 seconds. I see we have 16 likes. Last night we had over 106, and that's why we had so many people watching. So if you haven't already, please hit the thumbs up button. I am copying the link right now, and I'm going to go over here to the group and share it in a few posts I made. And let's go over here. I think the first post I made today was, yep, this one. Let me copy this here, and let me go over here to the Collectco page now and do that. Let's see here. And where's the post I made for tonight? There we're at. We're at 28 likes now. It jumps up after I say please like the post. Like I said, more than 100 would be great. We usually do that, so thanks everybody. And let's hit live now. And now let me get it shared over to YouTube. And we got one more place to check it, which is right here. Okay. Let's click this. Live. And Colin, I saw your message. I will get you an update from Doug or Ed, and they will probably update you in the morning. Sometimes I see messages, but if it's a question about shipping status, I usually am not able to answer it right away. But I will try my best to keep you updated. Let me copy this picture of the Grateful Dead records for our story. And link, there it is, almost done, where we can officially start. And let's go live now. Okay. And boom. Okay. And chat. All right, let me make sure I can see comments. If I can see comments, then we'll officially start. That was the recap. That was the band we started with. Now, somebody asked about Love Gun. If anybody wants that, let me know. It's Love Gun is $33.99. That's a 2014 remaster. And also, let me know, whoever asked about Kiss Destroyer, I didn't pull that. So if you do want it, make sure you put Destroyer sold. That way I know. So we're going to start off tonight with new vinyl. Wednesdays, you know, sometimes I call it new vinyl Thursdays, but actually we get most of our new stuff on Wednesday. So most of our Wednesday night sales have most of our new vinyl because we have it in stock and we can go ahead and show it and roll with it. So let's go ahead and put up a couple auctions, because one of the first things I have to do is a big pre-order. That came in. Crocus is $39.99. This is a new release from Music on Vinyl. Andrea said Destroyer sold. Let's pull that for Andrea. Destroyer. So that is technically our first sale of the night. I posted a flip video about an hour ago with all kinds of new arrivals, and we sold a lot over there. I went ahead and pulled a few of those. And the new Funko is Iron Maiden the Trooper, $29.99. That's also new for tonight. Iron Maiden the Trooper is $29.99. Funko album artwork. Very, very cool. Probably some of the most popular Iron Maiden artwork. And our first big pre-order tonight is the Best of Crocus. The Best of Crocus. So, and then I'm going to go ahead and start running a couple more Beatles 45 singles. First thing I'm going to do is find, let me search here in the group. That's a post. I don't use my desktop version too much. Search this group for Crocus. Let's see what that finds us. All right, and I'm going to pull however many we need. All comments here. And let's get down here to the bottom. Okay, so let me just bring this over a little bit closer. First big pre-order is the Best of Crocus, $39.99. Our first auction is going to be the last. We're going to go ahead and wrap up the last of the colored vinyl jukebox singles. I actually found a couple more. Like I said, Dale's collection is vast. It is unbelievable. I mean, we just keep finding. We're still unboxing stuff in the back, like collectible type stuff. This is the Beatles, Across the Universe, and Two of Us. $15 start. And it does have the jukebox strip, Across the Universe and Two of Us. That's on clear vinyl. That's a new auction. Across the Universe, unplayed jukebox single from the 90s, $15 start. $15 start on that. So, first thing we have up to the top was, what Funko was that? Scott Smith said he'll take an Iron Maiden the Trooper. That is $29.99. Jake, those aren't stickered yet, so we'll go ahead and put a price on that. $29.99. And let's go ahead and show the Best of Crocus. And Jake, I doubt you get all these stickies made, but I will read off the pre-order. This is new from Music on Vinyl. This is Crocus, Stayed Away All Night, the Best of Crocus. Available on vinyl for the first time. An artist like Crocus, metal, a greatest hits on vinyl for the first time. I figured this would be pretty popular. They've numbered them to 1,500. It is on green and white marbled vinyl, $39.99. The first time ever on vinyl, the Best of Crocus from Music on Vinyl. Fred Carnell got one. Scott Smith got one. James Ludwig got one. Todd Tipton got one. James Rayner got one. Mike Vandergits got one. Also, Greg Hagewood, Joe Willinger, Scott Beebe, Kelly Cook, Shane Berry, Brenda Medina, Richard Davis, Chad Duggan, Darren Wortman, David Polkey, Jen Baker, Stacy Brown, Greg Rogers, and that was it. So that's everybody who pre-ordered the Best of Crocus. I have 2, 4, looks like I got 6 left. And let me make sure I did that. Fred, Scott, James, Todd, James, Mike, Greg, Joe, Scott, Kelly, Shane, Brenda, Richard, Chad, Darren, David, Jen, Stacy, Greg. And that was a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. There should be 19 there, Jake. I'll have Jake double count those. And then that is what's left for the Best of Crocus. $39.99, new Music on Vinyl release. $39.99. So Across the Universe is up for auction. That is the Beatles. B-side is Two of Us, jukebox single. And let's go ahead and put up one of our first Grateful Dead auctions of the night. Paul has worked all day getting stuff ready and priced and cleaned. And this is our first Grateful Dead. This is Grateful Dead Head Trip on colored vinyl. Grateful Dead live in Portland, October 2nd, 1977. Side 2 is live in St. Louis, also live in New Jersey and Red Rock. So 4 different concerts on here from 78, 77, and 79. And it's on colored vinyl. EX condition on disc 1, VG Plus on disc 2. So colored vinyl, vintage Grateful Dead bootleg. Look at that, gray and red, colored vinyl. Start off with a vintage colored vinyl right off the bat. That is the Grateful Dead for a $65 start. $65 start. Nobody on a Crocus. I find that very surprising. The very best of Crocus. So that's what I have left of those. I got 2, 4, 6 of them if anybody wants one. The very best of Crocus on colored vinyl. Since that wasn't really a bin of new vinyl, it was, but there was only one title in there. Let's go ahead and go over to some new stuff, and this is where our waiting list will officially start. These are restocks and some new arrivals that I've never had before. And first, we have Soundgarden. This is Soundgarden live at the Artist Inn. That's actually on colored vinyl. This is the colored vinyl version of Soundgarden live at the Artist Inn. $69.99. $69.99 for Soundgarden live at the Artist Inn. $69.99. And now we're officially going to start getting into some of our waiting list. And Jake, I might actually have you make tags for these because it's only 1s and 2s. And the first Soundgarden live at the Artist Inn, this is Brian Arrigo. Brian Arrigo gets his first one, and there's one left if anybody else wants it. 4 LP colored vinyl, $69.99. $69.99. So Brian Arrigo gets that one. I've already got him scratched off the waiting list. Grateful Dead is a $65 start. I'll go ahead and make the Beatles a buy it now. Across the Universe. I think this is one of the more scarce ones. Not like the Love Me Do that John Young stole last night. I was like, why does he keep asking about Love Me Do? I looked up almost about every one of these things except Love Me Do, and then I looked that one up and it sells for like well over $100 on Discogs. And I was like, oh, no wonder he was wanting me to put that one up for a $15 start. I looked up like every one of these jukebox singles except Love Me Do, and that's the one that John Young was asking about, and it sells for like well over $100. I was like, yeah, that's probably why he was asking for it to be put up for auction. Grateful Dead's a $65 start. That is sold to Brent Ribley for $15. And we have Black Flag, Jealous Again, $28.99. I got 3 Black Flag albums I have not put up before. Restocks from a distributor. I have 3 or 4 distributors I deal with now. One of them carries Black Flag titles directly, so I've never had this one before. I've got one, and then I'll take a waiting list. This is called Jealous Again. That one's sold to Mike Massey, and I'll set it aside. Knowledge is everything, I know. So I buy and sell records every day, but I learn new stuff every day. Every day I learn new stuff about these records, and it just takes so much time. You have one thing of something, and you'll spend 4 hours researching it, and as soon as you skip something, you'll miss it. It's so... Collecting Beatles records is a diverse, you've got to do it for years and years and years to really even get a grasp. Here's another one. This is It's All Too Much and It's Only a Northern Song. Blue vinyl, $15 start. The Beatles, It's All Too Much and It's Only a Northern Song. I'm about to sell the Grateful Dead. This is a $65 start. $65 start. No bid. That's live in Portland, St. Louis, New Jersey, and Red Rocks. 77, 78, and 79. It's on clear vinyl, and it's on red vinyl. There's no bid yet. It's called it's called Head Trip, and that's a $65 start. No bid yet. Final call. And Mike Massey wanted Black Flag. That's called Jealous Again, $28.99. If anybody else wants one, let me know. We'll put you on a waiting list. We got a restock of Screaming Trees Dust. That's $39.99. Screaming Trees Dust, $39.99. And there was a waiting list for that. Jake, let's go ahead and make out a sticky for Fred Carnell and Chris Gardner. Fred Carnell and Chris Gardner. They already got 2 copies of Screaming Trees Dust. If anybody else wants one, let me know. $39.99. Brandon Jackson's going to take a copy. Screaming Trees Dust is sold to Brandon Jackson. So those are already sold. And there's one for Brandon Jackson. Jason Kenton wants on this Black Flag waiting list, which is called Jealous Again. We'll make sure we get that title on there, Jake, because there's like 3 new Black Flag titles tonight. And let's go ahead and show, last night we had Live Alive. Now we have another new Stevie Ray Vaughan that we haven't had in stock. Carnegie Hall, $49.99. Music on Vinyl 2 LP. Live at Carnegie Hall, Stevie Ray Vaughan, $49.99. I have not had that one in a while. We have a waiting list for Live Alive, and I have a feeling the same thing will happen for this one. I do have 2 copies of it, though, right now $49.99. We've already shown one Black Flag, Aaron, and that is Jealous Again. If you want on that waiting list, those will be in next week. So the restock of that will be in next week, which next week is weird because of Christmas, but we'll still be having 5 shows. We won't be doing a show on Christmas Day Monday, but we'll probably be back here the day after doing a live show. Everybody will have their Christmas money, hopefully. Stephen Martinelli on Stevie Ray Vaughan and Shane Devers on Stevie Ray Vaughan. Aaron wants on that Black Flag waiting list. Let's go ahead and make the first Grateful Dead a buy it now. Buy it now, colored vinyl, vintage Dead bootleg, $65 buy it now. First come, first serves. And also the Beatles, Only a Northern Song. And of course the A-side on that is It's All Too Much. It's All Too Much. Those are singles from Yellow Submarine. $15 buy it now on the Beatles. We're going to go ahead and sell off the rest of those tonight. And the Grateful Dead and the Stones. We got 3 big names on the auction blocks tonight. Stones, Deads, and Beatles. Those 3 collectively probably have what? 10 billion fans? The Stones, the Beatles, and the Dead all together. Let me grab another Grateful Dead, and let's go ahead and get our first Rolling Stones rolling. I'm just going to grab them at random. I'm grabbing these at random. We have a full crate of Stones and Dead bootlegs. First, we have the Rolling Stones, JFK Stadium 78. This is live at JFK Stadium in Philadelphia, June 17th, 1978. This was the Some Girls Tour. The Some Girls Tour. This is disc 1 is EX Plus Near Mint Minus, and disc 2 is EX. Another $65 start. The Rolling Stones at JFK Stadium, 1978. 2 LPs. Disc 1 is EX Plus Near Mint Minus, and we have disc 2 is in EX condition. Also has some images there on the back, or a image on the back. It's on the Phoenix label, $65 start, Edwin Blom's in. Next, I think this is official. Yeah, this is a 1972 U.S. pressing. It's called The History of the Grateful Dead. History of the Grateful Dead, $35 start on that. $35 start on that. History of the Grateful Dead. It's on the Pride label, and that's a $35 start. $35 start. So I always thought the Grateful Dead, picking Dead and all the skulls in their artwork, I feel like that was just another layer of motif and intrigue among their fans and collectors. All the skulls and roses, very unique. $35 start on that. Now, Jake, back up to the top. We have, we pulled the 2 SRVs, no waiting list. We had a waiting list for that Black Flag album. Also, Michael McDowell's going to do a buy it now on the Beatles. So Michael McDowell gets It's All Too Much for $15. We have a bid on the Stones at $65, and now the Dead $35, $35, and $40. Here's the other Black Flag. It's called Family Man, $29.99. Haven't had that one before in new vinyl. Family Man, $29.99. I've only got one. Then we'll take a waiting list. And I got another Screaming Trees anthology. Screaming Trees Anthology, the SST years, 85 to 89. 85 to 89, Screaming Trees Anthology, SST years, $39.99. And there was a waiting list for this Screaming Trees. I think Fred Carnell's been waiting on it for a while. Let me take a look here. Let me search my spreadsheet for trees. And maybe not. Maybe he's already got that one. Anthology. Let's see here. I thought so. Maybe actually, I was searching just that one sale. There it is, Fred Carnell. Jake, let's go ahead and make out a tag for Fred Carnell, and that is for this Screaming Trees Anthology. That is sold for $39.99. Now, Black Flag, I've only got one of these, and the first one went to Sean Fairweather, and then we're going to take a waiting list. Kevin Kubina, you're going to be first on the waiting list. Next is Grace is at 51 on the Grateful Dead. So we had a $50 bid on the Grateful Dead, now 51. Sean Fairweather first on this Screaming Trees, and Jason Kenton also on the waiting list for Family Man. Greg, you get the Grateful Dead bootleg now. Sell this to Greg for $65. Greg Seacrest, $65 on that. Greg, I must have missed it. Did I made it a buy it now, and I'm assuming, well, earlier I think you commented Dead, and I was actually doing a final call and not the buy it now. And I think you were trying to do the buy it now, but I was doing a final call when I picked it up. But since you asked about it, you were first, and now Alan was second. Let's do a final call on the Rolling Stones live at JFK Stadium. I think we only have one bid still for $65 of Edwin Blom. Edwin's at $65, and that's a final call. JFK Stadium, June 17th, 1978. And the Grateful Dead is at $55 with Stephen Martinelli. We have waiting list for Screaming Trees and for Family Man. Actually, I don't think there's a waiting list for Screaming Trees. No, Sean was the only one to claim it. There is a waiting list for the other Black Flag. And here's the third and final one in this bin. Wasted Again, $29.99. First time I've ever had this on new vinyl. Actually, first time I've ever had this at all, $29.99. Black Flag, Wasted Again, $29.99. $29.99. Also, Def Leppard Adrenalize, $29.99 for Def Leppard Adrenalize. Haven't had that in stock in a while. And I got this with a different distributor. I thought it was sold out everywhere else. This is why I like having multiple distributors. Lynyrd Skynyrd live at Nebworth, a great concert, 2 LPs and a DVD, and I think this is the best price I've ever been able to offer it at, $39.99. Lynyrd Skynyrd live at Nebworth. I've got 3 of those, $39.99. So let's do a final call now on the Grateful Dead. Charles is out. If you're done bidding, please let me know. Stephen Martinelli has this for $55. And while I put the Elvis bin back up, I can a little bit later, not right now though. And Thrasher gets that next Black Flag record. That is sold to Thrasher. Still got Lynyrd Skynyrd, Def Leppard, and Soundgarden is on colored vinyl, Paul. That is on colored vinyl, $69.99. 4 LP, of course. And JFK Stadium, Rolling Stones, that's sold to Edwin Blom for $65. Jason said you can scratch his name off the Jealous Again waiting list. And let's go ahead and sell this Grateful Dead to Stephen Martinelli for $55. Paul Beal says he will take the Soundgarden box. And that just leaves a few new releases in here. We got 1 copy of Def Leppard Adrenalize, which that on OG is not too easy to get because it came out in when? 1990, I think. That was, I don't know. I guess it does exist on OG as it does. I've had one before. It's like a Simply Vinyl from the 90s, I believe. And then Lynyrd Skynyrd live at Nebworth, $39.99. I do have some Japanese, David, to mix in with the Stones and Dead, but it's going to be a challenge, but I'm going to try my best because there's going to be a lot of activity on these Stones and Dead albums. And I've got 2 more crates of new vinyl. We've already been through 2. Let's go ahead and go through the bin that Paul marked for us. So Paul got all of our auctions ready today, so he was still able to mark some records. We're going to go through his bin first and see what's over here. And then we're going to go through, I've made up 4 crates of on-sale records. Actually, if you count all the $6.99 crates, I've got like 7 crates of on-sale vintage. And we're going to go through Paul's crate and then some other new stuff as well. Let's see here. We have Paul Bill said take, and I think we're caught up. Fiona Apple title. I may have one. If I do have it, I may have one of them. If I do have one of them, I may have... If I do have one, I may have one of them. Fiona Apple title. Let's go through that. So what I plan on doing with the Elvis bin is I'm going to go back through it later tonight. And then I was making it buy now best offer last night. I think I've got them sorted, and I'm going to put them up just like I'm going to put them up for just a certain price. I've got them kind of sorted. So some are going to be $9 and then $6.99. And then there's some new ones I found while I was making some flip crates, and I found a couple new ones. So I found some stuff I didn't have put out yet. So, okay, we have Grateful Dead Without a Net. So we had this on new vinyl the other day, and I didn't realize it was actually an original. So this is Grateful Dead Without a Net, and we had this on new vinyl the other day. We sold it actually Monday night, but also I didn't realize it was originally out in 1990, and this is an original 1990 pressing of Grateful Dead Without a Net, an original 1990 pressing, which is definitely something I've never had. It's 3 LPs. Paul says it's in beautiful condition, and I agree. I was looking at it last night, and this is Grateful Dead Without a Net. This is a $185 start. $185 start. Jake, do you know how to block somebody, at least on Restream? That way we can get him off. This is a $185 start. This is Grateful Dead Without a Net. It's 3 LPs on the Arista label. There's 1, 2, and we have, look, it looks like it's unplayed. That is a $185 start. It's actually a trifold cover, just like that reissue that just came out, but this is an original 1990 pressing. Fantastic condition. Grateful Dead. It is beautiful. Near mint all the way around. $185 start, an original 1990. Okay, the Rolling Stones, Going Back to the Roots, American Tour, July 1972. This is live at the Scope Auditorium in Norfolk, Virginia, July 5th, 1972. EX condition, $55 start. The Rolling Stones, Going Back to the Roots, American Tour, July 1972. This is a $55 start. $55 start, and this is the Rolling Stones live at Scope Auditorium in Norfolk, Virginia, July 5th, 1972. Another July concert from the Rolling Stones. I'm pretty convinced in the 70s, they only played in the months of June and July. I'm pretty convinced. It seems like every one of them's in June or July. Did we get him blocked? Okay. So next, let me make sure I didn't miss anything here. He is off the screen. That makes everything. Avenged Sevenfold. I'm about to show him right now. Put down Kenny Heathcock for a Fiona Apple title. Fiona Apple title. If I don't find one pretty soon, it's over here in this other bin. That's for Kenny Heathcock. Next is, I think we're down to the bottom. Rolling Stones is at 55. Next, we have Little Steven. Rock and Roll Rebel, the early work. These are new arrivals. This is a 7 LP colored vinyl box set with 4 CDs, and that is Little Steven, and that is $109.99. Little Steven, Rock and Roll Rebel, and that is a 7 LP colored vinyl set on 4 CDs. $109.99. $109.99. Also, Bloomfield Harris. This is $19.99, a 1979 UK pressing. Woody Harris and Michael Bloomfield, 1979 UK pressing, $19.99. So the Rolling Stones has a bid for $55. That's going once, going twice, and no bid on the Grateful Dead, looking for a $185 start. Blue Rodeo is $17.99. Blue Rodeo Outskirts, $17.99. Also, David Blue Cupid's Arrow. That's a white label promo, $14.99. David Blue Cupid's Arrow. This looks like the Rolling Stones. This is a tribute to the Rolling Stones. Yeah, this was in the Rolling Stones crate from Fred's collection. It's a Rolling Stones tribute album. Rolling Stones tribute album. Stoned Again, a tribute to the Rolling Stones, $19.99. And that kind of looks like Sgt. Pepper's, but it's not. It is, artist is something Fu Manchu, $24.99, a 1977 Japanese import. That's the backside of Sgt. Pepper's, $24.99. First of the Rolling Stones tribute is Brent Robley. Cynthia was second, and Brian Arrigo was third. Also, we have the Blasters is $99.99. This is American Music. That says the Blasters, I believe. Let me take a look at the label. The Sound of America's Youth, Rollin' Rock and Roll. The Blasters, American Music. That is $99.99. So we have Club Stone 1 on Blue Rodeo. Blue Rodeo is going to Club Stone 1. Let's go ahead and make the Rolling Stones sold now. Only one bid. Edwin's 2 for 2 on the Stones boots. He gets that one for $55. And if anybody wants the Grateful Dead, it's a $185 buy it now. Without a net, an original 1990 pressing. Fantastic condition. $185 buy it now on that. The Bluzz Blasters, Get Blasted, sealed, $9.99. That's $9.99. Dawes, Stories Don't End, is sealed from 2013. That is $29.99. And we have John Brannon, Desolation Angel. That's a promo 12-inch single, $9.99. Let's grab up another Rolling Stones, and let's grab up another Grateful Dead. This is also an official pressing from the Grateful Dead, and then this is a Rolling Stones bootleg. This is the Rolling Stones, Olympia 1967. Live at Olympia in Paris, April 11th, 1967. April 11th, 1967. I was in a habit already of saying July. Look at the colored vinyl. This is a vintage Rolling Stones bootleg. $45 start, live at Olympia in Paris. Usually if they're playing at the Olympia, that was BBC sessions. The Stones, or anything that says Led Zeppelin Olympia, is usually BBC. I've noticed that with other groups too. And this is a $45 start. Jeff McMaster wants the Get Blasted, the Bluzz Blasters, and the Grateful Dead. This is the Grateful Dead, the Stack of the Deck. And this is a 1989. This is an official release, of course, one of their studio albums. Really cool here. It's an 89 specialty pressing, shrink wrap, hop sticker, Turtles price tag. It also includes the original inner sleeve and a press photo. $45 start. So if you're looking for a copy of Built to Last, this is a top copy, and it includes a couple extras. It includes a press photo. Boy, I wish that was signed. That would be cool, wouldn't it? And this is the original inner sleeve. So $45 start on the Grateful Dead. Built to Last, has the hop sticker, price tag, and this is a top copy. Near mint minus vinyl. Fantastic copy. That is now up for bid. Okay, we have Rolling Stones is now at 60. Continuing in this bin, Gene Parsons, Kindling. Gene Parsons is a white label promo, $19.99 for Gene Parsons Kindling. White label promo. Also, Rod Piazza. Almost said pizza, but that's Rod Piazza. This is Heartburn, $16.99. And Gentle on My Mind and Other Originals by John Hartford. This is $14.99. $14.99. Gentle on My Mind and Other Originals by John Hartford, $14.99. So the Rolling Stones is now at $60 of Carol Puckett. He's the high bidder on the Olympia. That's at $60. Grateful Dead, we have 45, 45, 52, and 55. And yes, the Blasters is $99.99. It's a second printing of Rare Debut. Second printing of Rare Debut, $99.99. 9 Inch Nails, Deviations 1, $34.99. A 2017 4LP remaster. Deviations 1, 9 Inch Nails, $34.99. James Thunderbird Davis and the Blacktop All-Stars, that is sealed for $16.99. And Cecil Davis, The Honor of It All. Cecil Davis, The Honor of It All. That's a 1998 pressing. Fat Possum, $39.99. It's on Fat Possum Records. Cecil Davis, $39.99. So the Grateful Dead was at 55. Next, we had Sean Fairweather first on the 9 Inch Nails. Stephen Martinelli second. Edwin's backing on the Stones at 61. Edwin's backing on the Stones at 61. And we have Ronnie Hawkins, The Hawk and Rock, recorded live in the UK. Sealed Ronnie Hawkins live, $17.99. Sean says never mind on 9 Inch Nails, so give that to Stephen Martinelli instead. Speaking of monsters, I've got one over here somewhere I hadn't opened yet, and I'm about to need it. If you haven't already, please make sure you've liked our page. Please make sure you've liked our post. Make sure, like the post that says Coletco is live in the feed, please hit the thumbs up button. It takes, like I said, like 1 second, half a second to hit the thumbs up button on that, and I would really appreciate it. That really helps out, helps the algorithm, helps people know that we're live. Facebook kind of suggests it and recommends it. The more times you like it, we had over 100 last night, and I appreciate that. We have 173 people watching. Thank you for tuning in as always. And I'm going to put up another Beatles colored vinyl that we have, and this is A Hard Day's Night. This is A Hard Day's Night on white vinyl, another jukebox single. We're going to get 3 auctions going. The Beatles, A Hard Day's Night, and the B-side is Things We Said Today. $15 start. White vinyl on this one. White vinyl on this one. $15 start. I'm going to put that between the Stones and the Dead. We got the Stones, the Beatles, and the Dead up for auction right now. Back to where I was, I had Stephen Martinelli getting the 9 Inch Nails. The Rolling Stones was at 61. The Rolling Stones was at 65 with Carol. Grateful Dead 56. Edwin's out on the Stones. Grateful Dead 57. Grateful Dead 58. And we have a $15 bid on Hard Day's Night. And that is now up for bid. So next was Ronnie Hawkins. I showed that. Dawes stripped down at Grimey's. Dawes, that's in Nashville, Grimey's. That is a 2013 Record Store Day orange colored vinyl, $59.99. Dawes, $59.99. And Jimmy Dawkins, All Blues. I almost said Jimmy Hawkins, but that's Dawkins. All Blues, a 1986 UK import, $39.99. And we have Nashville West, $14.99. Nashville West. Gene Parsons on drums and vocals, $14.99. Nashville West in shrink wrap. So I'm about to sell the Rolling Stones to Carol Puckett. This is sold, or about to be sold to Carol Puckett for $65. Final call on that. Final call on that. And I'm trying a new flavor of Monster. Let me shake this up and see what happens. That's an interesting flavor. Wild berry tea. I like it. Thanks to Mike Massey. He sent me 2 cases of Monsters and 2 air horns. So thank you, Mike Massey, for that. And also when I got here today, there was this gigantic box on the counter. This huge, gigantic box. I open it up. It's full of candy, chocolate, all these gourmet, high-quality candies and chocolates from Brent Robley. So thank you, Brent Robley. There's this gigantic box sitting on the counter of chocolates and candies from a local candy store where he lives, and now I've got Monsters and candy to drink tonight. So thanks, everybody. So if you've sent us a gift, thank you. We appreciate it. We greatly appreciate it. I'm gonna have to give the chocolate to Doug and Ed because I will be eating on it all night. So, okay. We have the Beatles at 18. The Grateful Dead was at 60. Zachary says the OG Grimey's. Yes, not in the new church building, the original Grimey's. Hard Day's Night is at 21. And we have the Rolling Stones is sold to Carol Puckett for $65. The Beatles is a final call for $21 with Christopher Morris. Michael McDowell, let me know if you want back in on that. And the Grateful Dead is at $60 with Stephen Martinelli. That's a final call. We have, back up to the top here, we have Metallica S&M 2 box set. This is $59.99. It's on colored vinyl. This is on colored vinyl, missing CDs and Blu-ray, $59.99. $59.99. And this is the Metallica. There's the original hop sticker. Metallica S&M 2 4LP colored vinyl box set, $59.99. That is sold to Stephen Martinelli. Dan Davis was second. Drew Smith was third. So, final call on Hard Day's Night. No, Michael McDowell just bid $22. And the final call on the Grateful Dead was $60. Getting back in rhythm here. Grateful Dead's at $60 final call. The DJs, sealed $24.99. The DJs was $24.99. And another 9 Inch Nails. This is $34.99. 2017 Definite Edition, the Fragile, $34.99 for 9 Inch Nails. $34.99. And Stu Day, free parking, $9.99. So we've sold one Stones. That means we need to put up another. Next Rolling Stones bootleg is called Blind Date, the New Barbarians and the Rolling Stones. This is Keith Richards in concert in Oshawa Civic Center, April 22nd, 1979. The both discs are EX, $45 start. So Keith Richards and the New Barbarians, which is also Ron Wood, and that is a $45 start. There's the both LPs. Black vinyl, 2 LP. The cover is actually in shrink wrap, vintage bootleg, $45 start on that. Hard Day's Night was at $23. Now it's got, Rolling Stones has a bid for $45, and let's go ahead and sell the Grateful Dead. The Grateful Dead was sold to Stephen Martinelli for $60. Okay, let's put up the next record that's in this bin. Michael Denner, The Great Pretender, that is $14.99. Also, Johnny Hartzman, Sacramento, that's a 1988 German pressing, $14.99. And John Haidt, Hanging Around the Observatory, that is $24.99. It has a promo strip, and it has some writing on the labels. Looks like it was played at a radio station. $24.99 for John Haidt. Keith Richards is at $55, and we have Jeff McMaster on Stu. Stu Day, or actually he asked the price. That's $9.99. Paul even left us a note. Tony Levin on bass. $9.99 on that, famous Tony Levin. Greg Preston gets the 9 Inch Nails. Make sure nobody else claimed it before him. I don't think I got up to the top yet. Michael McDowell's out on Hard Day's Night, so let's go ahead and sell the Beatles for $23 to Christopher Morris. That's sold to Christopher Morris for $23, and that was the Beatles, A Hard Day's Night, jukebox single on white vinyl. That's sold for $23. $45 on the Stones, now $55, and now $65. And Sean, I just sold 9 Inch Nails. Also, we have Dawes Passwords. Dawes is mostly sealed, $59.99, meaning it gets sealed, but it has a couple of tears in the shrink wrap, and that's a Barnes & Noble pink vinyl, and it's autographed. It's on pink vinyl, and it's autographed, $59.99. Jeff Master says tag it. It's also produced by Patti Smith. The Rolling Stones is at $65. Let's put up a, should I put up a Japanese auction for Richard Davis? I don't know if I should or not. But I am going to put up a Grateful Dead, and I'm going to grab one random Japanese pressing out of here, and it's one I don't think I've ever had before. KC and the Sunshine Band with Obi. 2 new auctions. We have Grateful Dead, The Birth of the Dead, Volume 1, the studio sessions. This is an official release. It's from Friday Music. Wow, I thought this was a bootleg, but this is a 2013 US Friday Music EX Plus Near Minus, and Disc 2 was EX. So this is actually official release. Volume 1, the studio sessions, The Birth of the Dead. Boy, that's it's a very high quality photo there of the Grateful Dead. $45 start on that. And this is from Friday Music 2013. Disc 1 is EX Plus Near Minus, which means no condition notes. And Disc 2 is EX, just a couple very, very light scuffs. $45 start. $45 start. Sean, the 9 Inch Nails, I don't think it was OG, but I still had Greg Preston just right before you on that. And Stephen Martinelli says you can put 9 Inch Nails back. He already has that one. And that was the first 9 Inch Nails. So actually, we had 2 claims on that, and both people have put it back. So we still have Let me make sure nobody else wanted it. We still have the 9 Inch Nails Deviations if anybody wants that one. The Rolling Stones was at 65. Grateful Dead's at 45. Grateful Dead 45. Grateful Dead 45. Adolescence is EX condition, $69.99. Adolescence EX Edition, $69.99. And KC and the Sunshine Band's our first Japanese pressing. This is a $35 start. KC and the Sunshine Band, $35 start. Japanese pressing. There is the near mint and pristine Japanese vinyl. Here is the Japanese lyric insert. There's the cover with Obi. I don't think I've ever had that with Obi. KC and the Sunshine Band, $35 start. So we have the Stones, the Dead, and KC up for auction. Also Blue Rodeo, there's another one. EX Condition, $14.99. And the 9 Inch Nails that's being put back, Jake, give that to Tom Sullivan, Deviations. That one, yes. That is sold now to Tom Sullivan. Tom, you got it. Roy Brookbinder, Traveling Man. That's VG Plus condition, $14.99. It has a promo 45 with it as well. Roy Brookbinder, Traveling Man, VG Plus, $14.99. And John Mayall, Notice to Appear, VG Plus, $17.99. So final call on the Keith Richards, New Barbarian, Rolling Stones bootleg. Bill Samus has that for $65. Final call. The Grateful Dead is now at $48 with Alan Tollin. And we have KC and the Sunshine Band for a $35 start. Bloomfield, a retrospective including unreleased material, $21.99. And Mike Bloomfield Live Adventures. Mike Bloomfield is sealed. That's a Holland import. That is $19.99. Also, Blue Rodeo, Diamonds in the Rough, demos and other stuff. That is $17.99. That's a 1989 promo-only EP. This is a promo only, not released in stores, and it's numbered, $17.99. We have an Out on the Grateful Dead. Right now, the Grateful Dead's between Alan and Grace, 48, now 49. And who do we have here? Joel Scott Hill, EX Condition, $14.99, a 1971 Richmond pressing with insert. I can tell we're in a Paul crate because so far, only about 5% of this stuff is recognizable. So I can definitely tell you sometimes when Paul Price crates, he puts out about 5% recognizable for me. Richie Havens, Common Ground, definitely know Richie. It's a 1983 Italian import, VG Plus, $14.99. We have John Young wanting the Blue Rodeo, and that was the, I'm assuming, the promo EP. Sell that to John Young. It looks like Clubstone was second. And let's go ahead and sell the Rolling Stones. That's sold to Bill Samus for $55. And the Grateful Dead has got a new bid. And final call on KC and the Sunshine Band, looking for a $35 start on that. We have Best of the Nighthawks Blues. That's EX Condition, $11.99, a 1988 U.S. pressing, Best of the Nighthawks Blues. Also, this is Larry Davis, Funny Stuff. I almost said funky, but it says Funny Stuff. EX Condition, $11.99. And the Who Quadrophenia, that's the soundtrack to the film, VG Condition, $11.99. Was the Roy Brookbinder on the Flying Fish label. That is, I believe so. No, it's on Aldophilia Records. Aldi something. That is not on Flying Fish. We have Tommy Flowers on NH. NH was the Best of the Nighthawks. Jake, 55 on the Stones to Bill Samus. Yeah, let me make sure. Bill Samus got the Stones for 65. 65. My bad. Bill almost got a $10 discount. That's sold to Bill Samus for $65. Final call, we have a bid on KC and the Sunshine Band for $35. And final call, Grace, let me know you're out on the Grateful Dead. Alan has it for $50. And the condition of the Who. That was in VG condition, $11.99. Got a box set here. I Believe in Music. This is a 6 LP box set, $17.99. Paul says disc 2, VG Plus, and disc 1, 3 through 6 is EX Plus Near Mint Minus. And that is I Believe in Music. That is a $17.99 for 6 LP compilation. Wow. And Prince, Flo, and Ja Edward. That's Flo and Eddie. That is a 1987 U.S. pressing EX condition, $17.99. KC is at, KC was almost sold. Josie bid 35, now we're at 36, now 40. We have an Out on the Grateful Dead, so let's go ahead and sell that then to Alan Totten for $50. He gets the Grateful Dead. So we got a Japanese pressing up. I'm stepping over here to get a Grateful Dead and a new Rolling Stones. Grateful Dead and new Rolling Stones. Let me grab this one, and let's grab one of these new sealed. This one looked very interesting to me. And let me put both up. Let's do the Grateful Dead first. This was Europe 72, Volume 2. Europe 72, Volume 2. Didn't know they did this. 4 LP, the first new Dead Grateful vinyl in more than 20 years. And this is pressed at RTI. It's a 2011 Black Friday Record Store Day. This was from Record Store Day in 2011. It's sealed, pressed at RTI, $175 start. So I've learned something selling all these sealed Record Store Day Grateful Dead records that Dale has picked up. If you're at Record Store Day and you want to pick up some stuff that's going to increase in value, if you just want to put away a couple sealed, if you are at Record Store Day and you see something with the words Grateful Dead on it, you probably want to buy it because all these Grateful Dead sealed Record Store Day have exponentially increased. I don't know what that cost in 2011, but either way, it's done well for its return. This is a $175 start, 4 LP box pressed at RTI, or actually it's a 4 LP like binder style jacket, and that is sealed. Record Store Day from 2011, $175 start. And let me make sure what I've missed in the comments. What was the condition of the Who? I did that. Then Gavin asked, is the Adolescence a 81 or 82 press? The Adolescence is a 1982 US pressing. EX condition, $69.99. We have an out on KC. How much was Nashville West again? For John Young, Nashville West was right here. Nashville West was $14.99, and that is near mint and shrink wrap. And look, it's from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. I guess when he was cataloging or sorting his records, he put these little stickers on the shrink wrap to help him figure out what he had looked through, I guess. $14.99. Then KC was at 41, 45, 46, and 50. And John Young says he'll take Nashville West. Next is the Rolling Stones, Germany 76. This is the Rolling Stones live at Sport Hall. I don't think that says Sport Hall. I think that's a German word that I'm not pronouncing correctly. But that's Germany, Cologne, Germany, June 2nd, 1976. It's on black and red vinyl. Black and red, so it's on colored vinyl. $55 start. Another vintage Rolling Stones bootleg, and this is actually on colored vinyl. Germany 76. Cool artwork on it. I'll show you in just a second. There's one LP on black vinyl, and here's the other LP on red, kind of red and black marbled vinyl on that one. So 2 bids already on that. Very cool artwork there. There's Mick Jagger with his gigantic Rolling Stones logo lips. Kind of some like cartoonish, grotesque. Wow, look at that one. I guess that's Keith Richards, right? That is now up for bid. 55, 55, 60, 61, and 65 on that one. Next, we have details on the blasters. Give me 1 second on that because I'm about to put it up. But first, Casey and the Sunshine Band. Aaron Gardner has that for $50, the Japanese pressing. I'm about to sell it. I'm about to sell the Casey and the Sunshine Band Japanese pressing. This crate's definitely worthy of a quick recap. We had the Little Steven box set. Whoa, before they all fall out of the case. Little Steven box set is $109.99. It looks like there's a little bit of damage here. That's a lot of LPs. I could tell like it's very heavy for the box. 7 colored LPs. I guess that's most of his discography. $109.99. Little Steven box set, $109.99. Also, Bloomfield and Harris. If you see a price you want, let me know. David Blue. This was John Funkamachui, and that's a Japanese artist, $24.99. Also, Dawes, Stories Don't End. John Brannon, Gene Parsons. If you need a price, let me know. Rod Piazza, John Hartford, and then the Blasters. Somebody's going to buy this. It's been asked about 3 times. It is the second printing, but like Paul says, this is their rare debut album. This is the second printing. Very clean. Near mint minus $99.99. Also, we had James Thunderbird Davis, Cedal Davis on Fat Possum label, Ronnie Hawkins, another Dawes album, Jimmy Dawkins, the DJs, Michael Denner, Johnny Hartzman, some blues. We got some deep cut blues again in here from Dale's collection. John Haidt, autographed Dawes album, Blue Rodeo, the last one left. We've sold the other 2. John Mayall, another Michael Bloomfield, another Mike Bloomfield, LA Getaway by Joel Scott Hill, Richie Havens, the Larry Davis, Roy Brookbinder. There's the Who Quadrophenia. Still got the 6 LP I Believe in Music compilation and the Flo and Eddie, and then that Adolescence album. Edward Star Wars says he will take the Blasters. That's sold to Edward for $99.99. And Nick Bargeron wants to know the John Haidt price. John Haidt is $24.99. It does have some writing on the labels. It does have some writing on the labels because that was a radio station copy. You can tell where they've made some notes and scratched out some tracks, different things to play and not play on that. Now, back up to the top. Let me make sure the last thing I had was Stones. Colin, the Adolescence. I didn't answer. Colin asked first about this. The Adolescence was EX condition, $69.99. Then the Stones was 55, 55, 60, 61, 75, 66, 80, 81, 85, 90, 100, 101, 110, 111. Edward Star Wars does want the blasters. Did I just give that to you, Jake? The blast, I did. Then John Hott, 125, 125, 126. Colin asked again about the Adolescence. Stacy asked how much is I Believe in Music. Stacy, that is $17.99. $17.99. And we have what was the Deep Cut Blues. And, well, I don't know about Deep Cut. It's just a lot of blues in there that I didn't recognize as much. Rolling Stones, 135, 136. Pass. Also, Let's Sell Casey and the Sunshine Band for $50 to Aaron Gardner. The Rolling Stones is at 136 now. And this Grateful Dead is a buy it now for $175. Buy it now for $175. 4LP, Europe 72, Volume 2, pressed at RTI, first time ever on vinyl, and that's sold to Christopher Brusha. $175, buy it now. Shakedown was second. Details on Gene Parsons. And Stacy, I will gladly give you some tracks. Let me see what I've got here. We have, well, I could read them from the front. Some of the front here has some of them. I see, well, let me just do it this way. We have Lynn Anderson, Sonny James, Tanya Turker, Ray Price, Boots Randolph, Vicky Carr, Janis Joplin, Judd Strunk, Boots Randolph, Jerry Lee Lewis, Percy Faith, Vicky Carr, another random Janis Joplin track. It's weird Janis Joplin's missed in here with some of these other artists such as these. Bobby Vinton, Mac Davis, Ray Conniff, Lynn Anderson, Sonny James, Peter Nero, etc. Some of the same artists, a lot of, so there's Sammy Davis Jr., I see him on there 2 or 3 different times. I Believe in Music, that's a Columbia House, Columbia Record House on that. So Christopher got the Grateful Dead, Shakedown, Zachary P. third, Brent's at 155 on the Stones, Johnny Hartzman, and Stones at 156. So I think I had questions about Gene Parsons, also The Who again, John Hyde, Adolescence. The Who Quadrophenia is in VG condition, $11.99. And then the, what's the one that Jeff, Michael, Johnny Hartzman. The Johnny Hartzman was right in here. And that was Johnny Hartzman. Sacramento, a 1988 German pressing, $14.99. What else did we have? Somebody asked about Gene Parsons, I believe. Gene Parsons right back here. That was Gene Parsons Kindling. Gene Parsons Kindling, that is a white label promo, $19.99. That is a white label promo, $19.99. So, Rolling Stones, 156. That was Christopher's White Whale. Glad I was able to get that to you. Zachary P. wants The Who, Quadrophenia. That's sold to Zachary P. Rolling Stones is at 157. Rolling Stones at 160. Rolling Stones at 161. And Michael Knapp said sold on Johnny Hartzman. Okay, now, probably go back through that bin again later. If I didn't answer your question, please send it right now. I will gladly answer any of those other questions that you had for anything in there. If you haven't already, please make sure you've liked the post. You've hit the thumbs up button both on Facebook and YouTube. We're going to transition to a new crate. And then I've got 4, 5, 6. I got 7 crates of vintage on sale to do. 7 crates of vintage on sale to do. First, we got some new stuff here. Some new stuff I hadn't stocked in a while. And also some other records, waiting list records. First, we still got a Stones boot up. So let me grab a new Grateful Dead record. Let me do a new Grateful Dead bootleg, which is the Skull and Roses. Let me grab that. And let's put up a new Japanese record. We're going to try to keep 3 auctions going tonight. We're going to try to sell the Stones, the Dead, and I haven't done a Beatles jukebox single in a while. Man, I still got a ton of them. I still think I got a couple I hadn't put up yet. Even though we went through most of them last night, I still found some more. We have Grateful Dead, Skull and Roses. This is a 1971 Pitman, original label. Disc 1 is EX. Disc 2 is EX plus near minus, so no condition notes at all on Disc 2. In the original company sleeve, $55 start. With the original inner sleeves, I should say. $55 start. An original, official, of course, Grateful Dead with the original green Warner Brothers Skull and Roses label. Disc 1 is EX plus near minus. Disc 2 is EX. That's fantastic to find it in that kind of grade. And it does have the original Warner Brothers inner sleeves. Does have the original Warner Brothers inner sleeves. Skull and Roses. That was that artwork I was talking about. That's actually the Skull and Roses poster, the concert poster from the Grateful Dead. That's one of the most desirable and valuable Grateful Dead posters, or any rock and roll poster in existence. It's like a $10,000 poster in the right condition. Skull and Roses. That is now up for auction. Next is REO Speedwagon, their classic album, High Infidelity. High Infidelity. And this is a Japanese pressing. It is near mint minus and pristine from Japan. Beautiful vinyl. That is a $35 start. Keep on Loving You. Take It on the Run. $35 start. Japanese insert with lyrics. Fantastic cover of Obi. Now up for bid. All righty. Next is, let me see where I left off. Rolling Stones was at 161. What was the last record? The Grassroots. No, I didn't have a Grassroots record. I had a, no, there was no Grassroots in the last bin. Sherry Darnell wants the I Believe in Music box set. That's so does Sherry Darnell. Thank you, Sherry. Rolling Stones 165, 166. Grateful Dead 58. Rolling Stones 166. Grateful Dead 60. Find Me Beatles 45. Come Together. Doesn't have to be Come Together. Stacy, I can do that. I have unlimited amounts of Beatles 45s. Put down Stacy Metternich for a Come Together 45. I can find that. We have multiples of those. Grateful Dead's at 62. Also, we have REO at $35. Steve Wright and Grateful Dead's at 62. All right, I'll get updated. So first, I got Houses of the Holy Super Deluxe. Super Deluxe box set, House of the Holy, $159.99. Haven't had that in a while. The definite edition of the classic 73 album, remastered and produced by Jimmy Page. It also comes with a limited edition numbered print of the artwork and an 80-page book that is unique to this set, $159.99. That is House of the Holy, $159.99. Also got a restock of Led Zeppelin, The Song Remains the Same. This is the Super Deluxe. This is $174.99. Comes with a 28-page book, and that is, of course, remastered again by Jimmy Page. So there's two Led Zeppelin box sets. This is the only way you can get Song Remains the Same. They do not keep that available like in just a single jacket. It only comes as a box set. House of the Holy. Also got Smashing Pumpkins Unplugged. This is an unofficial pressing, but that is the Smashing Pumpkins Unplugged, $39.99. Okay, the Rolling Stones. I hadn't seen a bid in a while. Jeff McMaster and Edwin are both tied at 166. Looks like Edwin was in first, Jeff. Edwin was in first at 166 on the Rolling Stones, so he is in. And then Grateful Dead was at 64 with Zachary P. And we had one bid on REO for 35 with Steve Wright. That's a final call. That's a final call for REO Speedwagon. Edwin Blom wants the Smashing Pumpkins. That's sold to Edwin Blom, Smashing Pumpkins. The Rolling Stones is at 169. I've got two copies of Rage Against the Machine, The Battle of Los Angeles. The reason I have two is because I think we had a waiting list on one of them. Let me take a look here, RATM. And that was James Ludwig. He was on a waiting list for that, Jake. So let's go ahead and make out a sticky for James Ludwig. This is Rage Against the Machine, The Battle of Los Angeles. Guerrilla Radio, Testify, $31.99. I have one extra copy if anybody wants one. And Tom Sullivan says he'll take it. So if anybody else wants one, I'll have to get you on a waiting list next week. New bid on REO for 36. And we had a question about the Grateful Dead. The Grateful Dead is a original. Let me find the sticky. I think it's back here behind me. It is the OG pressing of this album. And it must still be on the back of the sleeve. Hold on a second, on the back of one of these. It's the 71 Pittman pressing, the OG 71 Pittman pressing, original label, of course, green label. Disc 1, no condition notes, EX plus near mint minus. Disc 2 was EX, and it has both original Warner Brothers inner sleeves. Both original Warner Brothers inner sleeves, and the cover is a solid VG plus. And the high bid on that was 64 with Zachary P. 64 with Zachary P. REO Speedwagon's at 38. Rolling Stones is at 170. Tenacious D. This is their self-titled album. $39.99 for Tenacious D. I believe we had a waiting list for this. Tenacious D is $39.99. Holly Safe was on the waiting list for Tenacious D self-titled. So Holly gets this for $39.99. Tenacious D, that's $39.99. REO Speedwagon's at $40 with Tim Turner. Rolling Stones is at $172. Grateful Dead's at $67. I think we need to get even more crazier, Jake. Let's put up another Beatles. Let's put up another auction with the Beatles. And this is Magical Mystery Tour on gold, or I guess yellow, gold vinyl Magical Mystery Tour. The B-side on that is The Full on the Hill. And that is unplayed, near mint, pristine, 90s jukebox single from the Beatles, $15 start on that. Now we have the Stones, the Dead, REO Speedwagon, and the Beatles up for auction. Next was Rush, Dreaming Out Loud. This is Volume 1 and Volume 2. Now, I know I had some waiting lists for Volume 1 and Volume 2, so let me go check that right quick. This is a Rush unofficial. If you buy Volume 1 and 2 together, you get a complete concert. And the waiting list I had was for Volume 2 with James Ludwig. Volume 2 with James Ludwig. So let's make out another sticky for James. He was on the waiting list for Volume 2. So now I have a complete set. I have a complete set if anybody wants one. There's his Volume 2. 1994 Wisconsin Rush. That's a total of 4 LPs, $39.99 each for the 2 LPs. Back up to the top, we had Rolling Stones at 170. Tom Sullivan got the Rage Against the Machine, and then REO was at 40. Rolling Stones 172. Grateful Dead 67. REO Speedwagon out, so let somebody else's bid. Final call to Tim Turner on REO Speedwagon for 40. Rolling Stones 173. James Bragg wants that other Tenacious D album, so that is so to James Bragg, Tenacious D. No sticker with Skull and Roses, no sticker. I'll double check. I'm sure Paul's already examined everything, but unless we're lucky, I think I've only had a couple stickers out of the probably 100 copies of that I've bought and sold over the years. I've only ever had a couple stickers. Grateful Dead 69, Beatles 15, Beatles 15. Also, we have James Bragg is at 70 on the Grateful Dead, Beatles 17. Patrick Hummer wants Rush. And Patrick, I'm assuming you want volumes 1 and 2, right? Patrick Hummer, you want volumes 1 and 2 on Rush. I'm going to go ahead and give you both of those. And Beatles is at 20, Rolling Stones is at 78. And Beatles at 22, Grateful Dead 69, Stones 179, Beatles 25. Next is Twisted Sister, a Twisted Christmas on green vinyl, $31.99. Twisted Sister, this is on green vinyl. I don't really want to undersell any of my records, but if you're buying Christmas albums tonight, you're not going to have them before Christmas. That's impossible because when Invoices go out, it will already be after Christmas. But you might want to listen to some Christmas music taking down your decorations. If so, you can buy Twisted Sister, or you can have it for next year, $31.99. This is on green vinyl, $31.99 for Twisted Sister, a Twisted Christmas. That is sold to Steve Wright, and I have one copy. I restocked some new Neil Young albums, some of my favorites, and of course some of his most popular that was not available, or when we have OGs, they sell very quickly. And one of my favorites, Everybody Knows, This Is Nowhere. And I think, I don't have the sparse code on the back like they usually do. This may be all analog. Neil's highly against digital, so, but man, what a great, Cinnamon Girl. Starts off with Cinnamon Girl, and then Down by the River and Cowgirl in the Sand. Some of my favorites there, $34.99. Neil Young, Everybody Knows, This Is Nowhere. Jake, we got a lot of auction activity. The Grateful Dead, Disc 1 is No Condition Notes, EX Plus, Near Mint Minus, and Disc 2 was EX. So Disc 2 EX, Disc 1 EX Plus, Near Mint Minus. A pretty clean copy for what it is. The Beatles is at 20. The Rolling Stones is at 178. The Beatles is at 22. Grateful Dead 69. Rolling Stones 179. The Beatles is at 25, and I think that's where I stopped. The Beatles is at 27. Steve Wright got Twisted Sister. Grateful Dead 73. And we can go ahead and sell REO Speedwagon. This is REO Speedwagon sold for $40, and that was to Steve Wright. $40. I'm going to be relying off my memory for, no, Tim Turner. Tim Turner. Steve Wright was the next bidder. Sorry, Jake. Tim Turner, $40. I will double check before I say that again. $40 to Tim Turner on that. Rolling Stones is at 185. And we have Aerosmith, Get a Grip, $46.99. $46.99. Aerosmith, Get a Grip. A tougher album to get an original of for sure. Came out in 1993. $46.99. And we have Neil Young Harvest, $34.99. Neil Young Harvest, $34.99. And yes, I have both of these autographed. If you're very serious about picking up these albums, I'll sell you one with a signature on it. I've not put that one up yet. I really don't want to sell it, but it is available for a crazy price. And I do have another signed Harvest. If anybody's interested in those. They're both north of $1,000, but if you're interested, I'll bring them out right now. Rolling Stones was at 185. Belinda's out on the Beatles. The last bid we had on the Beatles was $27 of Christopher Morris. I'm about to sell it. Steve Wright, yes, you didn't get the REO. Tim Turner did for $40. Andrea gets the Get a Grip by Aerosmith. The Rolling Stones is at 190. And the Rolling Stones is at $191. Metal Nights tomorrow. Yes, we're going to be doing metal LPs tomorrow night. And, of course, we'll have other new vintage arrivals as well. Pink Floyd, Adam Heartmother for $33.99. Pink Floyd, Adam Heartmother. Adam Heartmother. Also, we had a question earlier. Christopher Morris, Jake, on the sticky note for Adam Heartmother. If you're a new customer, there's a lot of craziness going on right now. It's very easy to buy from us, though. If you see something in the bin, these are buy it nows. You just got to claim them. For example, if you want this beautiful Pink Floyd album here for $33.99, all you got to do is say Pink Floyd, and that means you're purchasing it. We do $7 in limited shipping. We only bill once a week. And the reason we do that is because most of our customers watch this show at least every night, or they try to catch at least half of them if they can. Some people watch 2 of them. Either way, if you stay on for long enough, you're going to have a lot of opportunities to bid and buy on stuff. $7 in limited shipping. $7 in limited shipping, as much stuff as you want to buy, and then we invoice you on Monday. We have Tenacious D, the Pick of Destiny, $31.99. Holly Safe was on a waiting list. This is the Pick of Destiny. Let's go ahead and tag one for Holly Safe. I have one extra Tenacious D, the Pick of Destiny. Pick of Destiny. And the waiting list for that was Holly Safe, and I have one extra if anybody wants it. We're still waiting for more copies of Godsmack to come in. We didn't get all of our order. The people who were very late pre-ordering it, that did it like in the last few days, we didn't get enough for those because I submitted my order early, and then we had a ton of pre-orders for it, of course. So I'm actually short on Godsmack. We're waiting for more of those to come in. Tracy Miller wants Neil Young. Everybody knows this is Nowhere. And James Bragg wants Pick of Destiny. Okay, so Grateful Dead. Let's do a final call on this. This is an original 71 Pittman pressing. Yes, this is an original 71 Pittman pressing. One more time on this. A nice copy if you don't have one already. Skull and Roses, original label. Overall, it averages out to EX+. Has the original company inner sleeves, a solid VG Plus cover, and the Grateful Dead, James Bragg was the most recent bid at $73. $73 of James Bragg. So that's going twice, going 3 times. I hadn't seen a bid in a while. The Beatles 45, Jake, is sold to Christopher Morris for $27. And now the Rolling Stones, I think, is still getting bids. We was at 185, 186, 190, 191, 193, 195. And the Neil Young Comes to Time sold for $975. James Bragg wants the Pick of Destiny. We've already pulled that. And John Young's out on the Grateful Dead. We have Aerosmith, Get a Grip. $46.99 for Get a Grip. Loving an Elevator. Janie's Got a Gun. This is $46.99. That is Aerosmith, Get a Grip. And we have Alice in Chains Live. This is an unofficial. This is $44.99. $44.99. So, final call on Grateful Dead. John Young's out. $73 to James Bragg. How much was the second Led Zeppelin box? Song remains the same. It's $174.99. $174.99. We also have the Cars Greatest Hits. Just What You Needed. I love this hop sticker. Just What You Needed on red vinyl. $31.99. $31.99 for the Cars Greatest Hits on red vinyl. Okay, it's time for a lot of new auctions. First, let's go ahead and sell the Grateful Dead for $73. There's only been one auction, not sale. I can't believe it. An original 1990 pressing of Without a Net. An original 1990 pressing without a net, and that's a $185 buy it now. 3 LP trifold cover, $185 buy it now. An original 1990, and it's pristine. That's a buy it now. I still have that. That's been the only one. We had that reissue the other night. I didn't even know that was pressed originally in 1990. I thought that was like a new Grateful Dead, like first time on vinyl that came out for, I think, Rocktober, but that was actually pressed in 1990. And I have Alice in Chains, Dirt. I've sold a ton of copies during Black Friday. I've got one restock, $36.99. Them Bones, Down on the Hole, Rooster, Angry Chair, Wood. Classic album. Okay, where are we at on the Grateful Dead? $199 and now $200. Edwin has the Stones at $200. James Bragg takes the Without a Net at $185. So far, no leftover Dead or Stones albums. Let's put up a new Grateful Dead auction. Let's put up a new Japanese auction. And let's put up, hopefully, a new Beatles 45. So here's Garcia. Here is the Beatles. And let me randomly grab a new Japanese pressing. And, of course, it's Hotel California. That was James Bragg as well for $73, yes. So Stones is now at $203. This is Jerry Garcia. a white label promo DJ copy of Jerry Garcia, 1974 EX condition, $35 start. And what's pretty incredible is everything we're auctioning tonight, except for the Japanese stuff, is from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. And this is a $35 start or $35 start promo copy of Jerry Garcia. I always like that artwork. White label promo EX condition, $35 on Jerry Garcia. Next, let's do the Hotel California first. This is the Eagles Hotel California Japanese pressing, and I think this is a top copy. It is. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. This is going to be a $55 start. There's the LP, and it has the poster with it. It's upside down right now, but there's the poster. It also has the original lyric insert, Japanese insert. Very nice cover of Obi. $55 start on Hotel California. So there's a few new auction items for you. They're still bidding on the Stones. New bid on Jerry Garcia. So here's what's left in this bin of new vinyl. Led Zeppelin, $159.99 for the Super Deluxe box set. Also, Led Zeppelin, the song remains the same. That's the Super Deluxe, $174.99. Harvest. I've been mining for a heart of gold, $34.99. Pink Floyd, Adam Hartmother, $33.99. Aerosmith Pump, $46.99. Alice in Chains Live, 1990 and 1992. Red vinyl, unofficial, live Alice in Chains. Surprised no one's got that. The Cars Greatest Hits on red vinyl. And Alice in Chains Dirt, 2LP remaster, $36.99. Now, earlier in the show, the other new vinyl that I showed, let me go ahead and add it to this crate. And this is all the new vinyl that I've shown, everything in this bin. I still can't believe we hadn't sold out of these. New release from Crocus, The Best of Crocus. Stayed Awake All Night, The Best of Crocus. First time on vinyl, $39.99. First time on vinyl. What a menacing cover. $39.99 for Crocus. And we got one copy of Def Leppard Adrenalize for $29.99. And Leonard Skinner Nebworth, $39.99. Leonard Skinner Nebworth, $39.99. Okay, we have, so back up to the top, Jerry Garcia, 37, Jerry Garcia, 44. Rolling Stones, 215, Jerry Garcia, 46. Matt Biggs is going to take a Pink Floyd. Adam Hartmother, James Bragg, 45. Details on Cy Neil Young. Chris, I'll bring those over in 1 second. And Jerry Garcia, 48. No bid on Hotel California. Next Beatles auction is She Loves You on red vinyl. 90s jukebox single from the Beatles. The B-side is I'll Get You. She Loves You. That's what you see these early Beatles singles, Please Please Me, Love Me Do. She Loves You is what kick-started Beatlemania. Or actually, I guess I Want to Hold Your Hand. Let me rephrase that. I Want to Hold Your Hand. She Loves You actually went under the radar. I'm getting my Beatles songs confused. I Want to Hold Your Hand is what kick-started Beatlemania. She Loves You went under the radar here. They didn't even actually want to put that out or really didn't promote it much. She Loves You. $15 start on that, which I can't believe. Let me grab a new crate. We're going to go into some of our on-sale stuff. Let's go into some of our on-sale stuff. Can't get my Beatles history confused. I study it like it's some kind of college course, and I learn something new every day. Let's go through our $14.99 bin first. Everything in this bin, Jake, is going to be $14.99. So everything in here is $14.99. $14.99. First, we have Chris Sheridan. Says he'll take the Def Leppard Adrenalize. Greg Preston, if you're okay with a waiting list, let me know. Greg Preston, let me know if you're okay with a waiting list for Def Leppard Adrenalize because I only had one copy, and that is sold to Chris Sheridan. The Beatles at 15, the Beatles at 20, and you still have Live Throwing Copper. I will check. Put that down on a sticky, please, Jake. If I do, I'll mark you down for it. If you do, I'll mark you down for it. Everything in this crate is $14.99. Jimmy Smith, The Boss, $14.99. So these are discounted prices. Jimmy Smith, The Boss, Black Verve label, $14.99 on Jimmy Smith, The Boss. Also, Wings at the Speed of Sound. There's a couple Wings albums in here, and both of them are very nice. So Wings at the Speed of Sound, original inner sleeve, $14.99. Silly Love Songs, Let 'Em In, $14.99. And we have The Firm in shrink wrap, a very nice copy for $14.99. All right, Hotel California did not get a bid, so this is a $55 buy it now. It's a pristine and complete Japanese pressing of Eagles Hotel California, or my bad, the Eagles Hotel California. And this is a $55 buy it now if anybody wants it. me put up back the contents and everything in this nice package here. And this is a $55 buy now on the Eagles Hotel California. Let's set that right over here. $55 buy now on that. Back up to the top. We had a lot of activity on the Stones album. We had 215 with Jeff McMaster, 215 with Jeff McMaster. We had 20 on the Beatles, 25 on the Beatles, 27 on the Beatles. Jerry Garcia's at 49. Wow, these are all three still getting bids. The last bid on the Beatles, though, was $27 of Christopher Morris. $27. Put Greg Preston on Def Leppard Adrenalize. Kara, it was Def Leppard Adrenalize for $29.99. Let me know if you want on a waiting list. And the first $14.99 record is Kenneth Jank. He gets Jimmy Smith for $14.99. Jerry Garcia was at $49. Eddie Leal wants Wings. Edwin Blom's at $216 on the Stones. Jerry Garcia's at $51. And Steph Camp says he'll take the Fern. Steph, if you're a first-time buyer, thank you and welcome. We need you to do us a favor and contact our Facebook page. Send us a message. We need your email address and your mailing address. We do $7 in limited shipping. Thank you for tuning in. And that's your first purchase. That is sold to you. We just need to get your contact information so we can invoice you on Monday. You may not hear back from us until, actually this week it's going to be like Tuesday, the day after Christmas. We will not be working on Christmas Day. I'm not that much of a Scrooge. And the Beatles is now a final call. Christopher Morris has that for $27. Michael McDowell's out. Final call on that. Continuing for $14.99. Stones, Black and Blue. VG Plus condition, gatefold. The Rolling Stones Black and Blue, and it includes the original inner sleeve, $14.99. John Smetzer, you were second on the firm. James Cotton Blues Band, a 1975 Jacksonville press, $14.99. So we have an out on Jerry Garcia. James Bragg has that for $51. We're about to sell a couple auctions. And Bad Company, Run with the Pack. I like that song Honey Child on here. $14.99. That is Bad Company, Run with the Pack. That's $14.99. And Bob Dylan's in shrink wrap. The vinyl's in VG Plus condition. Nice cover though. Planet Waves by Bob Dylan, $14.99. The Rolling Stones was at $225. We have the Rolling Stones at $226. Kenneth Jank is going to get the Stones for $14.99. And Michael Naff is going to get James Cotton for $14.99. Let's sell a couple auctions. Jerry Garcia is sold to James Bragg. I'm going to lay that right there, Jake. I'm going to actually put it on top of Def Leppard for $51. That's sold to James Bragg. And the Rolling Stones are still getting bids. We're at $235 with Jeff McMaster. We're going to go ahead and sell this other red vinyl jukebox single. And that was sold to Christopher Morris for $27. The Stones is at $235. If you're just joining us, the Stones, the Rolling Stones, Germany. This was live in Germany, June 2nd, 1976. Awesome artwork on it. It's on red and black vinyl, actually red marbled or red and black marbled and black vinyl. The Rolling Stones, Germany 76. I love the artwork on that one. And that's at $235 with Jeff McMaster. Christopher Morris put BF, and I think he meant BD for Bob Dylan. Bob Dylan is sold to Christopher Morris. He put BF, then BD, and then Kenneth put BD. So let me go ahead and put that on top of James Cotton. There's the Beatles single that sold at auction. There's Bob Dylan sold to Christopher Morris. And Jake, I'll give you a second to tag, and I'll put up some new auctions. We got Stones. Let me grab a new Grateful Dead record. Let's do another Grateful Dead. I think I got another Record Store Day release in here. I do. I have another Record Store Day release. And let me grab a Japanese pressing. And I'll grab another Beatles single. Man, 4 auctions at a time tonight. I think we're still keeping up and able to do some other stuff here too. So that's pretty cool. Let me grab the next 45 in the batch, which is the song I was just talking about. I Want to Hold Your Hand. Okay, so first is the Grateful Dead. We still got a Stones up. We have a Stones up, and this is at $236. And this is a 2013 sealed Black Friday Record Store Day. This is the Grateful Dead, recently discovered complete April 18th, 1970 acoustic show. 80 minutes of music, 6 tracks of Pigpen solo acoustic. Includes a Pigpen solo set. Sealed, Record Store Day, $115 start. $115 start on the Grateful Dead. It's kind of got a 3D looking cover, live acoustic. The Japanese pressing is the Peter Frampton, the Bee Gees, and others. The Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band movie soundtrack, $35 start. $35 start. That is 1 LP. There's 2 LPs. There's the original inner sleeve. There's the gatefold cover with Obi. and that is the Sgt. Pepper soundtrack, $35 start with Obi. And now the Beatles 45 single is I Want to Hold Your Hand, and this should be on clear vinyl, $15 start. The Beatles, I Want to Hold Your Hand on clear vinyl, $15 start, and the B-side to that was This Boy, and that is a $15 start. All right, so we still got bids on the Rolling Stones, $236. We got a bid on the Grateful Dead, and we have a bid on the Beatles. Now, one copy left of Bad Company left in the crate for $14.99. Everything in this crate is discounted for $14.99, including John Cougar Mellencamp's Scarecrow, $14.99 for Scarecrow, original inner sleeve. Scarecrow is $14.99. James Gang's Greatest Hits. There is some writing right here on the cover, but that's 2 LPs, 16 greatest hits of the James Gang, $14.99, like Walk Away and Funk 49. That is $14.99 for the James Gang. Christopher Morris has taken BC for Bad Company. That is sold to Christopher for $14.99. And Eagles, The Long Run, EX Condition, $14.99. Eagles, The Long Run, EX Condition, $14.99. Nice jacket, usually known for a lot of ring wear. That one's pretty clean. The vinyl's EX, $14.99. Kenneth Jank is going to get the James Gang. That is sold to Kenneth Jank. And we have Kinks, The Kinks, presents a soap opera. $10 off, and this is on the Orange RCA label, $14.99 on that. There's the Kinks, the Eagles, John Cougar, and the Eagles' Greatest Hits, VG Plus Condition, $14.99. VG Plus Condition, $14.99. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. I need a drink of wild berry tea. Very interesting flavor tonight. Just me and Jake tonight. Tanner's missing in action. I don't know where he is really, but he's not here. And Jake's here. Jake was doing some shipping earlier. I don't know exactly where they're at on shipping, but if you haven't got a tracking number, I promise you they're working on their order. We have 2 full-time employees here, Doug and Ed, and then Jake, who's part-time, who comes in and assists. All they do is ship and pack all day, 8 hours a day. I promise you we're never twiddling our thumbs here. I'm always doing something. If I'm not here selling, I'm getting stuff ready for sale. Jake's either tagging or shipping. Doug and Ed, all they do is ship, and Tanner handles messages. He corrects invoice. He sends invoices. Of course, he's here with me every night, about 5 or 6 hours doing these sales, and then we're here throughout the morning. So I promise you we're working on your order. It's always in queue. If you've paid, then it's in order. It may be 5 days. It may be 7 days, but kind of my new goal for next year is to get shipping within a 2 or 3 day turnaround, which probably means I'm about to hire somebody else full-time to help with ship and organization, because we're about to sell even more next year, hopefully. We don't do any coin and knife auctions here. We don't do any coin and knife auctions here hardly anymore, and I used to do those almost every night back in 2020, and people still beg for me to do them. So I'm going to start trying to figure out how to start doing those and records at the same time next year. So we're about to start selling even more. Not maybe so much for y'all. It might not be too much of an interest, but I'm going to start tuning a lot more coin and knife sales. So I'm about to hire some more people. And Seth eats all the cookies. That's right. Okay, so back up to the top, we had Bad Company. Kenneth Jank got the James Gang. Did I already pull that, Jake? I did. James Gang's pulled. Eddie was second. Hendry wants the Eagles. That's $14.99. That's sold to Hendry. And then Jason Waldron wants Eagles the Long Run. And then we have Rolling Stones is at $238. And we have the Beatles. Did this get a bid? If so, I'm going to go ahead and sell it. Did this one get a bid? It did. No one else bid either. Christopher Morris. Let's go ahead and sell that for $15. Nobody bid on Sgt. Pepper's. Let's make that a $35 buy it now. $35 buy it now on Sgt. Pepper's. No bid on this. So this is a buy it now. Sgt. Pepper's, $35 buy it now. Roman coins. I want to start a collection. Sometimes I get ancient or foreign coins. Mostly I deal in silver and bullion and currency. So we have an incredible coin collection and silver bullion collection tubbed up in the back. And it's just something I hadn't even touched. I've had it for like 3 months now. I've got currency I bought from an estate in Chicago. I've got collectible silver. I got currency. We got sports cards. There's so much stuff I want to get into next year, but I'm kind of full-time with records right now. I don't have a lot of time for anything else. So I'm going to have to start hiring more people. But we could have a coin and knife sale about every night, especially pocket knives. We're a platinum level case knife dealer here, and I hadn't even like promoted them during Christmas time. I've not, except for people that's come in the store and bought knives, I didn't even really focus on selling knives this year, and I have thousands of dollars tied up in inventory, and I don't even know, there's stuff in the back we hadn't even unboxed yet. So the demand for the collectibles we deal in is like overwhelming right now. I just don't have enough chads. I don't have enough chads. All right, the dad already had a bid. I was about to sell this to James Bragg. James Bragg has this for $115. He was the opening bid. No one else has bid since then. That's a final call. Final call on the Rolling Stones at $239. Jeff McMaster's at $239, and that's a final call. And we have this incredible comic book collection in the back, like EC horror covers. I had graded sports cards, and of course now we're starting to deal in autographs, it looks like. So new bid on the Grateful Dead for $120, and now another $120. This did get a bid. I don't know if y'all seen it. He bid really fast and early, and I hadn't done a final call until right now, and I think everybody probably missed his bid too, because we got 3 new bids all of a sudden. The Grateful Dead's at $120 now, $122. We have Rolling Stones, a final call. Edwin's out. Jeff McMaster has that for $239. $239. And we pulled the Kinks. Somebody already claimed that. Jim Anstant got the Kinks for $14.99. Jim Anstant got the Kinks for $14.99. Michael Thomas was second. Let me show a few new records, and I got to get the Neil Young autographs. Paul McCartney, London Town, $14.99 for Paul McCartney, London Town, $14.99. And Mr. Tambourine Man, The Byrds. This is a 70s pressing, but it's a clean copy. Chimes of Freedom, the Bob Dylan cover. Mr. Tambourine Man, the Bob Dylan cover. Also, All I Really Want to Do, that's a good one. If I Feel a Whole Lot Better, that's a good one. The Byrds, $14.99. Mr. Tambourine Man. The Kinks' Greatest Hits. This is on the original label in mono. The vinyl's in VG condition, but it's only $14.99. You Really Got Me. You Really Got Me. Also made famous by Van Halen. A Well-Respected Man. All Day and All the Night. That's the other one. $14.99. Also, James Gang Thirds, EX condition, $14.99. James Gang Thirds, $14.99. Turn Your Pretty Head and Walk Away. That's the opening track. That's an original studio album, $14.99. Back up to the top. Let's go ahead and sell the Rolling Stones. Great battle on that one. Jeff and Edwin. It's going to a new home with Jeff McMaster, $239. Rare Stone. Now, Paul says we have one coming up that they only made like 100 of, and then they destroyed them. And I've got to find that one. He said there's a really, really like Grail Rolling Stones boot somewhere in this bin. So let me try to dig that out. Back up to the top, we had Grateful Dead 122, Grateful Dead 135, Grateful Dead 137. Tom Sullivan wanted London. That's London Town. Another nice Wings album, $14.99 for its condition. And I guess music too, right? What condition is John Cougar Mellencamp? It is EX Plus, near mint minus. No condition notes, nice jacket, original inner sleeve, Greg Preston. Long sleeve tees. The long sleeve tees are made by Gildan. Or Gildan. That's a pre-order up we have in our group for hoodies and long sleeve t-shirts. If you want a hoodie or a long sleeve t-shirt, we have a pre-order up on that. Next is Pam Dickens was first on the Kinks. That's sold to Pam Dickens. Brent Robley was second. David Spangler third. Pam Dickens also first on the Byrds. Grateful Dead 145. Eddie Leal wants the James Gang. Grateful Dead 147. And Greg Preston says he'll take John Cougar. We're on pace to sell everything in this bin. I got stickers. Come back tomorrow. I'm going to bring out our stickers. I've also told Doug to start throwing those in some packages because I think we sold most of them and we gave away most of them. I don't know how we're looking on stock. But I've got to start getting some stickers out and some orders, and I have some people wanting to buy some too. So give me a couple days, or give me tomorrow, and Homeland Conspiracy wants a hoodie. Okay, let me know what size, and I can pull up prices for you as well. I can actually, over here on my laptop, show you some prices and pictures on the hoodie. Let's see what we have here. The reason I'm doing this is because I wanted one. I'm always wearing a Nike hoodie, or the one that Jerry Stone gave me. I had a customer give me a Waffle House hoodie. I wore it to Waffle House the other night. When I walked in, everybody was kind of staring at me, and I realized I was wearing a Waffle House hoodie in Waffle House, Jake. It's kind of, they were like, and actually 2 people that worked there said, "Where did you get that?" And I was like, well, it was a gift, but I'm pretty sure he bought it at Walmart, maybe? What's that, Jake? Jake has one too. Yeah, I wear it out. I sleep in it. It's very comfortable. So I'm like, well, I need a Coletco hoodie. I got to get a Coletco hoodie next. So I'm over here trying to find the, I found this other Stones bootleg, which we're going to do in just a second. And I'm trying to find the Neil Young autographs, which I think I have located them. I also have a Robert Hunter autograph, since it's Grateful Dead night. I'll try to get to that in just a second. I'll all of a sudden have like 10 billion things to show and show you. But if y'all don't have anywhere to go on this Wednesday night, we're going to be here for a while showing stuff. So let me bring this crate of autographs a little bit closer. But I'm ready to ring the air horn. Okay, we have back up to the top. So Grateful Dead, last thing I said was at 145, then 147. We sold John Cougar stickers, hoodie, shakedowns out on Grateful Dead. So this is a final call to James Bragg at 147. And put down Homeland Conspiracy for a large hoodie. Also, we have, here we go. The Rolling Stones, One Day in June, 1982. Live at Wembley Stadium, London. I think I've watched some of that before on YouTube. Wembley in London, 1982. White vinyl, $55 start. $55 start. White vinyl, the Rolling Stones, live in Germany, or excuse me, live in Wembley, London, 1982, $55 start. $55 start. All righty. And let's go ahead and sell the Grateful Dead then. Grateful Dead is sold to James Bragg for 147. 147. Rolling Stones has a bid for 55. Cool cover there with Jagger. June 1982. I'm telling y'all, after the 70s started, they only played in the months of June and July. Okay, here's a picture of our hoodies. I don't know who these people are that she sent me, but they're going to be gray hoodies, black hoodies, and then gray and black long sleeve t-shirts. Hoodies, gray or black, small through extra large is $35, 2X, 3X, $40, 45X, $45, and then the t-shirts start at 28, and then the plus sizes go all the way up to 38. So gray and black t-shirts, gray and black hoodies. Just let me know color and size, and Jake will write it down. I know Homeland Conspiracy said he wanted a large Homeland. Let me know if you want gray or black. Okay, so let's go back over the top. Make sure I didn't miss anything. If you decide you want any of those, I don't know when they'll be in. And just let me know also color. So size and color, long sleeve or hoodie. I need size and color, long sleeve or hoodie. I need 4 things there. I need your size, the color, if it's a hoodie or a long sleeve, and we will get all that down. Now, we have the Rolling Stones. Let me grab a new Grateful Dead bootleg. Don't worry, there's still plenty of these coming up. Grateful Dead. Let's do this official release here. This looks really cool. And let's do the, there's the Stones. Here's the Dead. And let me be trying to find this Neil Young autograph, which, if it sells, it's going to be another sad moment for Chad. But I'll at least offer it. It's one of the more pricier ones in my opinion. So this is the Grateful Dead. I thought this was really interesting. So it's a 1977 UK import. It's 2 albums. It's a gatefold with 2 Dead albums. You get Wake of the Flood, and you get From Mars Hotel and Wake of the Flood. It's still in this original baggie. It's still in this original baggie with the Jim import. This was an import from the UK. $35 start. Extremely nice condition. It's a 2-in-1. It's a 2-in-1. Grateful Dead, Wake of the Flood, and Live from Mars Hotel. And this is a $35 start. That's for 2 albums. It's like a gatefold 2-in-1. $35 start. That's now up for bid. So there's the Stones. We already have bids on that. A bid on the Grateful Dead is already in. And next is going to be this Neil Young album. So I think, of course, I know what we sold Harvest for. I know what we sold After the Gold Rush for. And then the other night we had a Monday night we sold Zuma, which really got up there around what I thought it would be. Once again, and all the Neil Youngs, this is in the top 10. I have not put this one up for auction yet. And this one has the full Neil Young signature on it. This is the one where it actually spelt out Neil Young, which a couple people told me they like that one a little bit more. Gatefold, classic album. I have not even looked at the vinyl. We're off to a good start. It's in a original Warner Brothers Reprise inner sleeve. That's the right label, and it's in beautiful vinyl. I haven't run the Matrix, but that has all the indications of being an OG Neil Young. Everybody knows this is Nowhere. $1,175 start. And please, you do not have to bid. There is no reason for you to bid on this. But if you do, it's $1,175. Let me get the full letter. Let me get a full letter of authenticity for you from JSA. I have it right over here. 1175, if anybody's interested. Please, you don't have to bid. You don't have to bid. But if you do, I'll bill you and I'll send it home to you. 1175. So here's all of our other, here's some of the other ones we have. There's that 12-inch single I was talking about. Sample and hold. We have a Tonight's the Night. We have another After the Gold Rush. Hawks and Doves. There's Freedom, not for sale. There's the self-titled album, not for sale. And there's Everybody Knows This Is Nowhere. Oh no, Chris, this is why I didn't want to put it up for auction. Chris has already bid. Oh my gosh. See, what's going to happen is, you try to, right now, if you wanted to buy one of these, you can't. That's the problem. If you want to buy one of these, unless you just have a connection, they're just not available online. And then trying to buy one is just a challenge because, we know the provenance of these. We know they're authentic. You've got to be careful out there in the world with so many fakes and stuff. We obviously know Dale met Neil. Here's the letter, but I'll see some stuff online and it don't have a letter, and I'm like, oh my gosh, like, how do you know that's even real? And somebody's wanting, $2,000 for it. So I like selling these because of the provenance, and I like the one I'm keeping for sure. I'm like, without a doubt, I can go to bed at night and know Neil Young signed this. Full letter of authenticity from JSA. We have the story. Very reassuring. Okay, so Jake, I hope you wrote down. Let me make sure I got caught up here. Let me go back up to the top. So the last thing I did was put up the Rolling Stones at 55, the Rolling Stones at 60, the Rolling Stones at 70, Christopher Morris medium hoodie. And next we have Homeland Conspiracy wants a gray large hoodie. And then Rolling Stones is 61. Rolling Stones was at 61. Nat wants a 2XL gray hoodie. Grateful Dead 35, Grateful Dead 35, Grateful Dead 42, Grateful Dead 45. Grateful Dead 41, Grateful Dead 51, Grateful Dead 50, Rolling Stones 75, Grateful Dead 52, Rolling Stones 65, Rolling Stones 85, Grateful Dead 47, Grateful Dead 57, Grateful Dead 70, Neil Young 1,175, Rolling Stones 90, Grateful Dead 72, Rolling Stones 100, Rolling Stones 90, Grateful Dead 75, Rolling Stones 125, Rolling Stones 125, Grateful Dead 77. We have Grateful Dead 78. Continuing, everything in this bin is $14.99. Huey Lewis in the News, sports, $14.99. No condition notes. Everything in this bin is $14.99. $14.99. That one should sell as well. $14.99 for a nice copy of sports. Genesis, Wind and Weathering, $10 off the OG price. That's the original price. Atco, that's a late 80s, or excuse me, an early 80s reissue from Atco, $14.99. $14.99, actually probably early 80s. Yeah, early or mid 80s. It has a barcode on it. $14.99. Supertramp Paris is $14.99. Supertramp Paris 2LP, $14.99 for Supertramp Paris. And Stevie Wonder's Greatest Hits. Stevie Wonder's Greatest Hits. That's on the Tomla Motown label. $14.99 for Stevie Wonder's Greatest Hits. And Eric Clapton, August, $14.99. This was originally EX condition, $14.99. So Clapton, Stevie, Supertramp, Genesis, and Huey Lewis, those are all $14.99. Let's do some final calls. First, regrettingly, the Neil Young, Everybody Knows This Is Nowhere. I've got this up for $1,175, and it's a final call. Neil Young, Everybody Knows This Is Nowhere. The Grateful Dead just got a bid. This is the 2-in-1. Wake of the Flood and Mars Hotel, UK import, 2LP package. That is at $82 with Stephen Martinelli, now $84 with James Bragg. So final call, Neil Young, $11.75. Rolling Stones is now at $130. This is the Rolling Stones live in London at Wembley on white colored vinyl. That's at $130 with Edwin Blom. Next is Hendry is getting the Supertramp for $14.99. That's sold to Hendry. Stephen Martinelli wants the Eric Clapton August. That's sold to Stephen. And Chris Bijak gets Stevie Wonder's Greatest Hits. I Was Made to Love Her. All right, so that still leaves Genesis and Huey Lewis. Also, Volunteer Jam 3 and 4. This is actually a white label promo, $14.99. White label promo of Volunteer Jam. Also, Wet Willie, Sea Level, Willie Nelson, Grinder Switch, Marshall Tucker. That is $14.99. Grateful Dead's at $87. The Rolling Stones is at $130. Tommy Flowers wants Volunteer Jam. Final call, Neil Young. As soon as I finish this crate, I'm going to bring out the air horn. Genesis, and then there were three. Genesis is $14.99, and then there were three. Shot of Love, Bob Dylan, just $14.99 for Bob Dylan Shot of Love. We don't get this one as often. I thought I was about to put it in the $19.99 bin, and I was like, you know what? I think I'll go ahead and put it in the $14.99 bin, along with Eagles Desperado VG Plus condition, $14.99 for Eagles Desperado VG Plus condition, $14.99. Who was the backup bidder on Stones? Brent Robley. Brent, let me know if you want backing on the Stones. Edwin has that for $130. Final call. Bruce Springsteen, Darkness on the Edge of Town, EX condition, $14.99. EX condition, $14.99. And this is David Jones. That is the Monkees. That is Davy Jones from the Monkees on Coldplix, his solo album, Pre-Monkees, $14.99. $14.99. $14.99. Let's see here. Wealth experience on autographs. Yeah, these that are JSA authenticated, you know, they go through a lot of extra steps. I mean, most of these really good authenticators do have some expertise in like forensic handwriting. So, I mean, this isn't just some willy-nilly piece of paper. And it's not cheap either to go through all this. We put in, I don't know if I told y'all, but we put in well over north of $10,000 to have all these authenticated. So it's reassuring for everybody. So yes, this is Neil Young's authenticated. I'm about to sell it for $1,175. I said when I was done with the bin. I'm done with the bin. We have a few things to tag. Grateful Dead's 90, Grateful Dead 92, Rolling Stones 135, Rolling Stones 135. Cody McLean on Bob Dylan. Cody, I don't think I say your name too many times. If you are a first-time buyer, thank you and welcome. But if you just hadn't bought from a while, welcome back. If you are a first-time buyer, let me know. Rolling Stones at 136. Brent Riley wants the David Jones. Grateful Dead 95. Rolling Stones 140. We have Rolling Stones 145. Jared, you were second on Davy Jones. Grateful Dead 97. Stones 146. All right, no more bids on this. It is closed. If you are interested in another Neil Young autograph, I probably have less than 20 now. I don't know how many I've sold, but I started with 28. I know I've sold at least 8 or more, so I probably have less than 20. But if you are interested, I'll bring out a couple. This is sold to Chris Kirkley. He bought a couple last week. Thank you, Chris. Amazing. Like I said, I know where it's going. That's even better. $11.75 for Neil Young. Jake, if you're ready to plug your ears. We didn't do it. We broke the air horn streak last night. Bringing it back tonight. Thank you, Chris Kirkley. Paul got his first air horn Saturday night. He had 2 of them. We sold a couple Beatles box sets. So, oh man, classic album here. You know, it's hard to pick a favorite Neil Young album, but man, this is you can put this one on anytime, and it's enjoyable. Cowgirl in the Sand. This is right around. He still sounds like Buffalo Springfield type stuff that I love too. So just absolutely incredible. Awesome signature on that one too. That is sold. And Jake, handle that like it's an atomic weapon, okay? Handle that like it's an atomic weapon. Don't drop it. We have Rolling Stones is at 147 with Brent Robley. That's at 147 with Brent Robley. And the Grateful Dead is now at 111. We have an out. I'll recap that bin as soon as I put up a new auction. Let's do a Beatles 45. Let's do the next one over here was, let's see here. I have, actually, I don't know what the other one brought, but I've got 3 more in a row of I Want to Hold Your Hand on clear vinyl. First come, first serve. First one to comment, Beatles, $24.99. $24.99. The Beatles, I Want to Hold Your Hand, and this boy. I know there was more than 2 bidders on the last one. So here are 3 more, $24.99. Clear vinyl, I Want to Hold Your Hand. I've got 3 of them. Jukebox singles. I had more copies, I think, of I Want to Hold Your Hand than any of them. $24.99. Those are first come, first serve. The Grateful Dead is at 111 with James Bragg, and the Rolling Stones is out. That's at 147, and Edwin's out. So those are final calls. And so that's a buy now on the Beatles, $24.99. I'll start tagging those. Now let me grab actually one to auction. I still got some of these foreign import sleeves. Oh, nice one here. Can't Buy Me Love on green vinyl. Can't Buy Me Love on money green vinyl. $15 start. Unplayed condition. These never made it to a jukebox. I don't know the complete story. I wish I could. Actually, Paul could text Dale pretty quick and get an answer on that. He's working at on his radio show right now, though. But Dale could probably tell us a pretty quick story on how he obtained these. But these never made it into a jukebox. These are new old stock, unplayed, mint condition Beatles singles. Can't Buy Me Love's a $15 start. Jake, let's sell Zachary P. the Beatles for $24.99. I've got I Want to Hold Your Hand, I Want to Hold Your Hand. I've got 2 of those left for $24.99. So there's that. $24.99 on I Want to Hold Your Hand. That's a $15 start. Let's recap this bin. Here's the only thing left in the $14.99 bin. Huey Lewis and the New Sports. Nice condition too. I think it has the original inner sleeve. Original inner sleeve as well. $14.99. Genesis. There's 2 Genesis in here. There's Wind and Weathering. Also Genesis, and then there were 3. Genesis. Eagles Desperado. VG Plus condition. Original textured cover. Tequila Sunrise also on that one. $14.99. $14.99 for Eagles Desperado. And Bruce Springsteen, Darkness on the Edge of Town. Does this one have a jukebox strip? This one has a jukebox strip, yep. I think most of them do. There's some that didn't, but a lot of these do. Yes, there's the unused jukebox strip they cut for the sleeve, and it never made it into a jukebox, it looks like. You put that back in there like that. Yes, $15 start on that. Christopher Morris is in first. Let's go ahead and sell these auctions now. Let's put up a whole new crate and a whole new slate of auctions. James gets the Grateful Dead for $111, Jake, and the Stones is sold to Brent Robley for $147. All right, so that's what's left in the $14.99 bin. And I still got 2 copies of I Want to Hold Your Hand. Zach got one that I know had a jukebox strip. If anybody else is looking for jukebox strips, this one does not have a jukebox strip. Let's see. The ones that were in the plastic, most likely this one don't have one either. Only one did, and Zachary got that one. Okay, so there's our first auction. Let's grab a new Stones, a Dead, and a Japanese. And maybe a Neil Young autograph. Maybe just that way somebody's tempted. Seems like somebody was interested in one earlier. They asked if it was authenticated. And yes, these come from a very amazing collection in Pittsburgh we bought. We've had it almost 3 months now, and we've sold records from it almost every night. That's how vast and just incredible it was. Let's bring out one of these colored vinyls. Let's bring out one of these colored, did I just say vinyls? Oh my gosh. The hipsters are starting to get to me. Colored vinyl. Vinyls is not a word. That freaks a lot of people out. There's those. And let me go get... Let's see what we have here. Okay. We got a crate of new vinyl to go through. It's actually only got 4 titles in it, so this will be very quickly because most of it's pre-sold. Most of it is pre-sold. First thing we have here is Avenged Sevenfold, City of Evil, new release, $34.99. This crate only has a few titles in it. First is Avenged Sevenfold, City of Evil, and there was a pre-order for this, City of Evil, Avenged Sevenfold. This was a new release. It's on gold vinyl, $34.99. Gold vinyl, $34.99. And sold over 2.5 million copies. Wow. It's been streamed over 390 million times. This is Avenged Sevenfold. And the pre-order for this, Jake, you don't have to write all these down, but just so I know how many I have left. Scott Smith got one. Matt Algram got one. James Cohorn and Greg Rogers got one. James Cohorn and Greg Rogers got one. Also, James Ludwig and Greg Preston got one. James Ludwig and Greg Preston. Also, William Lee Murray and Holly Safe got one. And then Triona Shiker. That must be a new buyer. I need to message them. Those are all sold, so we'll set those aside. I've got 3 copies left of Avenged Sevenfold, City of Evil, 30th anniversary of Hopeless. I think that's the record label, right? And that is $34.99. Stephen Martinelli wants one. 2 left of City of Evil. 2 left. Also, a new Ghost. I don't have a pre-order for this. This is Ghost, Ceremony and Devotion. Ghost, Ceremony and Devotion. I've got 2 of those for $34.99. It should be on colored vinyl. Yeah, purple marbled vinyl. I'm glad they actually put that on the barcode. Otherwise, I would have not known. $34.99. Okay, before I can continue, because this is going to be a few minutes, let me update everybody on our auctions. We have Can't Buy Me Love. The last bid on that just came in. Kevin Jordan was at $25. Let me introduce our new auctions. First, Jackson Browne, Running on Empty. Japanese pressing, $35 start. $35 start for Running on Empty. Fantastic live album with Jackson Browne. This has a pristine Japanese insert with it, and it has the book that came with this Japanese pressing and the U.S. pressings. Running on Empty, Jackson Browne, a pristine, perfect copy. $35 start. $35 start. And now, the Rolling Stones, Brian, We Miss You. This is live at Stade Hall in Vienna, Austria. April 2nd, 1967 on pinkish purple vinyl, $55 start. Another Vintage Stones bootleg, this one on pinkish purple vinyl, $55 start. There's the cover, front and back, all the way around. It is near mint. The Stones is a $55 start. So there's Jackson Browne, there's the Stones, and the next Grateful Dead auction is the Grateful Dead Make Believe Ballroom, the 1975 spot check. And this is the Grateful Dead live at the Great American Hall, August 13th, 1975. Disc 1 only. Disc 1 only. I believe it's missing a LP. It's supposed to be a 2 LP. This is just 1 LP. $25 start. No condition notes on it though. $25 start on that. $25 start. There is the green vinyl Can't Buy Me Love. Okay, so back over here to the top. Back over here to the top. Let me go ahead and do this over here. Okay, so let's see here. We pulled a Vintage Sevenfold. The Beatles was at 20, then 22. So the Beatles was at 22 with Christopher Morris, but I hadn't got to the bottom yet. Matt Biggs wants an Avenged Sevenfold. The Beatles is at 25. The Beatles at 27. The Beatles at 30. Jackson Browne, whoop, my feed jumped on me. Jackson Browne, 36. And then we have Beatles out. Rolling Stones, 55. Rolling Stones, 60. Rolling Stones, 65. So we have Avenged Sevenfold, 1 copy left. Ghost, no claims on that. And the other new Avenged Sevenfold is Nightmare. The other new Avenged Sevenfold is Nightmare, $34.99. Let me pull this order up right quick. Nightmare, Avenged Sevenfold. This was another new pre-order for Avenged Sevenfold Nightmare. Let's find this. Avenged. And usually it would pop up right up at the top. There it is, Nightmare, $34.99. This is also pre-order. I've got these available. It's on like purple red vinyl, and there was a few pre-orders for this. Jake, you don't have to tag these. We can just set them aside. That's so did Josh Nathaniel. Chris Frazier also got one. Avenged Sevenfold Nightmare. Josh Nathaniel got one. Chris Frazier gets one. Amy Hutchings gets one. And Greg Preston gets one. I think there's at least one more, maybe. Josh, Chris, Amy, Greg, and yeah, James Cohorn. And then Greg Rogers. So 2 Gregs on that one. Greg Rogers and Greg Preston, James Cohorn, Amy Hutchings, Chris Frazier, Josh Nathaniel, and that was the pre-order. So I have 1 copy left. I have 1 copy left of Nightmare on purple vinyl, $34.99. 1 copy of that left. So are we done on the Stones? Or excuse me, we done on the Beatles? The Beatles is sold to Stephen A. Young for $30. Make sure we get the jukebox strip in on that. That's sold for $30. And now the Grateful Dead. It is missing a disc. The Grateful Dead is live, disc 1 only. That did get a bid, though, for $25 to, somebody bid $25. What happened to that? Greg Seacrest. Greg Seacrest got that for $25. That's a final call. And if you missed the details on the Rolling Stones, this is the Rolling Stones, Brian, We Miss You. Of course, referring to Brian Jones, one of the original Stones members that passed away very young. I think he was also on that infamous 27 Club. That's on purple pink vinyl, and the high bid on that is Carol Puckett at $80. I don't think anybody else bid on Jackson Browne, so that's a final call to Stephen Martinelli for $36 on Jackson Browne. Charlie Leeds wants Avenged Sevenfold Nightmare. That's sold to Charlie Leeds, Avenged Sevenfold Nightmare, and Space Ritual. There actually may be a waiting list for this. Hawkwind Space Ritual, $49.99. Hawkwind Space Ritual. Hawkwind Space Ritual. And was there a waiting list? So there was. It was Thomas Hujar. Thomas Hujar. So I'm going to pull one for you, Thomas. Go ahead and make a sticky for that one, Jake, please. 50th anniversary, a new edition of this classic album, cut at Abbey Road Studios, includes a fold-out poster, which I think came with the original, $49.99. Hawkwind Space Ritual, 50th anniversary edition, $49.99. That may be on colored vinyl as well. It don't say it is, but I'm pretty sure it is. Thomas was on a waiting list, and Charlie Leeds wants a copy of Ghost. I got 1 copy of Hawkwind left for $49.99. And the last Avenged Sevenfold is self-titled. This is the last Avenged Sevenfold. This is self-titled, and this is 2 LPs on red vinyl. 2 LPs on red vinyl, also $34.99. And Jake, we don't have to tag these, but let me read off the pre-order. This was James Ludwig, James Cohorn, Matt Algram, Dwayne Sevilla, and Greg Rogers. I actually don't have enough for the pre-order, so if you want on a waiting list, let me know. I ran out at Holly Safe, and Greg Preston also wanted one. So Holly and Greg, I am short on, actually, let me do this in order of most recent. So actually, it's James, Matt, Dwayne, and Greg. Yeah, and Holly and Greg Preston on a waiting list. If anybody else wants on a waiting list, let me know. Jake, make a sticker that says Avenged Sevenfold self-titled, order more, because I at least need 2 more, and then if anybody else wants one right now, let me know. Holly Safe and Greg Preston on a waiting list. Okay, so that was a crate of new vinyl, and it's all gone because most of it was pre-sold. Avenged Sevenfold, City of Evil. That's the only Avenged Sevenfold left, $34.99. Ghost, $34.99. Ceremony and Devotion, that's on colored vinyl. And Hawkwind is $49.99. Of course, OGs are very pricey, very difficult to get, especially in high grade. $49.99. New 50th anniversary remastered at Abbey Road with poster. All right. We have the Rolling Stones is at $95. We got a lot of bids on this. We have $95. We just got a new bid on the Grateful Dead. Grace is at $26 on the Grateful Dead. So whoever bid $25, Greg Seacrest, you're out. Grace is at $26. The Rolling Stones is at $95. Edwin Blom's out. So that's between Carol and Michael Nath. And I have got to sell Jackson Browne, but David has just asked what Jackson Browne. This is running on empty, and this was bid very early on from Stephen Martinelli. It was the only bid for $36. David, if you want to bid, you have just moments. If you don't want it, just say out, and I'm going to sell that to Stephen Martinelli. It's all done, and no claims for these. Space Ritual, Ghost, and Avenged Sevenfold still available. I'm going to put this over here with the other bin of new vinyl from tonight, which is right over here next to me. So, all right. I know where that the other Harvest autographs in the back. I got to go get that. Jackson Browne's at 37, Grateful Dead 30, Rolling Stones is at 100. So I was about to put up a new Japanese pressing, but we just got a new bid on that one, and new bids just came in on the Grateful Dead and Stones. So that only means one thing. It's time to put up a Beatles 45, which, Jake, do you have the last one that just sold? Can't Buy Me Love. What did that sell for? Okay. This one, does these have jukebox strips? These don't have jukebox strips. But there was multiple other bidders. I got 2 more Can't Buy Me Loves for $5 cheaper, $24.99. I don't think these have jukebox strips. Can't Buy Me Love, $24.99. Well, it's hard to tell. Usually you can hold them up to the light, unless it's, yeah. So I got 2 more Can't Buy Me Loves if you want them for $24.99. $24.99. $24.99 if anybody wants one. Christopher Morris wants one. I've got 1 more. Can't Buy Me Love on green vinyl. $24.99. That one does not have a jukebox strip. I feel like that was worth at least $5 for that. And the next one that's up for auction is Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band and A Day in the Life. Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. This is up for auction. It does have the jukebox strip. Wow, what 2 great songs. Sgt. Pepper's and actually, it's with a little help from my friends and A Day in the Life. That is a $15 start on that. $15 start on that. So that's now up for bid. The Beatles and Christopher Morris. I mean, all of them. I'm assuming you were doing a buy it now on Can't Buy Me Love for $24.99. If so, let me know. Next is our next on sale bin, which is going to be. Let me make sure this is the right one. Yeah, everything in this bin is going to be $9.99. I think y'all are going to like this one too. Everything in this bin is $9.99. Randall has been ready to buy some Elvis for 2 hours now. Randall, you'll have to give me a little bit more time. We'll do the Elvis bin. Hope you can stick around for a little bit longer. I can't do the Elvis bin right now. I've got to show some other stuff. I will get the Elvis. If you can come back in about an hour, maybe an hour and a half, possibly 2 hours, I will get you the Elvis records, but I can't do it right now. Elvis will come. I will bring him front and center stage, but it's going to have to be a little while. I've got a lot of other stuff to show first. All of them got Can't Buy Me Love for $24.99. Next is Beatles at 15, Beatles at 15, Beatles at 17. So that's up for auction. Well, let me make sure we were done on this. I know this got a new bid. David bid 37. Tom Sullivan bid 40. Stephen Martinelli, you're still out. If you're done, let me know. Let me know, Stephen Martinelli, because that had 2 new bids. You're out. Tom Sullivan has that for 40. It looks like Michael Nath was done on the Stones, and that will hit 100 with Carol Puckett, so that's a final call. And are we done on the Grateful Dead? Maybe not. Greg Seacrest bid 31, and Grace, let me know if you want back in. Grace just bid 32. So we got four auctions, and 2 of them are still getting bids at the moment. I'm about to sell Jackson Browne and the Stones. Everything in this bin is discounted to $9.99. If you don't have one already, new Funko for this week, Iron Maiden, The Trooper, $29.99. Album artwork Funko, $29.99. $9.99. The Georgia Satellites open all night. A white label promo, $9.99. White label promo, original inner sleeve. These are all $9.99. Frank Marino and Mahogany Rush, World Anthem, EX condition, gold stamp promo, $9.99 for Frank Marino and Mahogany Rush. Harry Belafonte at Carnegie Hall, that is $9.99. Great live concert, $9.99. Wings at the Speed of Sound is VG Plus, $9.99. VG Plus for Wings. VG Plus for Wings, $9.99. And Elton John, Blue Moves. Elton John, Blue Moves, $9.99. Blade Singletary wants Mahogany Rush. That's sold to Blade Singletary. Also, 10 years after, one of my worst titles to pronounce. Shh. $9.99. That's a half off price. No condition notes. Original Darren Presson. Badfinger. Airwaves. Badfinger is $9.99 for Airwaves. Also, the Beach Boys concert. $5 off on that. $9.99. The Beach Boys concert. All right. Jackson Browne is sold to Tom Sullivan for $40. Grateful Dead is now at 32, now 34. Carol Puckett gets the Stones for $100. That's sold to Carol Puckett for $100. Are we done on the Beatles? Christopher Morris was at 19. Brent Robley, let me know if you want back in on the Beatles. Christopher has that for 19. Grace and Greg are still bidding on the Grateful Dead. The new high bid is $34. Stephen A. Young wants the Beach Boys. That was $9.99. Also for $9.99 is Rod Stewart, Blondes Have More Fun. And we have Alan Parsons Project, Stereo Tommy. And that is $9.99. Stereo Tommy for Alan Parsons Project. Okay, so let me see. We need a Stones record. This is the Rolling Stones on tour. This is live at Anaheim Stadium, July 24th, 1978. Live at Anaheim Stadium, July 24th, 1978. Disc 1 is EX. Disc 2 is VG Plus. $65 start. $65 start. That's on the Phoenix bootleg label. And this is the Rolling Stones live at Anaheim Stadium. Looks like Mick Jagger blowing out his birthday candles. The Rolling Stones on tour, $65 start. That is now up for bid. Disc 1 is EX. Disc 2 is VG Plus. That is a $65 start. Chris B. Jack on Alan Parsons Project. That's sold to Chris for $9.99. I may have lost Brent somewhere, so I've got to go ahead and sell this to Christopher Morris for $19. The Beatles 45 Jake is sold to Christopher for $9.99. Let's put up another Beatles jukebox single. And this one is, You've Got to Hide Your Love Away. Let me see if I got one with a jukebox strip here. I don't. It looks like, well, no, this may have one. Could this have a jukebox strip? Oh, it does. You've Got to Hide Your Love Away. One of my favorite Beatles songs. Here I stand, head in hand. Probably one of the few Beatles songs I could probably rehearse or recite every lyric. This and Paperback Writer. You've Got to Hide Your Love Away. Very cool custom Beatles jukebox single there. $15 start. Gold vinyl. You've Got to Hide Your Love Away. And the B-side of that is I've Just Seen a Face. A Paul McCartney original. $15 start on that. All right, we have Rolling Stones is at 65. Rolling Stones is at 70. And Greg, you're out on the Grateful Dead. Let me know if you want back in. That is at $34. Okay, we have Paul Simon, One Trick Pony. Everything in here is $9.99. Dan's on 15 at YGTHYLA. You've Got to Hide Your Love Away. That is Paul Simon, One Trick Pony, VG Plus condition, $9.99. Elton John Caribou, VG Plus, $9.99. Featuring The Bitch Is Back and Don't Let the Sun Go Down on Me, VG Plus condition, $9.99. The Beatles is at $18.22. And we have Huey Lewis and the Dudes Sports, VG Plus, $9.99. Could you recite some come together, crazy lyrics. Come on flat top, he keeps grooving up slowly. He's got juju eyes or something like that. That actually was influenced by a Chuck Berry song. There's a Chuck Berry song, Stacy, that sounds just like that. I don't know if you know that. But that song was heavily influenced by, well, I don't know about influence, but they say John Lennon, he had that song stuck in his head with the rhythm and he didn't even realize it. But there's a Chuck Berry song that sounds just like that song, but it's faster. And they had to slow it down so it wouldn't be kind of similar. That is so, which one was that? That was Sgt. Pepper's. That was sold to Christopher Morris. Christopher Morris for $22. No, that's a little bit higher. That's for the new one. He got that for $19. He got that for $19. This one's still up for auction. Oh, Alan Parsons Project. Alan Parsons Project was Chris Bijak. Yeah, Chris Bijak. Okay, so Stones was at 65, Stones 70, Beatles 15, Beatles 18, Beatles 22, Rolling Stones 75. Kara Bauer is going to get the Elton John. We have Kenneth Jank, a second on Elton John, Susan third. Shipping is $7 unlimited. Justin Cleveland wants Huey Lewis. Jared Price. Yeah, $7 unlimited shipping, as much as you want to buy all week. That's all week. That's not just tonight. That's also for Thursday night show, Friday night show, and Saturday night show. Jared McLaughlin wants MR and 10 years after. So 10 years after, so did Jared McLaughlin. And he also wanted MR. That must be something else in the bin. MR was, what was MR? He may have just meant TYA. Here come Flat Top, Grooving Up Slow. He got Juju Eyeball, Holy Roller. Yeah, that's some interesting lyrics. Diana Ross, All the Great Hits. Diana Ross, half off at $9.99, 2LP, All the Great Hits, $9.99. Motown, $9.99. Diana Ross, All the Great Hits, $9.99. He must be good looking because he's so hard to see. That might be my favorite line of the whole song. James Taylor, JT, Your Smiling Face, $9.99 on that. And Grand Poobah, 360 Degrees, EX Condition. That's a 12-inch single, now just $9.99. And John Lennon Mind Games, VG Plus Condition. Speaking of them, there he is with his solo album Mind Games, VG Plus Condition, $9.99. Let's do a final call on the Beatles. Final call on the Beatles. We have this for $22 of Christopher Morris. You've Got to Hide Your Love Away. You've Got to Hide Your Love Away. Christopher Morris has this with the jukebox strip for $22. I've just seen a face as the B-side. That's on gold color vinyl. Final call for $22. The Rolling Stones, where did we get to? Brian Arrigo has it for $70. Was there a new bid since then? Edwin bid $75. Edwin is the high bidder at $75. Edwin is the high bidder at $75. And I don't know where we was at on Grateful Dead, but I've got to sell it very quickly. We had Grace at $37. I think I lost Greg somewhere. If he's not in, I'm going to have to go ahead and sell it to Grace for $37. Sell this to Grace for $37. That's sold to Grace for $37. Now, the Rolling Stones just got a new bid. The Rolling Stones just got a new bid for $85. And the Beatles, You've Got to Hide Your Love Away. I'm about to sell it. I'm going to go get a new Stones record. I'm going to go get a new Grateful Dead record and a new Japanese pressing to put up for auction. First, let's go ahead and tag a few records out of the bin. Jettit got DR, Diana Ross for $9.99. Jake. Nat Reynolds gets the Poobah. That is sold to Nat Reynolds for $9.99. Jeff was second. Heather Feather first on Mind Games. Sean Fairweather on JP. I think that was for, or GP. That was for Grand Poobah. And Susan, you were second on John Lennon. Jared, you were second on Diana Ross. Bill's at 85 on the Stones. Greg was out on the Grateful Dead. Brian's out on the Stones. The Stones is between Bill and Edwin. Let's grab a new Grateful Dead boot. New Grateful Dead boot. I think I've got another Record Store Day thing here sealed. I do. This is Record Store Day 2012, the Grateful Dead Dark Star. The Grateful Dead Dark Star from the legendary 72 Europe, limited edition of 4200, a 40-minute version. Cut from the original 16 analog tracks, $85 start, Grateful Dead Dark Star. I think I had a sealed copy of this for, and this is an $85 start. $85 start on that. Let's go ahead and sell You've Got to Hide Your Love Away. You've Got to Hide Your Love Away is sold to Christopher Morris for $22. $22 on that. Now, this next one I have does not have a jukebox strip, but if anybody wants it, I'll do $19.99 for another copy of You've Got to Hide Your Love Away. No jukebox strip, but if anybody wants one, please comment Beatles, and that would be for $19.99. You've Got to Hide Your Love Away on gold vinyl, pristine and unplayed. $19.99 for any of the backup bidders. There's your last chance, because that was my last one. That was my last one. Yep, that was my last one of those. Okay, let's put up another one up for auction. So there's the Grateful Dead. Let's put up, let me grab a random Japanese record, and I have pulled out Eric Clapton at his best. Interesting. I'll introduce that in just a second. Let's see here. Susan, you were second to Heather. Heather was still first. She put Mind Games, and then your J.O., and then your J.L. She still was right ahead of you. So yeah, I will, if I see an autocorrect, I usually will autocorrect. You'll still get benefit of the doubt. So you were still second though. Okay, Kenneth Jank got the Beatles. Kenneth Jank got the Beatles, Jake, for $19.99. Kara was second. Edwin's out on the Stones. And earlier I saw a post that said, I have an updated offer, a $1,000 offer for Elton John, Captain Fantastic autograph. I will contemplate it, but I think, like I said, you may be halfway there. You may be halfway there. Next auction for the Beatles, Let It Be on gold vinyl. The Beatles, Let It Be on gold vinyl with the jukebox strip. This is, and the B-side is You Know My Name, Look Up the Number. The Beatles, Let It Be, gold vinyl jukebox single with strip. $15 start on that. $15 start on that. Back to the $9.99 stuff. Badfinger, Say No More. EX edition, $9.99. Also, Final Call on the Stones for $100. The Allman Brothers, Enlightened Rogues, EX edition, $9.99. The Best of the Bee Gees, that's $9.99. Eric Clapton, another ticket. VG Plus condition, $9.99. Eric Clapton, another ticket. Also, Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits Volume 2, VG condition, $9.99 with the original Columbia inner sleeves. VG condition, $9.99. And Bill Wyman from the Rolling Stones, Monkey Grip. Bill Wyman, $9.99. I almost said $11.99. I'm going to step to the back 1 second and grab a few things. So everybody just stand by. I'll be back in like 20 seconds. I'm going to get some autographs from the back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry for the delay. Just had to go. I got stuff I had photographed in our back room, and I had to go get it right quick. It's some stuff I'm going to put up for auction. So we have, back up to the top, we had, did I pull any records out here yet? I didn't. Badfinger is sold to Chris Bijak for $9.99. The Beatles is at $15. Tim Turner gets Eric Clapton for $9.99. Greg Seacrest gets Dylan. Next was Macy Munoz. Jedit gets the Bee Gees. That's sold to Jedit. Christopher Brusha on Bill Wyman. That's sold for $9.99. Also, we have the Rolling Stones sold. The Rolling Stones is sold to Bill Samus for $100. Let me double check that and confirm it. Yes, sold to Bill Samus for $100. No bid on this. It's a buy it now for $85. The Grateful Dead is a buy it now for $85 if anybody wants that. That's a buy it now. Final call on the Beatles. Christopher Morris. Actually, there was only one bid. Let's go ahead and sell him Let It Be with the jukebox strip, just $15. This is sold to Christopher Morris. Jake, that means we have a whole new auction block to fill up. That's sold to Christopher. One bid on that, $15. And James Bragg is going to do the buy it now on the Grateful Dead for $85. So let's put those right over there. And that's sold to him for $85. I'll put that right there. So Carol says one more. He has requested these other one more last Rolling Stones, Meet Me in the Bottom. I think he's 4 for 4 on these. We have also a new Grateful Dead bootleg coming up. Let me pick out, let's do this OG. Let's do an official studio album. And we have Eric Clapton at his best. Let's introduce these first. Excuse me. Let me catch my breath. I had to walk 3 miles back to the back. The Rolling Stones, Meet Me in the Bottom. This is studio outtakes from 1964 on marbled vinyl, vintage bootleg, marbled vinyl, $35 start. And this is called Meet Me in the Bottom, the Rolling Stones, $35 start. It should get close to 100. It should get close to 100 like the other 4. Carol probably hopes not, but they have been bringing that. And the Grateful Dead is a white label promo, a 1977 white label promo, VG Plus condition, a white label promo, VG Plus cover, and VG Plus vinyl of Terrapin Station, a white label promo. The vinyl's VG Plus and the cover is probably VG or VG Plus, just has signs of wear, shelf wear on it, no like real tears or rips, except for the spine there. There is kind of a, we'll call that a VG cover for sure, and the vinyl's VG Plus. But that is a white label promo of Terrapin Station for a $35 start, VG Plus on that. And our next Japanese auction is Eric Clapton at his best. Eric Clapton at his best. 1 LP, 2 LP. We have Obi. We have the gatefold. The Obi does have some fading, and because of that, I'm only going to start it at $25. It's a great Eric Clapton compilation. The vinyl's pristine. There is some fading on the Obi. $25 start on Clapton. Rolling Stones is at 40. Grateful Dead's at 45. Grateful Dead's at 46. Let's continue. Everything in here is $9.99. $9.99. And in my opinion, a great deal. But if anybody else, we sold one. If anybody else wants one, I've got two more. Let me find them in here actually. What is this one right here? This is, oh, let me do this one right here. Okay, so if anybody else wants a copy of Let It Be on gold vinyl, just $15. Let It Be on gold vinyl, $15. I have, let's see if they have jukebox strips. I don't see jukebox strips. I think Christopher got the only one that had a jukebox strip. But this is a $15 buy it now. $15 buy it now on Let It Be and Let It Be. Let It Be and Let It Be. Sean Fairweather says he'll take one for $15. One more for $15. And the B-side is You Know My Name, Look Up the Number. That was not on an album. That was only unique to this 45. I know it wasn't on Hey Jude either. I think the only way you can get it is on a 45. I don't know if it's on any Beatles album as far as a LP that I'm aware of. Garrett, if you don't want that, it's sold to Brian Arrigo. So Garrett has dibs on the second one. If he passes, it's sold to Brian. Okay. Final call. Final call on the Stones. Carol Puckett has that for $40. The Grateful Dead's at $46. Alan Totten wants the Allman Brothers for $9.99. And we have 10 years after, Stoned Hinge, VG Plus condition, Stoned Hinge, VG Plus condition, $9.99. Everything in here is a discount bin for $9.99. Also, the Tatum Group Masterpieces, Art Tatum, Benny Carter, and Louis Belson, that's $9.99. No condition notes on that. Art Tatum, $5 off. Also, Bruce Springsteen, Born to Run, VG Plus condition, $9.99 for Bruce Springsteen, Born to Run, VG Plus $9.99. And Isaac Hayes, Don't Let Go. Isaac Hayes is an EX condition, $8 off, $9.99. Our next auction is For You Blue, and the B-side of that is The Long and Winding Road. Actually, I guess that's Long and Winding Road and B-side For You Blue, but I think For You Blue was technically number one on the charts too. The Long and Winding Road and For You Blue, $15 start. $15 start. Blue vinyl. The Long and Winding Road. Past Masters. That's right. I forget about Past Masters. It's on Past Masters. That's right. All the kind of like an extended Hey Jude, Past Masters. That's on blue vinyl. The Long and Winding Road. You know, and the B-side of that is For You Blue. $15 start. And it's on blue vinyl. For You Blue, blue vinyl. Back up to the top. Let's see here. Who else was bidding on Grateful Dead? Nat, let me know if you want back in on the Grateful Dead. So Sean and Brian got the Beatles. Michelle, you were third. Kenneth Jank wants Art Tatum, and this was $9.99. Peter Ullman wants The Boss. That's Bruce Springsteen. That's sold to Peter. Peter, if you're a first-time buyer, thank you and welcome. Make sure you contact our page. If you are a first-time buyer, we need your mailing address and your email address. Jared McLaughlin wants 10 years after. That's sold for $9.99. Isaac Hayes is $9.99. Chuck Berry, Back Home. VG Plus condition, $9.99. Chuck Berry, Back Home. And Charlie Daniels Band, Million Mile Reflections. That's VG Plus $9.99. The Animals, Greatest Hits Live. The Animals, Greatest Hits Live, $9.99 for The Animals, Greatest Hits Live. And John Lennon, Double Fantasy. That's in VG condition, $9.99. Stephen A. Young is at $15 on the Beatles. Let's sell Carol Puckett. Carol, you got a deal on that one compared to the other one. So now if you average them out, not too bad. That's sold to Carol Puckett for $40. We've got to go ahead and sell the Grateful Dead now. That is sold to Kenneth Jank for $46, so 40 and 46. And Eric Clapton is a $25 buy it now. And that's out on the Grateful Dead. I did not see that, but thank you for letting me know. That makes me feel a little bit better. Just a $25 buy it now. $25 buy it now on Eric Clapton at his best. You get a great discount just because of the damaged Obi, the fading on the Obi. $25 buy it now on that. 2 LPs, high quality Japanese vinyl. All right, so let me see who was first on that, but let me get up to the top and make sure I do this in order. So now the Beatles is a final call for $15. Debbie Winstead gets Charlie Daniels for $9.99. Peter Ullman gets John Lennon for $9.99. Cody McLean first on the Animals. Michael Herrera, you were second on the Animals. Tim Turner is going to get the Eric Clapton, Jake. Tim Turner gets that for $25. $25 on Eric Clapton. Blade Singletary, you were second. Justin Cleveland, third. And Bill Samus is going to get the Chuck Berry for $9.99. Now, let's go ahead and sell the Beatles, and I'm going to put up 4 new auctions. This is sold to Stephen A. Young for $15. Stephen A. Young gets that one for $15. I'll put it right there on top of Chuck Berry. Next person who comments the Beatles gets the last one I have, also for $15 on blue vinyl. Last copy, I have For You Blue and The Long and Winding Road. I have one more copy for $15 if anybody wants it. All right, let's put up some new Stones, Dead, Beatles, and let's go ahead and start off, though, with this incredible piece. And this is, I had 2 signed copies of Neil Young Harvest. I like the other one. I like this one, too. I didn't post a flip video. I posted a picture. I posted a picture of every Neil Young autograph. You'll have to scroll down a little bit, but it was only about a week, 2 weeks ago, maybe 2 weeks ago at most. But there's a gallery of pictures, and it also has a picture of Dale and Neil Young together. Somebody asked for this. I have not officially listed it here. It's actually active right now on eBay for a $2,000 start. I think I've got it on eBay for a $1,999 starting bid. It's got some watchers. I actually hadn't been on there in a while to check it. I know it doesn't have a bid, but it has some watchers. Neil Young Harvest. Signed Neil Young, 86. And I promise you, this is the last copy of Harvest I have. And just because that other one has some activity, I'm going to be asking a little bit more for this one, but most of them are always in this range. The ones active right now, some of them don't have authentication. They're $1,500, $2,000. This one is $1,475. And it's my last copy I have, signed by Neil Young with letter of authenticity from JSA. That is $1,475, Neil Young Harvest. That's for sure the last signed copy I have. That is for truly the last one. $1,475. This is Neil Young Harvest, $1,475. So, you know, if it's sold right now on eBay, I don't think it will sell for $2,000. I doubt it, but what I plan on doing is buy it now, a best offer later. And man, it's just like I'm hanging on to the last one. I'm pretty sure this is an OG pressing too. Neil Young Harvest. It has the insert with it. It has the textured insert with it. Vinyl, very clean. Cover, very nice. I mean, VG Plus or better. Just a little bit of ring wear hinted right there. Strong signature. Gatefold. Very nice. One little seam split at the bottom. Strong spine. Textured. Should be OG or close to it. Not a reissue or anything. And there's the letter of authenticity. $1,475. $1,475. $1,475. Okay, now let's see, top seam. Here's the top seams. No damage or wear on those. The bottom seams at the bottom, like I said, there's one little what we call like a not a split, but I consider a split when it starts down here, kind of like just a crackle. That's the word I was looking for. A crackle right in the center where the disc is slammed down into it. A crackle. That's what we're looking for. Yep. No actually splits on it. And of course, I doubt now that it's all out, I doubt I ever put it back in there. So $1,475 start. That's for sure the last copy of Harvest. Now, earlier, this last Beatles 45, let me go back up top. Michelle Miller got this last copy for You Blue for $15. And Thomas Houdrar was second, Christopher Morris was third, and Clay Moore fifth. Okay, I need more auctions. Where's the Grateful Dead stuff I pulled? Did I not? I guess I didn't. New Rolling Stones, and let me do another Grateful Dead. So this is Double Dead, very famous bootleg, and the Rolling Stones have a very cool cover here. Let's go ahead and show this. This is the Rolling Stones, past and present. This is a rarities compilation. A rarities compilation from the Rolling Stones, $45 start. Rare tracks. I like listening to those. Rare tracks. $45 start. Past and present. $45 start on that. Vintage bootleg, somewhat vintage, probably from the 80s. And we have Double Dead, very well-known Grateful Dead bootleg. A lot of information on this, wow. Disc 1 taken from FM radio broadcast. This is a $65 start. FM radio broadcast of The Dead and New Riders of the Purple Sage in 71. Disc 2 is live at the Felt Forum in New York, 1971. Disc 1 is VG+. Disc 2 is VG. Side C has an odd mark that causes some clicks. Paul has a note, rare, and a pretty desirable one too, $65 start. So there's our next three auctions, and let's go ahead and make it a fourth. Let me see what I have left in the Beatles jukebox singles. I have a white vinyl here. I have a white vinyl of Help, and I'm down. White vinyl Help, $15 start, now up for auction. White vinyl Help, now up for auction, $15 start. Let's go ahead and finish out, or almost finish out, the $9.99 bin. This is Edgar Winter Group. They only come out at night. VG Condition for $9.99. $9.99, original label, VG Condition, $9.99. We got 45 on the Stones, 67 on the Grateful Dead. Fleetwood Mac Tusk, VG Condition, $9.99. Fleetwood Mac Tusk, VG Condition, $9.99. Footloose is $9.99. Also, Ceremony, Electronic Mass, written by Pierre Henry and Gary Wright, performed by Spooky Tooth. That is $9.99. Also, we have Pat Garrett and Billy the Kid, the Bob Dylan soundtrack. That's now just $9.99. And The Searchers. We showed one of these the other night in the $9.99 bin. A few people wanted it. 1985 UK compilation of The Searchers, $9.99. So final call on the Stones, only one bid with Brian, $45. James Braggs at 67 on The Dead, final call, only one bid. Debbie Winstead is at 15 on Help. That's going once, going twice, so I'll go ahead and say a final call, actually. Justin Cleveland on Tusk. He was first to Tusk for $9.99. Debbie Winstead on FM, so you were second. Michelle was third. Collins at 65 on the Grateful Dead. James is already at 67. And I'm going to give one more moment of opportunity if you want to lock in a bid on Harvest at $1,475. If you don't want to bid, or if no one bids, I'm about to make it a buy it now. But right now, it's still open for a lock-in of a bid at $1,475. Final call on those three over here. Actually, Grateful Dead's getting some new bids. Britney's at 70. We have Hall & Oates, Abandoned Luncheonette. VG Plus Condition, $9.99. Abandoned Luncheonette. VG Plus $9.99. We have Glenn Fry, the All-Nighter in shrink wrap. That's with hop sticker as well, $9.99. A Period of Transition, VG Plus Condition, $9.99. Van Morrison and Mott the Hoople, Brain Capers, featuring the Brain Caper Kids. Mott the Hoople, very clean copy, $9.99. Corey Gaston gets Hall & Oates. That's sold to Corey Gaston. Everything else in here is $9.99. We're going to do a quick recap, and then we're going to do the $19.99 bin, which there's some stuff that's $19.99, and I'm like, man, this should probably be $24.99, even at a discount price, but I'm gonna show them for $19.99. Corey Gaston gets Van Morrison, and Jim Anstant was second, and Brent Robley gets Mott the Hoople. So let's sell some auctions. First thing, let's sell Help. It's got one bid for $15 to Debbie Winstead, one bid for $15, and one bid for $15 to Debbie Winstead. Brian Arrigo gets the Stones for $45. $45 on the Stones. Grateful Dead is at 72. James Bragg's at 72. He's having a bid. I was about to say Brittany's his daughter, right? It's kind of like when Michael and Caroline's watching. Husband and wife, they'll bid against each other. We got James and his daughter bidding against each other. James is at 72. And now, officially, a buy it now on Neil Young Harvest, $1,475. Now a first come, first serve for Harvest, signed by Neil Young. He signed it Neil Young 86, full letter of authenticity from JSA. That's a buy it now for $14.75. Buy it now on that for $14.75. Neil Young Harvest. Let me grab a new Rolling Stones boot. There's the letter of authenticity. I'm going to put this away very nicely. Let's think. Neil Young held this in his hand and signed it. Incredible. If anybody else is looking for a certain album, especially some of the other ones we have left, let me know. If I run any of them, I will show them at auction first. And just like I did with Zuma, had some people wanting that. And I said, well, if you can tune in, I will put it up for auction because I hadn't technically shown it. There may be somebody waiting on it. And just let me know. So there's Harvest. I brought some other stuff up from the back too that was on eBay that I'm going to sell right now. So Grateful Dead is sold. Brittany's out. She said, let the old man have it. That is sold to James Bragg for $72. We have Lead Stones, the Flaming Groupies. This is the Rolling Stones live at Leeds. It's in VG Plus condition. It's March 13th, 1971. The Rolling Stones, VG Plus condition, $35 start. March 13th, 1971. VG Plus, $35 start. $35 start for Lead Stones. That's now up for bid. Let's grab another Grateful Dead. We've got Grateful Dead auctions as well for the rest of the night. And this is the Grateful Dead. Let's do this one here. Cool picture of Jerry on the front. Farewell to Winterland. Live at Winterland, New Year's, 78-79. So New Year's, 78-79. Disc 1 and 2 only. Disc 1 and 2 only. Is it supposed to have more than 2 discs? It's supposed to have one. It's missing a third disc. Missing disc number 3. Or, yeah, it's missing disc number 3. $75 start. $75 start. The Grateful Dead, Farewell to Winterland, 78-79. $75 start on that. Also, so, you know, we did a buy it now, or we sold Help, but I don't think I have another one of those. Let me see what I have left, though, in the Beatles 45s. Here we go. Maybe my last copy of Taxman. It is my last copy. This is the only copy I have left of Taxman, and the B-side of that was Birthday. Today's Your Birthday. From the White Album. $15 start. Singles from Revolver and White Album. Okay. So, Stones and Grateful Dead. Let's go through the $9.99 one more time. I don't have any American Beauties. No. I think we've sold all the Grateful Dead studio albums. Mostly left tonight are vintage bootlegs. The Georgia Satellites, open all night. White label promo, $9.99. Everything in here is discounted to $9.99. There's the Georgia Satellites. Harry Belafonte, the complete concert at Carnegie Hall, $9.99. Grateful Dead is a $75 start. Wings at the Speed of Sound, VG Plus condition, $9.99. Also, Elton John, Blue Moves, a 2 LP album for $9.99. Tommy Flowers on GS, that's for Georgia Satellites, $9.99. Bad Wave, or excuse me, whoop, messed that one up. Badfinger Airwaves, $9.99. No condition notes on that. Eddie, you were second to Georgia Satellites. Also, Rod Stewart, Blondes Have More Fun. That's $9.99. Debbie Winston wants Elton John. That's $9.99. Also, Paul Simon, One Trick Pony, VG Plus $9.99. I was there Tuesday and found a couple gems in the Peasant. So, Scott, I was shopping in the back earlier myself. I was going through some bins, the Peasant crates. I'm trying to figure out what that is. But I was shopping earlier in the back making these flip crates. I found an Elton John in shrink wrap of Hype sticker that I'd never seen, and I found a Neil Diamond in shrink wrap that's in the back, and it's in with the stuff of all the records that we've already shown. So I was like, wow, I can't believe no one's bought these. But here's an autograph opportunity. I'll reduce the price on this. I've had it listed on eBay. This is a signed photo of Jerry Lee Lewis, and I'm going to reduce this down to $125 start. I've actually declined an offer the other day, which was after fees would have been around this price, but I would rather sell to y'all where I don't have to pay eBay fees and do with that. And this means this is Jerry Lee Lewis signed photo, JSA authenticated, $125 start. The Killer, signed Jerry Lee Lewis, $125 start on that. $1 crates, but that wasn't on Tuesday, that was Saturday. Maybe he meant Saturday. We've put away all the dollar stuff is loaded and it's We don't have any dollar stuff left. We'll have some more back in January though. Okay, so let's go back up to the top. We had Rolling Stones at 35. I'm going to sell that when I get to the bottom. And we had another GS for Georgia Satellites. And I don't guess we had any more claims, right? James Taylor's $9.99. We have Isaac Hayes, Don't Let Go, $9.99. Edgar Winter Group, they only come out at night. That's $9.99. Footloose, it's $9.99. Spooky Tooth with Gary Wright. Ceremony, $9.99. Bob Dylan's $9.99. The Searchers is $9.99. And Glenn Fry's $9.99. Condition of Blue Moves, that's already sold. Blue Moves is already sold. So $125 start on the signed Jerry Lee Lewis photo. Very nice. Jerry Lee Lewis, JSA authenticated. No bid on the Grateful Dead. Let's make that a $75 buy it now. $75 buy it now on that. If anybody wants the Grateful Dead, buy it now. Also a buy it now on the Beatles for $15. Buy it now on the Beatles for $15. And the Rolling Stones is sold to Michael Nath for $35. That's sold to Michael Nath for $35. Okay, and a buy it now for $15 on Taxman. Let's go through. James Bragg gets the Grateful Dead for $75. Let's go through that $19.99 bid. I'm telling y'all, really going to like some of the stuff in here for $19.99. Definitely. Let me set these off to the side. I'll condense this down with our $14.99 crate. So we have only 4 records left from our $14.99 crate, and there was more in that than the $9.99 bin. There's an empty crate for you, Jake, if you need it. We'll go through all of our new vinyl from the night here pretty soon one more time. Whatever's left. Is there any new vinyl left? Yeah, there's still a crate of new vinyl for us to recap. And let me find that $19.99 bin. In the front of the $19.99 bin is some high-end stuff that I found that I'm probably just going to run for auction. Let me pull this stack out. I'm probably about to start slipping some of those in on the auction block, but I found some like sealed Steely Dan, white label promo Beach Boys albums, some stuff like that. So, did I get to Georgia Satellites? No, actually, you were third to it. Eddie Leal said he'll take RS. That must have been something in the bin. RS was for... What was for RS? Let me know on that. Debbie, I'm going to stay at 15 on the Beatles 45s. I have not sold any of them for less than $15. So, I'm still at 15 on the Beatles, but thank you for the offer. Okay. I still got a couple more to put up. And then I've got to get to some of the imports and stuff. Oh my gosh, I forgot about these. I still got all this stuff too. Poison. Talk Dirty to Me. There was people asking about this last night and I never ever got to it. Let's do it right now. This is Poison. Talk Dirty to Me. An original 7-inch single. Man, I forgot about these. $10 start. Poison. Talk Dirty to Me. In the original picture sleeve. Poison's a $10 start. If anybody wants Jerry Lee Lewis, that's my best price. It's a buy it now for $125, Stephen. A buy it now for $125. Okay, Poison is a $7 start. Poison is, or excuse me, a $10 start. $10 start on Poison. Original picture sleeve. Sorry that took so long to get to. I have other great 45s right over here. First, let's get to the Grateful Dead and more Stones. I like this one here. I guess that's Ron Wood on the cover. No, that's Keith Richards on the cover. And let's do this other Grateful Dead, Live in Berlin, 25 years. Okay, so this is a buy it now for $125. Signed Jerry Lee Lewis photo. 80 wanted RS. That was for Rod Stewart. Blondes Have More Fun. That's sold to 80 for $9.99. Okay. Poison's at 10 and 10. Next two, we have first the Grateful Dead. Live in Berlin, 25 years. Live at ICC in Berlin. This was originally a radio broadcast, 1990. 1990. October 10th. October 20th, 1990, the Grateful Dead live in Berlin. 2 LPs, $55 star. This one looks cool. 1990. 1990. Boy, look at them there. $55 start. Garcia, Mickey Hart, Bill Kreutzmann, Phil Lesh, Bruce Hornsby. Well, I didn't know he played with them for a while. Learn something new every day. And Bob Weir, dedicated to Brent Midland. Dedicated to Brent Midland. That's now up for bid. Berlin, 1990. Cool cover on that one. And Poison's at $15 with Calvin Ward. And we have the Rolling Stones, a Swingin' Pig, a genuine Swingin' Pig disc. This is Unsearchable Stars. It's studio demos and outtakes between the years of 68 and 71. Some may say that is the most prime years for the Rolling Stones, 68 to 71. $45 start, the Rolling Stones from the street. It's called Unsearchable Stars. Rolling Stones, that's now up for bid. $45 start. $45 start. So I'm going to assume that Bruce Hornsby played the keyboards for the Grateful Dead after Brett Midland passed away. Am I right? Am I correct on my assumption? That's what I'm assuming, that Bruce Hornsby played the keys after he passed away. Oh no, my phone died. Oh, what happened? I didn't even have a low battery. My phone just shut off. So right now I have lost all of my comments, but I can still see my monitor. But Jake, can you go grab the charger underneath the counter just in case my battery didn't die. It must have just reset or something. So, because it came back on by itself. So while we're doing that, we'll have to reset anyway. I'm going to step over here and grab a bottle of water. We're about to go through an amazing 1999 bin. I definitely need some water. So let me try to get my phone set back up where I view everybody's comments. And well, it came right back on. That was weird. I've never seen my phone just shut off and just come back on. Not even for an update too. Did y'all see that? Make sure everybody saw that. It just shut off and Chrome offline. Uh-oh. Let's figure out what's going on here because I can't see. I am blind to what's going on except what's ever on my monitor right now. He just sat in. Ghost in the Machine, CIA. Yeah, I know. I'm Homeland Conspiracy. This is a conspiracy. Your YouTube handle scares me sometimes. I'm like, who is this guy? Jason Bourne watching the sale. Okay, let's plug in here. If Jason Bourne was buying records, he probably wouldn't want to try to outbid them. He'd show up at your house, bust through the window, and okay, I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Over here, it muted itself over here, Jake. What is going on? I think we're hacked right now. Oh my gosh, my mic didn't die. Somebody muted the laptop over here on the soundboard. Or did I mute it over here? I unmuted it, right? I've been talking since then. Man, what in the world? I think we're hacked right now, okay? So if I don't know what's going, someone has infiltrated our feed. Man. Okay. Or maybe I never did unmute it. One of the two. Or there's something in this water. Grateful Dead was at 127, Grateful Dead 150, Grateful Dead 152, Rolling Stones 120. So if you didn't hear me, this is at $15 of Calvin Ward, and it was a final call. $15, a final call. And Grateful Dead's at 161. I have no idea what's going on. John Smetzer wants the previous bin. Glenn Fry. That was $9.99, Jake. Okay, let's try to get back on track here with the 1999 craze. So first, I said Tommy the Who. Tommy the Who, EX Condition, 1999 for Tommy the Who. EX Condition, 1999. That's on MCA. Wow, Unforgettable Fire. Now, we listened to a copy last night, original company or original inner sleeve, custom inner sleeve, 1999 for the Unforgettable Fire, an amazing album. So is Tommy by The Who. We have Pure Cotton, the James Cotton Blues Band. That was the original price. It's a 1968 MGM on Verve Forecast. Beautiful condition for this album, $19.99 on that. And we have The Jumpin', Hank Ballard and the Midnighters on King. And that's a 1962 in VG Plus condition. It does have some seam splits at the top and bottom. It does have some seam splits, but that is a 1962 pressing, and not bad for VG Plus on that, 1999. Okay, Grateful Dead 161, Grateful Dead 162. James Bragg was first to Tommy, and this officially starts 1999. And then Michael Nath first on Cotton. Brent Robley was second. Still got Hank Ballard and still have U2. Let's go ahead and sell that to Calvin Ward for $15. They're still bidding on the Rolling Stones. The last bid I seen on the Rolling Stones was Bill Samus at 120. Bill Samus at 120. That's a final call. The Grateful Dead, James and Steven are having a battle. The high bid on the Grateful Dead is at 165. 165 on that. Now, I think I told y'all earlier, I pulled out some other like vintage stuff out of the bins in the back that we were going to put up for auction. Here's the first one. It's a 1971 white label promo for the Beach Boys Surf's Up. It even has the promo sticker on the front. Very nice jacket. It has the original inner sleeve and insert. Original inner sleeve and insert. And this is a white label promo. EX Plus Near Mint Minus of the Beach Boys Surf's Up. $25 start. So we have the Grateful Dead, the Rolling Stones, and the Beach Boys all up for auction. Everything in this bin is $19.99. Van Halen is VG Plus condition. It does have some water damage. It has some water damage at the bottom. Just $19.99. VG Plus condition, $19.99. Boston, third stage, EX condition, $19.99. Boston, third stage, EX condition, $19.99. And the Allman Brothers, just $19.99. It's a new 2016 remaster, just $19.99. Macy Munoz wants the Van Halen for $19.99. New bid on the Stones at $127. Bill Samus, you're out. New bid on the Grateful Dead for $190. No bid yet on the Beach Boys. We have the best of the Grateful Dead on sale. Was $34.99. Now just $19.99. It's in VG Plus condition. Grateful Dead slipping in the buy it now bin. And Yes Songs. Look, not a lot of ring wear on the cover. We had another copy the other night in the $19.99 bin. Here's another one. Triple LP Yes Songs, $19.99. Grateful Dead, $190. Kenneth Jank wants the Allman Brothers for $19.99. Grateful Dead, $192. Rolling Stones, $140. Tommy Flowers, you were first on the Grateful Dead, $19.99. Alan Totten, second. Justin Cleveland, third. Jeb, 82, fourth. Grateful Dead, $200. Susan, you were fifth on the Grateful Dead. Garrett gets the yes. Justin Cleveland was second. All right, I'm going to make, wow, didn't expect this, but I'm going to make the Beach Boys a buy it now for $25. White label promo of Surf's Up. Buy it now for $25. And I may show you what I originally had it stickered for. I promise you it was much less than that. But that's a $25 buy it now. I just have a few Beatles colored vinyl left. I'm going to run these last couple. The next one is A Hard Day's Night and Things We Said. I think we already auctioned one tonight. This is Things We Said, and this is on white vinyl, Hard Day's Night, and this is a $15 start. Hard Day's Night on white vinyl, $15 start. Debbie Winstead says she'll do the Beach Boys for $25. So final calls, making sure Bill Samus was done. Bill Samus, let me know if you're still watching, if you're done on the Stones. If not, I got to go ahead and sell that to Brent for $127. The Grateful Dead just hit $225. And the Beatles is a $15 start. We have Mott the Hoople, just not with the original cover from the UK. 1973 UK, just $19.99. There is a little bit of cover damage right here. There's a little bit of a tear right here above his head, but that's the original cover for this, $19.99. Bill says I bet $140. You did. Bill Samus bid 140. I'm glad you said that. Was right in the middle of all those Grateful Dead comments. Bill's at 140. Thank you. So, Brent Robley, you're out on the Stones. Thomas Hujar gets Moth the Hoople for $19.99. Cody McLean, you were second. Alice Cooper's Greatest Hits, $7 off, clean copy, just $19.99 on Alice Cooper's Greatest Hits. Also, The Beatles, Let It Be. This was marked $34.99. Original inner sleeve, purple capital label, $19.99 on Let It Be. Purple capital label, just $19.99 on that. And Janis Joplin's Greatest Hits, also another record that was $34.99. $19.99. Handing out some great deals in here. Told y'all would like this $19.99 bin. One more, the Eagles' Greatest Hits. Make that two more, because I have two identical near mint minus copies of the Eagles' Greatest Hits. $19.99. So Bill Samus was at 140 on the Stones, 230 on the Grateful Dead. Thomas was first on Moth the Hoople. Cody was second. Stephen Martinelli is first on Alice Cooper for $19.99. Brent came back in on the Stones at $155. Cody McLean, you were first on the Beatles. Let It Be. That's sold to Cody McLean. Grateful Dead is at $232. Corey Gaston first on Janis Joplin. That's sold to Corey Gaston. Heather Feather and Justin Cleveland both want a copy of the Eagles. That's sold to Heather Feather and Justin Cleveland. Macy, if I had another one, I'd give it to you, but I only have two. Let's go ahead and make the Beatles a buy it now. A Hard Day's Night on white vinyl. And Things We Said Today, $15 buy it now on that. Hard Day's Night and Things We Said Today, $15 buy it now. Grateful Dead's at $235. And Bill Samus, you're back out on the Stones. Brent has it for $155. Let me grab the next auction that I had set aside. Now this, I want you to pay attention to, because this is pretty special if it ends up being what it is. It's sealed and it's hard to tell. But I have a sealed copy of Steely Dan, Katie Lied. Now, the shrink wrap is very tight. It's actually so tight that it has bent this corner. That's not a cut corner. It's literally bent. But it is sealed. And it's a punch hole. I can't verify what pressing, but just the look and the feel, it's weird. I mean, if you handle enough records like I do, I know I don't have x-ray vision like Superman, but it just kind of has that feel and look like it would be a 75 pressing. No science behind that, but it certainly looks like it and feels like it. $25 start. This is sealed Katie Lied, and the shrink wrap is very tight. It's actually tight. It's caused like a dent and a crease corner and a crease down here. It is a cutout too. $75 start. Excuse me, $25 start. $25 start on Steely Dan, Katie Lied. Okay, so Grateful Dead was at $235. Holly Safe is going to do a buy it now on the Beatles for $15. Debbie Winstead, you were second. James Bragg's at $237 on the Grateful Dead. The Boston is third stage. EX condition, gatefold, and the original just a generic inner sleeve. $19.99, third stage. That has their hit Amanda on it. About a VG plus cover, maybe at best. Has a little bit of ring wear, a couple creases on the cover. Grateful Dead $235. Steely Dan $25.27. James Bragg's out on Grateful Dead. So, did Bill Samus bid again on the Stones? Bill, I was just making sure you were done on the Stones. Brent had it for $155. We're about to sell that. And we have Tom Petty, Hard Promises. EX condition, $19.99. Led Zeppelin 4, a 75 pressing, VG condition, $19.99. VG condition, $19.99. A 75 Presswell, VG, $19.99. One more, then I'm going to end some auctions. The Stones, on Stones Night, Some Girls, $19.99 for the Stones, Some Girls. No condition notes. It is a second cover, just $19.99. So Steely Dan's at $27 of Kenneth Jank. Let's go ahead and sell the Grateful Dead to Stephen Martinelli. Stephen gets that for $245. Grateful Dead. Let's put up another Dead bootleg. But first, let's go ahead and I'm going to sell the Stones now. Brent Robley, $155. I just posted I'm out. Man, Bill, I keep missing your comments. Bill, I see that again. Bill, I'm sorry. You've commented twice and done your due diligence, and I've missed both of them. That's sold to Brent for $155. Sorry about that. I'll start looking a little bit closer next time. And then that is sold, or actually Grateful Dead, that is Steely Dan, $27. Sorry. Okay, now I put this one up late last night, or no, it was Monday night when we had our first Stones night this week, and we didn't have the details. Now I have the details. This is the Rolling Stones live at the Roundhouse Chalk Farm in London. And check this out. It's on splatter vinyl. That's the one I said I was going to put up after we got the details. We have the details. The vinyl is beautiful. Check that out. Absolutely incredible vintage colored vinyl. And that is live at the Roundhouse Chalk Farm in London. March 14th, 1971. $95 start. $95 start. The sealed Steely Dan's at $30. The Rolling Stones there is a $95 start. And the next Grateful Dead record is going to be Grateful Dead Live. Another vintage, pretty well-known bootleg. This is live at Fillmore West. Paul says it's rare. Live at the Fillmore West. July 2nd, 1971. July 2nd, 1971, radio broadcast, rare. $115 start. $115 start. I'm going to take a drink of water. I desperately need it. I'm back. Okay. I was at 30 at Steely Dan. The Stones was at 95. Stones at 125. Steely Dan another 30. Stones another 30. Steely Dan 31. Stones 150. Stones 158. Steely Dan 30. And the Grateful Dead, if I didn't already say that, let me make sure I did cover my bases here. Live at the Fillmore West, July 2nd, 1971. Radio broadcast, rare. Nick Bargeron wants U2. Great decision there. U2, Unforgettable Fire. It's always one of my go-tos. I've liked it from day one, and it's just, of course, Sort of Homecoming, Pride in the Name of Love. We all know that one. Wire, great song. Unforgettable Fire. And then this Promenade, I don't know how to describe that. It's just like in a different dimension, like sound quality. 4th of July, Bad, of course. Indian Summer Sky. It's just a great album. Grateful Dead has a bid for $115. Everything in this bin is $19.99. Allman Brothers Beginnings. For $19.99, you get 2 full Allman Brothers albums. Their first one and their second one. Self-titled and Idlewild South. No condition notes. $19.99. The Allman Brothers. Nice catch, Jake. Almost dropped a sticky note. Cat Stevens is sealed from 2004. Cat Stevens is sealed from 2004. $19.99. Looks like a very high quality pressing, yet it's never been opened. Teaser or T for the Tillerman. T for the Tillerman. And Joe's Garage, Frank Zappa, Act 1. Joe's Garage was $34.99, now $19.99. Joe's Garage, Act 1. Frank Zappa, $19.99. Did I miss some Tom Petty's? Let me go back up the top. I missed some stuff. I did. So, out on Grateful Dead. Then we sold. So, right when I started, I didn't pull some stuff. Tom Petty is sold to Michelle Miller for $19.99. Susan was second, and Michelle Miller was first to Led Zeppelin. Michelle and Michelle. And then Steely Dan 26. Wow, let me get that's way up at the top. Let me get way back down to the bottom. I bid for Tom Petty. That was the last thing I've seen. We pulled those now. Got that. Thanks for the reminder. Kara wanted CS, Cat Stevens. That's sealed. So did Kara. Debbie was second. Garrett gets Joe's Garage. Sherry Darnell wants the Allman Brothers. Chris B. Jack, you were second on Frank Zappa. Anthony Gray, you were third. $19.99, we have The Doors' Greatest Hits. Somebody's got to get that. The Doors' Greatest Hits. Let's update our auctions. I think we've only had one bid on the Grateful Dead, correct? Only one bid on the Grateful Dead. Thomas Hujar, $115. Final call. One bid. Live at the Fillmore. No condition notes. Rare. $115. Now, we have a lot of activity going on for the Rolling Stones. Holly Safe is at check out the vinyl. $208 on the Rolling Stones, the Holly Safe. And an update on the sealed Steely Dan. Now, Steely Dan, I want to just confirm and verify. First, Homeland Conspiracy. I don't see anybody higher than $35. Homeland Conspiracy has it for $35. This is sealed Steely Dan. I can't verify what pressing, but it is sealed. It appears to be OG just by the cover, the inking, and the way it looks and feels. It's at $35. And Bill Samus is at $220 on the stones. That was up before everybody else's. So that was out of order. For everybody else got out of order, but because Bill Samus much earlier bid $220. Bill, that's the third time I've missed you. He's at $220. Now Holly's at $222. Either I'm not seeing them or they're like popping up later or something, because Brent says he don't see them either. That's very weird. But Bill, I see you now, and it's on my screen for $220. Sorry about that. New bid on Steely Dan for $36, and we have the Doors. Sean Fairweather was first. Nice pickup. Holly Safe was second. Kara Bauer was third. We got new bids on all of the auctions except the Grateful Dead. I'm about to sell that one. Next, for $19.99 is the Rolling Stones Metamorphosis in shrink wrap with the hop sticker. Stones, just $19.99. That's half off. Also, Rainbow on Stage, $19.99. The Rainbow on Stage, that is $19.99. Not the Rainbow, just Rainbow. We had a Japanese pressing of this. Last night. Here's a U.S. pressing, pristine, just $19.99. That's one of those that I was like, man, this should not be $19.99, but it is now for Rainbow. After the Gold Rush, Neil Young, VG Plus condition, $19.99. Neil Young after the Gold Rush. And we have Time Pieces Volume 2, Live in the 70s, Eric Clapton. A 1983 UK pressing, $19.99. A 1983 UK pressing, $19.99. So Steely Dan's at $40, Rolling Stones $228, Bill Samus is at $250, Heather Feather first, the Rainbow for $19.99, Holly was second, Jeb 82 third, Chris B. Jack gets Eric Clapton. Let's go ahead and sell Thomas Hujar, the Grateful Dead, for $115. Holly Safe's at $252 on the Rolling Stones, and Steely Dan is at $40 with Homeland Conspiracy. $40. And let's go ahead and put up a new Grateful Dead auction. New Grateful Dead auction is going to be, let's do this for Deadheads Only box set. This is the Grateful Dead live at the Capitol Theater. There's also some stuff from Winterland on here and the Felt Forum with Pigpen. Box set, EX condition, $125 start. I say a box set meaning it was enough vinyl they had to put it in a box and not a jacket. 3 LPs, Grateful Dead, $125 start. Very cool. Check that out for Deadheads Only. Capitol Theater, $125 start. Bill Samus is at $300 on the Rolling Stones. Susan's at $42 on the sealed Katie Lied. And the Grateful Dead's at $125. Now, I don't think we missed any claims. No one got Neil Young. Last thing was Eric Clapton. We have Golden Earring Live, $19.99 for Golden Earring Live, $19.99. 2 LP. It does have a clip corner, and I think that's because it was a promo copy. The labels aren't marked promo, but it looks like it was a promotional record for some sort. That is $19.99. The Rolling Stones is at $302. We also have Jerry Garcia, another Grateful Dead record that slipped in here, on green vinyl, $19.99. Jerry Garcia is a 2015 numbered. It's numbered right here, 4406 on green vinyl from Record Store Day. The Stones is at $325, $49 on sealed Steely Dan. No bid on the Grateful Dead, looking for $125 start. Looking for $125 start. Tommy Flowers put Har. I bet he meant Gar for Garcia. That sold to Tommy Flowers for $19.99. Cody was second. Kenneth was third. Tommy was third, or Tommy was correct in his comment. Debbie was fourth. Anthony was fifth. Should not be $19.99. The Allman Brothers, $19.99. Eat a Peach, $19.99. OG Pressing. Marvin Gaye, I Want You. EX Condition, $19.99. The Stones is at $350. Steely Dan's at $49. Susan, you're out. Final call to get a bid on the Grateful Dead for $125. A very, very, very clean copy of Steely Dan Aja, just $19.99. Steely Dan Aja, $19.99. So Anthony Gray, you were last on the Jerry Garcia, and then Kenneth Jank was first on Marvin Gaye. Justin Cleveland first on the Allman Brothers. Anthony Gray, you were second. The Rolling Stones is at $352. Eddie, you were second on Marvin Gaye. James is in on the Grateful Dead at $125. Final call. Kara, you were third on the Allman Brothers. Thomas, you were third on Marvin Gaye. Susan, you were fourth. And we have Bill Samus is at $375 on Rolling Stones. Let's do a final call on Steely Dan sealed. No one's bid since Mark Lent bid 49. No one's bid since Mark Lent bid. Mark Lent has bid 49, so that's a final call. Leonard Skinner, one more from the road. It's a German pressing, marked down to $19.99. It does have somebody's name down here on the bottom on a piece of tape, but that is $19.99 for Leonard Skinner. Also, Faces, long player on the original label in the original die-cut jacket. That's marked down to just $19.99, and so is Jimi Hendrix Crash Landing. Now, the other night, there was like 14 claims for this one, a VG Plus copy. This one is EX Plus near mint with a very nice jacket, just $19.99. There was, I think I said Jimi Hendrix is like, there was like 14 claims on that one. So, okay, Bill Samus is at $375 on the Stones. Holly, you're out. Let's sell James Bragg, the Grateful Dead box for $125. Jake, $125. Steely Dan, I think everybody was done. I hope so, because it's sold now to Mark Lent. Sealed Steely Dan to Mark Lent for $49. $49. The Stones. Let's take a look at that colored vinyl one more time. This is the Rolling Stones. Very, very cool. Vintage bootleg. $375 with Bill Samus. Those aren't cheap. When they do get slipped through on eBay and Discogs, you'll see some crazy prices for them sometimes because there's really no other way to buy them. Stacy Metternich first on the Faces, Jake. That sold to Stacy for $19.99. Brent Ribley on Jimi Hendrix. Bob second. Joshua third. And let's recap. This is a discount bin. Everything in here is $19.99. Let's bring over some more Grateful Deads. Let's bring over some more Grateful Deads. And I've got this one right here. Also, I think, I can't use the words, this is one of the last unless I absolutely know. But this is possibly the last two that have not been shown and the last two left in general of the Beatles jukebox singles. And they're both going to be $19.99. And this is I've Got to Get You Into My Life. I Got to Get You Into My Life and Helter Skelter. Jason, you hopped on. This I've been selling them off all night tonight. Here's the last two that I have not shown tonight. $19.99 buy it now for Got to Get You Into My Life and Helter Skelter. I've got two left for $19.99 of these. Two left. Jeff Master wants one. It's the same record, Helter Skelter, and that's the A and B side. Helter Skelter and Got to Get You in My Life. So sell that to Jeff McMaster. Stephen Martinelli gets the other one. $19.99. Jeff gets one. Stephen Martinelli gets one. High bid on the Rolling Stones is at $425. Homeland Conspiracy, you were third. Michelle Miller fourth. And we have Grateful Dead recorded live in concert. This is probably live about 1970. The date and location is unknown. Date and location is unknown on this one. VG Plus, $35 start. VG Plus, $35 start on the Grateful Dead. Live in concert. Live around 1970. Date and location unknown. $35 start. Here's some stuff that did not sell tonight. Jerry Lee Lewis. My final reduction on price, $125. JSA authenticated. And here's the only Beatles 45s that's left. I'll do these for $19.99 as well. Taxman. Comment the name of the song. I'll do the A-sides. Taxman and I Want to Hold Your Hand. And I got two copies of I Want to Hold Your Hand. That's the last three colored vinyl Beatles jukebox singles. Out of that whole entire long box I've sold, these are the last three. Taxman, which is on green vinyl. I Want to Hold Your Hand, which was on kind of clear, Coke bottle clear, $19.99. Holly gets one. Jeff and Master gets one. That just leaves the person nobody likes, the Taxman. And that is sold to Chris B. Jack. $19.99. I think that's it. We had Harvest. We had Harvest for $1,475. $1,475. Jerry Lee Lewis was $125. And there's only two Japanese records that did not sell. Eagles was $55, Hotel California. And Sgt. Pepper's was a $35 buy it now. The Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band Japanese pressing. Okay, the Rolling Stones. Where did we get to? Bill bid $400. Holly bid $402. Bill Samus bid $425. Bill Samus was at $425. Bill Samus is still at $425. Bill Samus has the Rolling Stones for $425. Holly, you're out. And then the Grateful Dead is at $35 and now $37. Brian Arrigo, you're out on the Grateful Dead. High bid is $37. let's do a quick recap of the $19.99 bin, but I do have other stuff to put up for auction, including a Beatles. Let me figure out what I have here. This one is, let me get to the front so I can do these in order. Actually, let's do another 45. Nope. That one, I've already shown that. Here we go. I knew I had another Japanese. Yes. This is an early 70s pressing, Japanese of The Night Before and Another Girl. A Night Before and Another Girl. That is a near mint minus. I'm going to put in a new sleeve for you. $25 start. $25 start. This is a Japanese pressing. Songs from Help, The Night Before, and Another Girl. Apple, early 70s pressing. Has a 2-page flip there with the lyrics. And the vinyl is your typical pristine Japanese, unplayed, $35 start on that. Sgt. Pepper's is a $35 buy it now. The Stones is now at $450. And Brian, let me know if you're out on the dead. If not, I got to go ahead and sell the James. Here's what's left in the $19.99 bunch. The Jumpin' Hank Ballard, 1962. The cover's in VG minus condition with seam splits, but it's in VG plus, $34.99 originally, now $19.99. This is a discount bin. Everything is $19.99. Everything's $19.99. Boston, third stage, EX condition, $19.99. The Rolling Stones, Some Girls, no condition notes, clean copy. It is the second cover, but only $19.99. Metamorphosis, The Rolling Stones, shrink wrap and hop sticker, $19.99. And Neil Young, After the Gold Rush, VG Plus condition, $19.99. Neil Young, After the Gold Rush. And sorry about last night. If you were watching last night, like at 12:30 Central Time, our feed we just dropped internet connection. And we tried for like 10 minutes to reconnect, and it wouldn't reconnect. I almost reconnected on my hotspot, but it was already like 12:30, so we just called it a night. So sorry if you was watching late last night after we lost connection. We just called it a night. We didn't want to reconnect and start a new stream at going on 1:45. We have Golden Earring Live. That is $19.99. Golden Earring Live, $10 off. That's $19.99. A really clean copy of Asia. Somebody should pick this up if you don't have one already. $19.99. And one more from the road, a German pressing, $19.99. All right, so we do have a new bid. Brian's back in on that at 38. James is back in at 41. Brian's out. Let's go ahead and sell that very quickly then. James Bragg gets that for $41. No bid on the Beatles. Looking for a $25 start. Final call. And the Rolling Stones is at $450 with Bill Samus. Final call. Susan on Some Girls for $19.99. I'm going to put that right there, Jake. That's sold to Susan. Susan also gets Asia. Brent, you were second. And this is a final call. Now, final call on the Stones as well. And if somebody did a buy it now on the Sgt. Pepper's, I missed it because it's still available. Holly's out on the Rolling Stones. Bill Samus, you have that for $450. Final call. Probably hard to find one of those listed for sale anywhere. I would say that would be a challenge to find any of those listed anywhere. Jake, I need 2 sticky notes to separate these flip records right quick. I use those as dividers. Separate the 9 from the 14 so I can show those again maybe late tonight. Or put them in a video for tomorrow or something. Now, here's what I've got left. I've got $6.99 crates. I've got more auctions, of course. And I have a new vinyl to recap because we had some great new releases. I see a couple people's on late that wasn't on for part 1 or for the very first part of the show. So at this point of the night, I'm going to go ahead and just recap this one bin of new vinyl. And then we're going to start doing some more just $6.99 crates. $6.99 crates. And let's go over here. We have out. Sgt. Pepper's Debbie was $35. $35 Debbie. $35 on that. All right, Bill Samus, thank you and congratulations. Very nice Rolling Stones bootleg on some amazing colored vinyl. That's very scarce. Paul had a note on there, extremely rare. That is sold to Bill Samus for $450. Let's do a buy it now. Let's do a buy it now on the Beatles, The Night Before, a Japanese pressing. Cool picture sleeve there, unique to Japan, $25. It looks like taken from Help when they was down there in the Bahamas when they were filming that movie. That looks like a photo from around that era. Yes, I got some more 45s to run. Not just Beatles, I got some other ones, but that's a $25 buy it now. Debbie says she'll take this for $35. That's sold to Debbie. So yeah, the only 2 autographs I've shown was Neil Young. We sold a Neil Young earlier. We have Harvest. We sold a copy of, everybody knows this is Nowhere. We have Harvest. We have Jerry Lee Lewis. We have one Japanese Eagles. The first thing in the new vinyl recap I got to show is Iron Maiden, the Trooper. Still got these. I ordered a case of them, so I've got several left. $29.99 on the Trooper. I still have that if anybody don't have it. Let's recap new vinyl, but we need 3 new auctions. I've still got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I still got 9 Stones records and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Grateful Dead records. I got 6 Grateful Dead records to auction, 9 Stones records. So let's pull another Stones. Let's pull another Grateful Dead. And the Grateful Dead Make Believe Ballroom. Let's see what that looks like. And let's put up another 45 Def Leppard. That's Debbie Winstead's for 35. Debbie Winstead's for 35. So first, we have the Rolling Stones, Get Satisfaction If You Want It, the best of the BBC radio broadcast. This is on colored vinyl, too. This is BBC radio broadcast, 1963 to 1965, clear and blue vinyl. Clear and blue vinyl, $65 start. Very cool, colored vinyl. This is a $65 start. There is blue vinyl. There's the white vinyl. Best of the BBC broadcast. Very nice cover there. Classic Stones. That is a $65 start. $65 start on that. Now the Grateful Dead. BBC colored vinyl. And then the Grateful Dead Make Believe Ballroom. Make Believe Ballroom. This is live at the Great American Music Hall in San Francisco, August 13th, 1975. This is an FM broadcast, $85 start. $85 start. Thank you, Jake. Have a good night. This is an $85 start. It's the Grateful Dead, August 13th. August 13th, 1975. There's LP number 1. There's LP number 2. And this is on that Corny Phone label. That's on the Corny Phone label. Grateful Dead Vintage Bootleg, $85 start. Cool vintage Grateful Dead bootleg there. Okay. And then Def Leppard, Animal. This is Animal, and I Want to Be Your Hero. And original, this is going to be a $7 start for Def Leppard, Animal. $7 start on that. That's now up for bid. Okay, next is Stones is at 65, Grateful Dead's at 87. Bids on 2 auctions, probably soon to be 3. We have Led Zeppelin, House of the Holy, Super Deluxe, $159.99. Now, we had somebody request that I try to order as many of these as possible, so I've been trying to get them in when I can. They're all first come, first served, but I know I can get more copies of this. So, House of the Holy is $159.99. Haven't had that in a while. Super Deluxe box. I also have the Super Deluxe of Led Zeppelin, The Song Remains the Same. Led Zeppelin, The Song Remains the Same, $174.99. That is the Super Deluxe of Song Remains the Same, $174.99. Still have a new copy of Harvest available. These are all new vinyl for tonight. New restocks, new arrivals, new waiting list restocks. $34.99 for Harvest. 1 copy of that. And check out the Hype Sticker, a classic Neil Young album, mastered from the original. These sound incredible. Mastered from the original analog tapes. Also, Aerosmith Pump, that's $46.99. Still have the Alice in Chains Live Unofficial. That's $44.99. Alice in Chains Live Unofficial on red vinyl. Also, Final Call on the Stones. We have a 70, actually that's a new bid that just came in. Edwin Blom's at 70 on the Stones. Roger Monk has bid $7 on Def Leppard. That's going once, going twice. And there's only been 1 bid on the Grateful Dead to James Bragg for $87. The Cars Greatest Hits, Just What You Needed. Rocktober exclusive on red vinyl, $31.99. Alice in Chains Dirt, remastered, $36.99. Still have the new release from Crocus. First time ever on vinyl, The Best of Crocus, $39.99. Lynyrd Skynyrd Nebworth, that is $39.99 for Lynyrd Skynyrd Nebworth. Last copy of Avenged Sevenfold City of Evil for $34.99. Ghost, also new release on purple vinyl, Ceremony and Devotion, $34.99. And my last copy of Hawkwind Space Ritual, that is $49.99. Hawkwind Space Ritual, $49.99. All right, so Brian Arrigo, let me know if you want back in on the Stones. Edwin has that for $70. No one else bid on Def Leppard, no one else bid on Grateful Dead, so sell that to James Bragg for $87. And Def Leppard, Charlie Leeds, Roger Monk had already bid $7 on this, so you're out. If you want to bid more, let me know. Or if you're done, I'll go ahead and sell it to Roger for $7. And Jeffrey DeLong's on Crocus. Now, Jeffrey, I'm assuming you wasn't on the pre-order for that, so I'm going to go ahead and sell you a copy of Crocus. And Stephen Martinelli's at $8 on Def Leppard. Let me go grab another Let me go grab another Grateful Dead. There's the Beatles again, if anybody wants that for a $25 buy it now. Japanese pressing of that. Victor Morbach wants the Harvest and Cars. Nice. Some good listening there. Harvest and the Cars Greatest Hits. Those are sold to Victor. Let me pull those back. And Tanner, those are sold to Victor and Harvest. Welcome back, Tanner. Jake has been here for the last 3 hours and 20 minutes. Now Tanner's taking over. New shift coming in. That was all of tonight's new vinyl. Space Ritual, Ghost, Avenged Sevenfold, Leonard Skinner, Crocus, Dirt, Alice in Chains, Aerosmith, Led Zeppelin. Now, you may have missed it earlier, but we sold out of some stuff and we have some waiting lists. Those will hopefully be restocked here by Friday, if not by Tuesday's show, the day after Christmas, when we're probably going to be back doing a live sale. Let me put up a Grateful Dead bootleg. I'm going to pull this one right here. This is the Grateful Dead, another vintage-looking bootleg. Live at the Fillmore, East Harbor College, Nassau Coliseum, April 1971. Paul has a note here, rare, $65 start. Live at the Fillmore, East Harbor College, and Nassau Coliseum, April 1971, $65 start. Vintage Grateful Dead bootleg. Looks like it says Feast and Present. Fast and Present, maybe. I can't really read that, but that's now up for bid. Grateful Dead. I think Def Leppard got a new bid. It did. Grateful Dead is at $8 with Charlie Leeds. We actually had two people bid $8. So that's a tie for $8. It looks like Stephen Martinelli was in first. And there's 3 auctions. So let me grab this next bin. And everything in here is $6.99. Is this right? Or is this another $9.99? This is a $6.99 crate. And I think I left some stuff in here that was almost borderline $9.99 and probably some stuff that shouldn't be $6.99. Any jazz? There could be some mixed in here. I don't really have a jazz crate set aside, but you never know about these kind of $6.99 crates. This should have everything in it. This should have all kinds of stuff. $6.99. So the Rolling Stones was at 72, the Rolling Stones at 73, Rolling Stones at 75, Grateful Dead 65, Grateful Dead 67, Grateful Dead 70, Rolling Stones 77, Grateful Dead 77, Grateful Dead 91, Grateful Dead 80. So I just need to know from Charlie and Roger if y'all are out. If so, I need to go ahead and sell this Def Leppard to Stephen Martinelli for $8. I need to go ahead and wrap that one up. And man, I got some CDs I could start mixing in too. Paul started on this CD crate late the other night, and there's some great titles in here. And we're trying to get through. We have literally thousands more to mark, and we can't mark those until we at least show these. So let me bring this a little bit closer to me so I can try to show some of these new CDs that's marked. I'll keep it right over here next to me. That way I can grab a new handful because we still got plenty of auctions. And here in a minute, I'll start mixing in. I was going to try to wipe out the rest of the 45s, but I still have Japanese stuff to mix in. But if not, we'll start running some more of those tomorrow. All right, so everything in here is $6.99, beginning with Mickey and Sylvia, Do It Again, featuring Love is Strange. Mickey and Sylvia, $6.99. Also, the Beach Boys, the Light album, the LA album, $6.99. Everything in here is $6.99. Gene Autry's Country Music Hall of Fame. Gene Autry is $6.99. Alan Wayne Darman, the old campaigner. EX Condition, that is $6.99. And the Phoenix Concerts Live, Jon Stewart. The Phoenix Concerts Live, Jon Stewart, $6.99 for Jon Stewart. And Earl Bostic Plays the Great Hits of 1964, $6.99. All right, so we have an out and an out and an out. So I think everybody's out on the Def Leppard. Roger Monk has that for $10. Roger Monk has that for $10, and that's a final call. $10 on the Animals, $45. The Stones is now a final call, but let me give the details on that one more time. The high bid on the Stones was $71 with Brian Arrigo, $73 with Brian Arrigo, $75 with Edwin Blom, $77 with Brian Arrigo, $78 with Edwin Blom, $78 with Edwin Blom. Edwin has it for $78. That's the Rolling Stones, Get Satisfaction. That is the best of the BBC radio broadcast. It's on blue and white vinyl, blue and clear vinyl actually. And the high bid on that is $78. Colored vinyl, best of BBC. Awesome jacket, awesome photo there on the front. $78 on that final call. Now the Grateful Dead is live at the Fillmore, East Harbor College, and Nassau Coliseum. I kept on saying like live at the Fillmore East Harbor College, like that was East Harbor College was at the Fillmore. That's actually 3 different venues. Fillmore East, Harbor College, and Nassau Coliseum, all taken from April 1971. That's a vintage Grateful Dead bootleg for $111. Let's go ahead and sell this Def Leppard to Roger Monk for $10. Roger gets that. Debbie wants the Beach Boys for $6.99. That is sold to Debbie, and then Sherry. Debbie got Beach Boys, and Sherry got Mickey and Sylvia. Final call on those 2 auctions. Also, we have Earl Bostic plays Bossa Nova. That's $6.99. And the Steam Calliope. Oh, man. I don't like that word. A rare musical instrument. $6.99 on that. New bid on the Grateful Dead for $115 with Thomas Hujar. And the story of Hans Brinker and the Silver Skates. That's $6.99 for the Disney record. Also, what do we have here? This is $6.99. Let me check the label on this one. This is Sondheim, a musical tribute. Sondheim, a musical tribute, $6.99. Also, Kim Mitchell, Shaking Like a Human Being, $6.99. Let me see what else I have over here in our 45 box. Our 45 box, I have, of course, more Beatles. I have found another color vinyl jukebox. Just when I thought it was over, another one. The last one. One of the last. Twist and Shout, $15 start, and there's a place. There's a place in Twist and Shout on pink vinyl with the jukebox strip, $15 start on that. Next is Hans Brinker with Disney record to Michelle. The Beatles at 15, Beatles at 15, Beatles at 15. I don't think we've had that one tonight, and I don't think I had too many last night on Twist and Shout. And Grateful Dead's at 117. I can go ahead and sell the Stones, though, because we have others to put up. The Stones looks like that was sold to Edwin Blom for $78. Edwin Blom for $78. Stephen Martinelli's at 35 on the Beatles, and the Grateful Dead's at 117. Thomas Hujar, You're Out. James has that for $117. Next Rolling Stones is called the Nicaraguan Benefit. Boy, I'm gonna struggle with that one. I was looking at this word on the way over here. The Benefit Concert. Tanner, I might have to hear that so I can get it out. Do you want to attempt to say it? Tanner says he's not going to try either. This is a special benefit concert it's a special benefit concert for the earthquake victims live at the Forum in Inglewood, California. I should be laughing at that. I'm not laughing at the earthquake victims. I'm laughing at that Paul wrote that word on there again that I can probably never attempt in my life to say correctly. So this is a $65 start. It's a 2 LP vintage Rolling Stones bootleg. So I'm assuming the concert raised money for those earthquake victims, and then this bootleg probably did not benefit those earthquake victims whatsoever, or the Rolling Stones. That's an awesome back cover, though. Look at all that. They have art for all the songs, like Jumpin' Jack Flash, You Can't Always Get What You Want, Street Fighting Man, Dead Flowers, It's All Over Now, Happy, Gimme Shelter, Route 66, Sweet Virginia, No Expectations, Rip This Joint. That's an awesome back cover. And that's the Rolling Stone $65 start. Very, very cool. Nicaraguan. Yeah, you got to say it fast. That's my problem. Okay, and so back up to the top. Grateful Dead was at 119, 121, 125. The Stones at 65, 65. Dead 137. Beatles 36. Beatles out. $6.99. Everything in this bin, $6.99. Patrice Rushen, Pizzazz. That is $6.99. Everything in this bin is that price. Kim Carnes, Mistaken Identity, $6.99. Donovan Volume 2. That is actually sealed. Sealed Donovan Volume 2, $6.99. Aaron wants Patrice. That's sold to Aaron Gardner. Ramsey Lewis, Salongo. That is $6.99. Smoke City, $6.99. Call Me Goody, $6.99. Tonight's the Night, SSO, $6.99. And Grover Washington Jr., All the King's Horses, that was also $6.99. After we sell a few in here, my records will stay up a little bit better, but everything in there is $6.99. Let me restart that sentence. I did have a Grateful Dead autograph to try to put up. If y'all give me a second, I will try to find that. It's Robert Hunter. I've got to find it over here first. And if y'all give me a second, I can do that. Let me figure out what I have over here. I got some of these wrote down over here before I go hunting, what I can exactly find on this. Okay. So, back up the top. So we pulled Patrice for Aaron. Grateful Dead, 138. Rolling Stone, 68. And then Kenneth Jank wants the Ramsey Lewis. That's sold to Kenneth Jank for $6.99. New bid on the Stones for $75. Grateful Dead, $151. Jeff McMaster wants Smoke City. That's sold to Jeff McMaster. Kenneth Jank also wanted the Grover. So did Gerard. Gerard, you were second to that. Rolling Stones, $85. And we have Thomas Hujar at $152. And the Beatles, I think, is sold. That was Christopher Morris. Now, Stephen Martinelli, did he say out on that? He was the one who bid 35. Stephen, you bid 35 on the Beatles, and then Christopher bid 36, and Stephen never did say out. Stephen Martinelli, I want to make sure you're out on that Beatles single before I sell it. High bid is 36. The Boys Band, $6.99, still bidding on Stones and Grateful Dead. Thunderclap Newman, Hollywood Dream, $6.99. Jackie Lomax, is this what you want? That's actually on the Apple label from 1969. Jackie Lomax, $6.99 for Jackie. Also, Hubert Laws, the Chicago theme, $6.99 on that. Also, Graham Nash, Earth and Sky, $6.99. He said he's done, so sell that to Christopher Morris for $36. Twist and Shout on pink vinyl. That means our next 45 auction is going to be, let me figure out what's over here. Every Rose Has Its Thorn. Wow. Poison. We have a jukebox strip. Every Rose Has Its Thorn and Living for the Minute. That is an original 1988 SRC pressing. $10 start. Robert Hunter has not been auctioned yet. I'm about to go get it right now. But we have a $10 start for Poison. Every Rose Has Its Thorn. And the B-side to that was Living. That's, of course, from Open Up and Say Ah. Living for the Minute. Poison's a $10 start. Okay, Gerard put Clap. That was for Thunderclap Newman. That is sold to Gerard for $6.99. Also, we have Brent Ribley on GN, which was Graham Nash. That's sold to Brent Ribley for $6.99. The Stones is at $100. Grateful Dead's at $157. Poison's at $10. Poison's at $10. The Grateful Dead is at $211. Sweetwater, just for you. Sweetwater is $6.99. Also, Flying High Together, Smokey Robinson and the Miracles. That's in shrink wrap. Smokey Robinson on Tamla Motown, $6.99. And we have Stevie Wonder Characters. Stevie Wonder is $6.99. Stevie Wonder Characters, $6.99. Let me see if I can find that Robert Hunter signed album. It's right over here. There, let's see here. Yeah, let's do this one. So, I have not ever put these up for auction. This is some more autographs from Dale's collection that has not hit market yet. These have not been offered for sale yet. So first, we have what I think is a really cool cover because it's kind of got some Grateful Dead themes to it. Robert Hunter. Let me go back over here one more time, make sure this is what I was looking for. Give me 1 second. So, Robert Hunter, this is JSA authenticated. So if you want to bid on this, so make sure you put RH. I know probably wouldn't put GD for Grateful Dead, but if you do want to bid on this, not a lot of comps. So I was just actually double checking to refresh my memory. It had been a while. Robert Hunter There's not a lot of signed comps, not a lot of just straight signed albums available for sure. This is going to be a $275 start. It's signed very nicely right on the front. It's called Jack O' Roses. The actual album itself is near mint minus. This is JSA authenticated. This is JSA authenticated, and this is a $275 start. Jack O' Roses. Robert Hunter signed, $275 start. Signed, autographed by Robert Hunter, $275. Okay. Now, way back up at the top, we had Poison 13, Poison 15. Tommy Flowers first to Smokey Robinson. Davey was second. Jason third. Leslie first on Stevie Wonder. Poison 17. Poison 19. Grateful Dead 215. Grateful Dead 217. Where are we on the Rolling Stones? The Rolling Stones, Bill Samus is at $100. I don't think anybody else has bid since then. Bill Samus is at $100. Final call. Everybody else is out, I think. Poison's at 19 with Stacy. Final call. And Thomas and James are still bidding on Grateful Dead. And then Robert Hunter is a $275 start. Also, Robert Hunter passed away in 2019 as well. He passed away in 2019. Of course, he was just a lyricist for the Grateful Dead. He was just a lyricist. He never was actually he was never like a playing member. He was a lyricist for the Grateful Dead. $275 start on that. Okay. Bonnie Raitt. Everything in this bin is $6.99. Bonnie Raitt is $6.99. Sweet Forgiveness. Olivia Newton-John, $6.99 for Let Me Be There. Also, we have Barry Wright. The Message Is Love. Barry Wright is $6.99. New bid on Poison for $20. New bid on Poison for $22. The World of Charlie Rich, $6.99. Thomas Hujar, let me know if you're out on the Grateful Dead. Let me know if you're out on the Grateful Dead. And actually, he just commented. He says he's out. Thank you for letting me know. The OJ Ship Ahoy is $6.99. And Hamilton Camp, here's to you. Hamilton Camp is in EX condition, $6.99. And introducing the Beau Brummels featuring Laugh Laugh, $6.99. All right, Debbie Winstead commented O, and that was for Olivia. That's sold to Debbie Winstead for $6.99. Charlie's out on Poison. Gerard Cacciatore wants the OJs. That's sold to Gerard for $6.99. One more, Born Again, Randy Newman, $6.99. All right. So Stacy, we'll sell that first. She gets Poison for $22. Bill Samus gets the Rolling Stones for $100. Bill Samus gets the Rolling Stones for $100. The Grateful Dead is sold to James Bragg for $217. And Robert Hunter is a final call to get a bid in for $275. Signed Roses, $275. Corey Gaston gets the Beau Brummels. Beau Brummels for, let's see here. No, he put Bonnie. Bonnie Raitt, $6.99. And I think Dave was about to do a bite now on Robert Hunter. He may have got a false alarm there. I still have it up for bid. I was making sure everybody was done since I don't think I gave it enough time. But if that's a bid, I'll go ahead and take it as a bid for $275, and I will say a final call. Final call. Let's go through 5, 4, 5, 6 CDs here. Pure Reggae, $6.99. Bob Marley, Jimmy Cliff, Third World, Millie Small, Eddie Grant, Eric Clapton, Desmond Decker. That's $6.99. Ray LaMontagne, Supernova, sealed, $9.99. Sealed, $9.99. Ray LaMontagne, Supernova, has a promo sticker on the front. Also, Uncut, the 18-track guide to the month's best music. That is a compilation, $6.99. Echo and the Bunnymen's on here, Lamb Chop, Spoon, Jimi Hendrix, Not Whist, Dusty Springfield, $6.99. Presented by Outlaw Country, only on Sirius Satellite Radio and Paste. Nearly an hour of Sirius Satellite Radio's Outlaw Country, hosted by Mojo Nixon. Outlaw Country compilation, Sirius Radio broadcast, $6.99. Also, Skin Yard, Inside the Eye. Skin Yard, Inside the Eye, $6.99. The soundtrack to The Doors from the Oliver Stone film, that's cool. That on vinyl was always north of $100 in nice condition. $9.99 for the CD. And Keep It Simple, Van Morrison. Don't see that too often. $6.99 on vinyl, that is. Well, of course, I've never seen the CD either. $6.99 on Van Morrison. But when I'm showing CDs, if I ever see, you don't see that too often, I'm referring to it on vinyl. Because a lot of these we don't ever see on vinyl because they are only on CD. Okay, so Robert Hunter. I was figuring we were going to get some activity on that. Dave Plunkett at $275, Stephen Martinelli $275, Stephen Martinelli $280, and then Sherry Darnell wants the Ray LaMontagne. She put RSY, she meant Ray, so that's sold to Sherry Darnell. Brian Arrigo wants the RS Comp, and the RS Comp was the, wait a second, on RS Comp. What was RS Comp? That was the radio. Let me know what RS Comp was for sure. And then first to the doors was Sherry Darnell. And then Sherry Darnell also first to Van Morrison. And then next to Van Morrison was Leslie. And Robert Hunter's at $312. Now it's at $350. Brian, let me know what RS was. Let me put up another Grateful Dead and Stones boot. We got to finish these up tonight. We definitely can. It's only 10:40. We definitely can finish these up tonight. So next, let's do another vintage Stones boot. Let's do another vintage one. And let's do the Grateful Dead, which is the Grateful Dead San Francisco. The Grateful Dead San Francisco. And we have another vintage, both vintage bootlegs. So we have the Rolling Stones return to Liver. This is live at Anaheim Stadium, July 24th. A July concert from the Rolling Stones. Who would have thought it? Live at Anaheim Stadium, July 24th, 1978. The top seam does have some splitting. No condition notes on the vinyl, though. $55 start. $55 start. The Rolling Stones live at Anaheim Stadium. $55 start. Vintage bootleg. And our third auction is the Grateful Dead San Francisco live. Trademark of quality. Whoa! That scared me when I flipped it over. This is I think the one Paul was talking about. Live at the Fillmore West, 1971, probably in March, FM broadcast. Trademark of quality splatter vinyl. Very few were made. Most were destroyed after being made. Very rare. $225 start. This is what he was talking about. Very rare splatter vinyl for the Grateful Dead here. I was wondering when we'd get to it. I've been pulling them at random. Wow. That is pretty cool. That's that very cool trademark of quality. Kind of almost, I mean, when I see that kind of splatter, I know it's usually trademark of quality because the kind of splatter they used. There's the cover. Like I've said before, what's amazing about these bootlegs, the ones that wasn't glued or taped, I've got so many bootlegs. Usually when I do get bootlegs in collections, they're just in jackets. For a lot of these to have these piece of papers, these are just loose for not, because you know back in the day it wasn't really kept in a sleeve. So just amazing that they still have these pages with it. So this is bootleg, and Paul says this is live at the Fillmore West, FM broadcast, trademark quality, splatter vinyl. Very few were made. Most were destroyed after being made. Very rare. $225 start. Okay, that is now up for bid. So let's get caught up. I got more CDs, $6.99 records. We got all kinds of stuff to show. Back up to the top, we pulled Van Morrison. Robert Hunter, $312. Robert Hunter, $350. Robert Hunter, $350. Robert Hunter, $401. Robert Hunter, $450. James Bragg's out on Robert Hunter. And then the Grateful Dead at $227. Grateful Dead, $225. And the Rolling Stones, no one bid on that one yet. The Rolling Stones at Anaheim's a $55 start. Let's do some more $6.99 records. Kitaro, Astral Voyage. That is $6.99. Kitaro. Also, Fairport Convention in real time. That's live. 1987 Fairport Convention, $6.99. And Glenn Campbell's Greatest, $6.99. Oh, yes, that reminded me. He wanted this right here. So, Brian Arrigo wanted this. Was that Brian? Hold on a second. Brian Arrigo wanted this compilation. And then Jason Kent wanted Skin Yard and The Outlaw Country. So the only CD left from that first stack was Pure Reggae compilation, $6.99. Grateful Dead's at $235. $6.99 for Good Vibrations, the Beach Boys, VG Plus condition, the Beach Boys, and the Moody Blues Long Distance Voyager. That's $6.99. Little River Band Backstage Pass, $6.99. Also, Pat Benatar, Live from Earth, VG Plus condition, $6.99. And the Best of Gordon Lightfoot, VG $6.99 now. So that little run had Kitaro, Fairport Convention, Glenn Campbell, Greatest Hits, the Beach Boys, Moody Blues, Little River Band, Pat Benatar, and Gordon Lightfoot, all for $6.99. Robert Hunter is a final call for $450 to Stephen Martinelli. I do have more Robert Hunter autographs. I have two more. Robert Hunter. I personally like the one we're selling the most, but the other ones are very nice as well. They're front signed. They're not personalized, and I'll put those up for auction in just a second. This one's at $450. Final call. Back up to the top, Grateful Dead 235, Grateful Dead 245. Davey Winstead, B for Beach Boys. That's so to Davey Winstead, B for Beach Boys. Jocelyn Cleveland on GL for Gordon Lightfoot. Leslie Holt gets Little River Band. That's so to Leslie Holt. Grateful Dead 255, Cody McLean getting the Fairport Convention. Me and Paul were just talking about Fairport Convention. I found another live album in the back that I plan on listening to tonight. Bill Sam is first on Pat Benatar. Dave's out on Robert Hunter. Grateful Dead 275. Jared, you were second to the Beach Boys. Grateful Dead 285. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to sell the Rolling Stones for a buy it now. Did not get a bid. A $55 buy it now on the Stones. I can't believe it. $55 buy it now. And let's go ahead and sell Robert Hunter to Stephen Martinelli for $450, Tanner. That's $450 on the Robert Hunter. So let's put up another Stones bootleg. And let me put up another Robert Hunter autograph. I think we had this album the other night. We did. We had this album the other night. It's still available, actually. It's a 2LP. It's called Amagalian Street. We'll start this one at $375. $375. We just sold one for $450. JSA authenticated, signed by Robert Hunter. Very cool cover and on that one as well. I mean, just a nice portrait of him. Signed right on. He signed right on his forehead. And that's a $375 start. JSA authenticated. That's actually a 2LP. And I think the vinyl itself is nice. Let's see here. Yes, once again, pristine vinyl on that. $375 start on that one. JSA authenticated. Now, we had Grateful Dead 275, Grateful Dead 285, Grateful Dead 305. Michael Nath is going to jump in on the Stones. Buy it now for $55. Brian was second. Grateful Dead 315 and Grateful Dead 333, Grateful Dead 350. And like I said, rare, destroyed. Now, why was it destroyed? Stacy asked that earlier. You got to think these are all, at the time, being illegally produced. So, I don't know. It may have been a legal issue, but, you know, trademark equality, I don't know. I mean, it could have been, who knows? It might have been something like, we got to destroy these. I don't know if that information's on Discogs or not, but let's show some more CDs. Sealed Joshua Tree, 20th Anniversary Remastered Deluxe, 2 CD, $24.99 with unreleased B-sides and previously unreleased tracks. 20th Anniversary Remastered Deluxe, sealed, $24.99. We have Bruce Coburn, Breakfast in New Orleans, $5.99 for Bruce Coburn, Breakfast in New Orleans. John Mayall, Lost and Gone, $5.99 for John Mayall, Lost and Gone. Never seen this Santana. Santana, Sacred Fire, live in South America, sealed for $5.99. And the Kentucky Headhunters, Rave On, that's always requested. Never can get that on vinyl. $6.99 for the Kentucky Headhunters. So the Grateful Dead is at $350. Final call to get a bid in on the Robert Hunter at $375, signed Robert Hunter. And let me step over here and pull another Rolling Stones bootleg. The next Rolling Stones bootleg is Conquer America on white vinyl. All live from Ed Sullivan Show. Wow. Live tracks from the Ed Sullivan Show from 64 to 67. That's why it's called Conquered America. Rolling Stones, Conquer America, live from Ed Sullivan Show. $45 start. $45 start. Ed Sullivan Show comp. Let me pull that out right there. Conquer America, the Rolling Stones, white vinyl, $45 start. So, the CDs. Holly Safe gets U2. Next is Linda Lamb on the Kentucky Headhunters. So that leaves Santana Live. That is sealed for $5.99. John Mayall, Lost and Gone. Don't recognize that one. It's probably not available on vinyl from 2004. And Bruce Coburn is $5.99. Okay. Let me put up a new 45 auction too. I think we got some other hair metal stuff in here. We have Rat, Round and Round, a 1984 SRC pressing for a $7 start. Rat is a 1984 SRC pressing for a $7 start. Round and Round, $7 start on that. Continuing, we have New Riders. Speaking of the Grateful Dead, New Riders is $6.99. $6.99. I don't know if there's any Grateful Dead members in that lineup or not, but that's $6.99. Also, Arlo Guthrie and Pete Seeger, $6.99. And Arlo Guthrie, Hobo's Lullaby, VG+. I do have inner sleeves. I got a whole box right here next to me. Packs of 50 MoFi inner sleeves are $26.99. Pack of 50 MoFi, Mobile Fidelity Sound Lab, high-quality rice paper, anti-static, archival quality, non-scratching inner sleeves for $26.99. That is what you want to keep your vinyl in. Those right there, or any kind of other anti-static. So, back to the crate. Arlo Guthrie, Washington County, VG condition $6.99. Cheap Trick, Heaven Tonight. If anybody else needs a pack, let me know. Cheap Trick is in VG condition for $6.99. Heaven Tonight. Also, Ike Turner, Blues Roots, VG condition $6.99 on that. VG condition $6.99. Season of Lights, Laura Nero in concert, VG condition $6.99. The Temptations, House Party. The Temptations is VG Plus condition, $6.99. And Blood, Sweat, and Tears 4, BS&T 4, $6.99. The Rolling Stones, quick update on our auctions. The Rolling Stones, Brian Arrigo bid $45, and so did Jeff McMaster. No one else has bid since then. So Brian Arrigo still has that for $45. We were on the Grateful Dead. The last bid that came in was with James Bragg at $380 on the rare splatter vinyl Grateful Dead. Rare splatter vinyl Grateful Dead. James Bragg is at $380 on that. $380. Stones is at $45. Next was Henry bid 7 on Rat. Clay bid 10 on Rat. James Bragg was at $380 on that. Nat Reynolds put NR. Let me figure out. That was probably for Laura Nero. No, that's NR. That was New Riders. This right here is sold to Nat Reynolds for $6.99. Daniel Bouzide wants a pack of inner sleeves. That's sold to Daniel Bouzide, and we've already got your name on it. $26.99. Next is Bill Samus. He said he'll take a pack of inner sleeves. That's already got your name on it, Bill. Henry's at $13 on Rat. Debbie Winstead wants IT. IT was for Ike and Tina, Blues Roots, $6.99. Debbie put T for the Temptations. That's sold to Debbie for $6.99. 46 on the Stones, 47 on the Stones, 50 on the Stones. Jeff's out on the Grateful Dead. Corey Gaston wants Blood, Sweat, and Tears. Robert Hunter is a $375 buy it now. Robert Hunter, a $375 buy it now. If anybody wants that, buy it now. Signed, JSA authenticated. Rolling Stones is at $48. Final call on Rat. The high bid is $13 of Henry Pardidez, Round and Round. The B-side is The Morning After. Continuing with $6.99. Blood, Sweat, and Tears. This is called New City. That one's $6.99, another Blood, Sweat, and Tears. The Mandrake Memorial, sealed, just $6.99. That was $29.99. And Bonnie Raitt, 9 Lives, that's $6.99. Closer to it, Brian Auger's Oblivion Express, $6.99. And Audience, Lunch. Audience is a 72 white label promo, $6.99. So the Stones is now at $48, and let's do a big final call on the Grateful Dead. James Bragg has that for $380. $380. New bid on Stones just came in, and I'm also about to sell Rat. Let's go over here and grab. So we have probably going to need to go ahead and grab the next Stones. Let me go ahead and grab the next Stones and Grateful Dead bootleg, because we're about to have 2 come up for sale, it looks like. And very quickly, let me grab a new handful of CDs. New handful of CDs over here and see what we've got. New handful of CDs here. These did not sell. Rat's at $14. Michael Nath is at $50 on the Rolling Stones. Actually, yeah, $50 on the Rolling Stones. Couple new bids on that, now $51. We have a Jimmy Buffett live. This is called Feeding Frenzy, sealed, $6.99. Jimmy Buffett live, that's a sealed CD. The Best New Age Volume 2, that is sealed for $4.99. 15 tracks from the Year's Best Reissues, Volume 2. Year's Best Reissues, sealed for $5.99. Regina Belle, Reaching Back, that is sealed for $5.99. John McVie's Got a Band with Lola Thomas, $4.99. Brownstone, From the Bottom Up, sealed $4.99. The Best of the Andrews Sisters, Millennium Collection, $4.99. And Bernard Oates, Rules of My Heart, sealed for $5.99. The Rolling Stones is at $55. The Rolling Stones is at $55. And the Rat is at $14. Henry, you're out. Henry's back in at $15. Let's sell the Grateful Dead to James Bragg for $380. That's over $380. The Stones is at $55 with Michael Nath. $55 with Michael Nath. And then Tim Turner put YY. That might have been YY. Was that something in this? What was YY, Tim Turner? I see a YY comment. And 15 on Rat. Tommy Flowers first to the Jimmy Buffett CD. That sold to Tommy Flowers. Debbie was second. Jeff third. No other claims in the CDs. Those are all still available. Craig says, take me off the Incubus waiting list. We have Rolling Stones Conquer America. And this is at 56 and now 57. Let's put up another Grateful Dead bootleg. Actually, I'm going to, let me do the Grateful Dead, and then I'll show, if you were curious on what the last Robert Hunter autograph looks like, I'll show it right now. But this is Live Dead, Spring 1971. This is the Grateful Dead live at the New Expo Convention Center in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. EX condition, 1971, March 21st, $45 start. Live Dead Spring Tour, 1971, $45 start. Brian's out on the Stones. Now we got a bid between Michael Nath and Jeff McMaster. And here's the last Robert Hunter. Robert Hunter Live 85. $375 start for Robert Hunter. Live 75. $375 start. There's the LP. Here's the JSA authentication. Robert Hunter. Been waiting to do those on another Grateful Dead night. $375. JSA authenticated. JSA authenticated. So I got two signed Robert Hunter LPs. $375 start on this one. The other one's a buy it now. All right. We have Rolling Stones at 57. Rolling Stones at 58. Michael Nath is at 60. Thomas is at 45 on the Dead. Are we done on the Rat single? Let me figure out where we was at. Henry was at 15. Who bid before that? Henry bid 13. Who bid 14? Claymore. Claymore, let me know if you're done on the Rat single. Okay. Let's see what we have left in the $6.99 bin. Very quickly, I'm just going to read some titles. Here's what's left in the $6.99 bin. Then I'm going to step to the back and get the other one. For $6.99, we had Gene Autry, Wayne Allen Darman, John Stewart, Earl Bostick, the Steam Calliope. Also, the, what was this called? This was Sondheim, a musical tribute. That was $6.99. Kim Mitchell, Kim Carnes, Donovan, Call Me Cootie. Also, Tonight's the Night, SSO, featuring Douglas Lucas, The Boys Band, Jackie Lomax, Hubert Laws, Sweetwater. We have Barry White, Charlie Rich. This is Hamilton Camp, Bo Brummels, Randy Newman, Kataro, Glenn Campbell, Moody Blues, Arlo Guthrie, Pete Seeger, Arlo Guthrie, Cheap Trick, Laura Nero, and this is Blood, Sweat, and Tears, Mandrake Memorial, Bonnie Raitt, Brian Auger, and Audience. That was what was left in there. Okay, Tanner timed in some auctions. Rat is sold to Henry Pardidez for $15. We have the Rolling Stones at $65. Michael Nath's out. That's sold to Jeff McMaster for $65. Was there only one bid on the Grateful Dead? There is only one bid on the Grateful Dead. It's sold for $45. If anybody wants Robert Hunter, it's a $375 buy it now. $375 buy it now on Robert Hunter. That is available. Okay, back over here we had Aaron Gardner. Aaron Gardner on BW, and that was for the Barry White. Barry White. I think that was the only BW in there. So sell that to Aaron for $6.99. I'll put that in the corner. High-end crate. I don't have a high-end crate. And we have Sherry Darnell wants BST for Blood, Sweat, and Tears. I have some high-end records to auction. Well, it was stuff priced for like $50 or more that I pulled out, and Brent wants Mandrake. I'll put that on top of Barry Wright and Mandrake Memorial for $6.99. Okay. And then we have, so Dave Plunkett said Robert Hunter Live 75. Now, did you mean, Dave Plunkett, did you mean 375 or did you mean Robert Hunter Live 85? Because the price is $375. I didn't know if you left out the 3 or you meant to put 85 instead of 75. It's $375 if you want it. You have dibs, and then James Bragg wants the other one, or he'll take both if you didn't want this one. He meant 85. So he's doing a buy it now on that for $375. And then James Bragg said he'll take both. James, there's one left if that's okay with you. That's this one. So Tanner, this first one here is sold to Dave Plunkett for $375. This one's sold to James Bragg for $375. I have no more Robert Hunter autographs. Those are $375 and $375. Dave Plunkett got the green one, and James Bragg got the other one there. Okay, next Rolling Stones bootleg is called Play with Fire. Rolling Stones, Play with Fire. This is live at Olympia, Paris, March 29th, 1966. Track A7 is live at the Palais des Sports in Paris, 1970. Tracks B1 and B2 is live at the Palace in Manchester, UK. And B3 and B6 is live at Madison Square Garden in 69. So, live tracks from 66, 70, 65, and 69 from Paris, UK, Manchester, and Madison Square Garden, New York City. This is a trademark of quality, TMRQ, $55 start. The Rolling Stones. EX condition on the vinyl. It's in shrink wrap and it's called Play with Fire. Trademark of quality. 4 various live recordings there. Kind of like a compilation. Now a $55 start. $55 start. It's amazing we have all this now. So probably if somebody bought this bootleg back in the day, they probably had no idea. They probably thought this was all one concert until later, after all this research and forums and the internet, they find out there's probably no telling how many years people listen to this and probably thought it was all one live show when it's actually in 2 different decades over a course of 5 different years in 4 different cities or 3 different cities. 55, now 65. Okay, Robert Hunter autographs. Those are sold. I don't think let's see what I have in here. That was it in that crate, so that should be all of them. Unless there's a signed photo, or that's all the albums I have signed by him for sure. So I plan on doing these other band albums at some point. I just got to reevaluate them because we sold that one. I still got 3 signed band albums. I got to figure out how to do that. I'm also going to sell the Graham Nash, David Crosby signed this week. Probably do those either probably tomorrow or Friday. I just got to get them set up. And the Grateful Dead. So, apparently live. Okay. Now, Paul had these tagged to do differently. And I don't know, I caught it, but there's 2 different volumes. I don't know if he realized that. But he had these tagged to sell separately. But I think it is all I could find, or all I could figure out was these are supposed to go together. So, this is the Palais des Cygnes, 1974, Volume 1 and 2. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to combine these into one auction. We had them tagged individually. And so they're supposed to be a $45 and a $65 start. So we'll say a $110 start for both of them. And yeah, Paire d'Expositions France, Part 1 and Part 2. So yeah, September 18th, 1974. September 18th, 1974, actually at the Des Expositions in Disson, France. So yeah, these are from France in 1974, Volume 1 and 2, $110 start. So that's a total of 4 LPs, right? Yeah, that's a total of 4 LPs. That's probably a complete concert then with those together, $45 start. The Rolling Stones is at 65. Let me grab another crate to go through. Unless y'all want to do, let me show these high-end records. I'll show them. It's just a handful here. This was stuff that obviously couldn't go in the $19.99 bin, but if anybody wants to make an offer, we'll do that. So these are buy it now, best offer. And feel free to make offer, because if I could have got to them tonight, they would have been put up for auction. And if they don't sell tonight, I'll probably put them up for auction at some point this week. Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon. Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon. And this is a Los Angeles pressing. And I believe it's OG. If we just put Los Angeles pressing, that means it's OG. And that's Dark Side of the Moon. EX condition, $49.99. And about a VG Plus cover, $49.99. These are buy it now, best offer. Can't believe we still have this. Happy Jack, The Who. An original 1967 pressing. Fantastic vinyl. Decca, Happy Jack, The Who, $49.99. The Who, Happy Jack. Also, Anthology, Marvin Gaye. This is VG Plus condition. This is a 1, 2, 3 LP Marvin Gaye Greatest Hits. VG Plus condition, $39.99. $39.99. Fantastic amount of amazing compilation. All of his amazing tracks. VG Plus, $39.99. Stephen Martinelli offered $45 for Pink Floyd. Let's sell that to Martinelli for $45. Brent offered $40 for The Who. How about $45? $5 off on that one too. Fantastic condition for how that record normally looks. I can't believe I didn't. This must have been a shown on the night Paul was doing a sale, because I would have remembered this. Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits Volume 2 in shrink wrap with the hop stickers, and this is $44.99. An original 71 Pittman pressing, shrink wrap and hop sticker on that, $44.99. $44.99. Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits Volume 2. Teenage Guitars go Civil War. Glory Kennedy and her 3 electric guitars. EX condition, $59.99. Teenage Guitars go Civil War. Gloria Kennedy, and that is EX, $59.99. Teenage Guitars go Civil War. All right, the Stones just got a new bid. So Brent, you was in on the Stones at 65. Brian bid 66. Thomas Hujar said 32 on Marvin Gaye. I'm going to go ahead and sell that for $32 just because it's in VG Plus condition. Stephen offered 40 for Bob Dylan. I'm going to go ahead and sell that for 40. There's Teenage Guitars. Go Bo Diddley. VG condition, $49.99. That's a 59 mono. Go Bo Diddley. 59 mono. That's in VG condition, $49.99. Go Bo Diddley. Bridges, Gil Scott-Heron and Brian Jackson. That is in VG Plus condition, $59.99. Gil Scott-Heron and Brian Jackson, Bridges. VG Plus condition from 1977, $59.99. Thomas, you were second to Bob Dylan. And then we have Ultimate Spinach, Behold and See by Ultimate Spinach. VG Plus condition, $64.99. And Essential Psych record from the collection of Paul. This is Paul's old copy. We had like a white label promo in mint condition come through here, and he decided to upgrade. This is not a bad copy whatsoever. VG Plus condition, $64.99. And Peter Gabriel, the Melt album. This is a numbered even 3000 half-speed master for $59.99. That was a $45 offer on Bo Diddley with Thomas Hujar. Sell that to Thomas then for $45. Let's make the Grateful Dead a $110 buy it now. $110 buy it now on the Grateful Dead. No bid on those for both volumes. That's 4 total LPs, $110 buy it now. Brent bid 67 on the Rolling Stones. Brian, let me know if you're out. 67 on that. So what's left is Happy Jack. Did Brian, actually Brent never, I don't know if he said yes or no. You know what? Let's go ahead and sell this to Brent for $40. He did just sell us, or he did just send us an entire box of chocolates, Christmas chocolates. So I feel like that's worth at least $5, right, Tanner? That's worth at least $5. So sell that. I'm going to go ahead and sell that to Brent for $40. That's called bribery, in case y'all just witnessed that. Brent's an attorney, so he's probably like, that was just a form of bribery. So Rolling Stones is at 68. And then James Bragg got Spinach. Spinach. That's sold to James Bragg. Rolling Stones at 68. Then Brent made an offer. James had already claimed Spinach, and I'm going to go ahead and sell you the Who for 40. Grateful Dead, Thomas Hujar is going to do the buy it now. Tanner, that's for both of these volumes, $110. I may have been better off splitting those up, but I wanted to keep them together. Because, man, if you don't have one, you need the other. That's going to be tough. So that's sold for $110. We just witnessed bribery. And now the Rolling Stones is at 68. Brent, you're out on the Stones. And quid pro quo, yeah. Or as they say, as he says on Austin Powers, squid pro row. Those are amazing movies. I do have more Def Leppard. I have Love Bites. Def Leppard, Love Bites. Tit for tat. Quid pro quo. Squid pro row. 1988 SRC pressing. 1988 SRC pressing of Def Leppard, Love Bites. Near mint in the original picture sleeve. $10 start. See section ethics violation. $10 start on Def Leppard. Mike Massey falls in the same category. I'm getting bribed with air horns, chocolates, and monsters. Okay, so there is... Anybody, feel free to send us gifts. We'll take all the candy and monsters you want to send us. We'll take it all. Okay, let me figure out what I have next to show you. I think I need to go get that other $6.99 bin. He's out on the Stones, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4 Rolling Stones bootlegs. Let me show them to you, and then we're going to end up selling this entire crate of auctions. While we're still going tonight, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 Rolling Stones bootlegs left. That is it. Now, I think there's still, yeah, there's definitely still some stuff left. There's more Dead bootlegs, and there's more Stones bootlegs from Dale's collection. I know it's crazy, but we'll probably have to do those next week. We've already had one Stones night this week. This makes Stones night number 2, and we kind of had a Grateful Dead night already this week. We had a Grateful Dead night already when we brought out some late the other night. So Brian's out. Def Leppard's at 10. Def Leppard 10. Def Leppard at 10. So and another $10 bid. Wow. So we've had 5 people bid $10 on that one. Let's go ahead and sell this one to Brent Robley for $69. Before I introduce 2 new auctions, let me put up a few. So only high-end records, or if anybody wants to make an offer, Peter Gabriel, Gil Scott-Heron, and Teenage Guitars Go Civil War, those are the only 3 left. And I had pulled out all those others to auction them, so that's all that's left. I'll do this one next. Let me show these CDs right quick. This is RFM, Radio Free Music. Let me read you off some of the artists. We have Crowded House, Darden Smith, Susie Bogus, World Party. That is EX Condition, $4.99. Stay Golden Smog, the best of Golden Smog, the Rado disc years, featuring 16 Golden Smog essentials. I don't know Golden Smog, but that's $9.99. John Jorgensen, After You've Gone, $6.99. Radiohead Earth, The Good Life, $4.99. Ben E. King, Blues King, $4.99. And A History of British Beat, Volume 7, compilation, VG Plus, $6.99, British Beat. It was originally $19.99 at Record Rama Sound Archives in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. This must be some stuff from Dale's collection, yeah. I've seen those sale price stickers on stuff before. Must have been a local. At one point, Dale paid $19.99 for that probably. Now it's VG Plus, $6.99. Brent Robley on GS, that must have been for the Golden Smog. That reminds me of the Velvet Fog. And we have Heather Feather second on Smog. Def Leppard, we got 2 people at $15. If anybody else wants any of those, let me know. Our next Rolling Stones bootleg is called Bright Lights, Big City, just like Ric Flair. This is demos from IBC Studios. Demos from January 28th to February 2nd, 1962, and B2nd, B5 live during the British tour. So some live and demos. It's on white vinyl, $35 start. White vinyl, $35 start. Brent says he's actually foregoing the Golden Smog to Heather Feather. So give Heather Feather the Golden Smog. So Heather, you get the Golden Smog if that's okay with you. Def Leppard, what happened to it? Right here. Def Leppard's at $18 with Holly Safe. Brian Arrigo's at $40 on the Stones. All right, there's a few CDs. And let me see what else I have over here. We have Sherry Darnell wants the Ben E. King CD. That's so does Sherry Darnell. Rolling Stones, 41, 45, now 50. Chris Hicks, Dog Eat Dog, the new album from Marshall Tucker's lead guitarist, Chris Hicks. That is sealed for $6.99. Bruce Coburn, The Charity of Night, sealed for $5.99. Artie Shaw, sealed, $4.99. Manic Street, Pray, Cheers, Know Your Enemy. Manic Street Preachers, Know Your Enemy. They've split it all up. Sealed, $6.99. A 5 CD box set of 100 hits of the 60s for $24.99. 5 CDs, sealed box set, 20 rockin' hits of the 60s. On the front, they hype the artist The Drifters, Benny King, The Platters, The Crest, The Crystals, Mary Wells, Percy Sledge, The Association, and Sam Dave. I say Shangri-La's, I see Spooky, Classic 4, Herman's Hermits, Flying Machine, The Archie, Sugar Sugar, Hank Ballard, Johnny and the Hurricanes, Paul Revere. I Had a Dream, Paul Revere. Okay, so the Stones is at 50. Def Leppard was at 2022. No one has outbid Michael Nath since his $50 bid. Debbie, Brent, Brian, y'all let me know if you want back in. Holly's at 22 on Def Leppard, and John Duran wants the 60 CD box set. So that still leaves Chris Hicks, Bruce Coburn, Big Bands, and Manic Street Preachers. Okay, I'm going to move this stack over here, Tanner, before it crashes and we have acrylic CD cases hit the floor. That's a unique sound. CDs hitting the floor. You can play that sound for somebody and they'll be like, that's the sound of CDs hitting the floor. Right, Tanner? Very unique sound. Just like 8-tracks. Big pile of 8-tracks hits the floor. You can hear it from across the room and be like, yep, some 8-tracks has hit the floor. Okay. I've got to take 10 steps to the back and get the next $6.99 bin. Let me go get the next $6.99 bin, which is one I've had made for a while, just never have got to it. It's been sitting back here. Going to try to find some more auctions too, because we got a few more Rolling Stone boots to wrap up, and I have a few more 45s. I think we're almost done on Def Leppard. Here in a minute, I'll be able to get probably 2 45 auctions going. And Elvis time. Oh, yes. Let me at least do that right quick. Hold on one second. Randall has now been watching for 4 hours and 16 minutes waiting for the Elvis bin since last night. Okay. Well, nothing has been added, but we did lose connection last night while we were going through it. So let me go through this, and feel free to make offers very quickly. We have a new bid on the Rolling Stones for 51. Michael Nath was in first at 55. Brent was second. The Def Leppard is a 7-inch single of Love Bites. Roger Monk is out. It's a final call to Holly Safe for $22. Final call for $22, Def Leppard. So Elvis, buy it now, best offer. Elvis, Scotty and Bill, the first year, sealed, $29.99. Elvis, Good Times, $9.99. Elvis sings inspirational favorites. If you need one or want to make an offer, make sure you're as specific as possible. There's another inspirational favorites. Legendary Magic, $9.99. Elvis for Everyone, $14.99. His Songs of Inspiration, $9.99. We have Sings for Children, is $12.99. Sings for Children. Girls, 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 that's a 62 Hollywood Press, 62 Hollywood Press, $74.99. Also, Elvis Almost in Love, that is $9.99. We have Let's Be Friends for $9.99. Something for Everybody is $29.99. And Elvis Country is $14.99. This is sold to Holly Safe for $22. Now the Stones is between Brent and Brian. Brent has it for $60. Let me grab a new 45 to put up for auction. The next 45 is going to be, let's see here, in the back. I actually got some Beatles to do buy it nows. But I do have another auction over here, I thought. Well, I said I was going to do this if no one made an offer. Let's put up this Peter Gabriel for auction. Peter Gabriel for auction. This is Peter Gabriel. This is a 2015 numbered half-speed master. $25 start. Peter Gabriel, a 2015 numbered half-speed master. $25 start. Brian's out. So let's sell this to Brent Robley for $60. The 3 Stones bootlegs left. The next one is European Tour 1973. If I could stick my hand in my heart and spill it out all over the stage, would it satisfy you? That's its only rock and roll. And this is live at Forest National in Brussels, Belgium, October 17th, 1973, except tracks A2 and B4. That was live at the Empire Pool in Wembley. A classic. Trademark of quality, $75 start. Trademark of quality, $75 start. That is the Rolling Stones, the European Tour. RS, $75 start. Peter Gabriel is at $25, now $27. We had Randall Jackson said he'll give Elvis Country $10. Sell that to Randall Jackson for $10. Next is Brian said he'll want to give $7 for Almost in Love. Sell that to Brian Owens for $7. Peter Gabriel 25, Peter Gabriel 27, Peter Gabriel 30, Rolling Stone 75, 75, 75. Also Elvis Country, this is $14.99. The one with the Bones photo sticker at the right bottom, Elvis Country photo sticker. He wanted this one right here. It had a little extra hype sticker here. Special photo inside for limited edition only. He wanted the true OG of that one. That is sold to Randall Jackson. Peter Gabriel's at $35, Rolling Stones at $80. Elvis Burning Love is $9.99. Elvis, that's the way it is. $19.99, that's in shrink wrap. Elvis, You'll Never Walk Alone, $9.99. We have 2 of those. Also, A Date with Elvis, that's a 1970 orange label, $39.99. 1970 orange label, super clean, $39.99. Rolling Stones is at $98. Frankie and Johnny. Frankie and Johnny is sealed, $19.99. Frankie and Johnny is sealed. His Hand in Mine, sealed, $19.99. Debbie Winstead wants Burning Love. This one right here is sold to Debbie Winstead. Randall, Date with Elvis for $15. I think we're back at the same place we were last night. My best price on A Date with Elvis is $30. We have Something for Everybody. That's $19.99. It's a 1976 pressing, tan label in shrink wrap. The Rolling Stones is at $101. Peter Gabriel is at $35 with Brent Robley. Elvis Moody Blue on blue vinyl, $34.99. Another Elvis Moody Blue on blue vinyl, $34.99. Elvis GI Blues, that's a 1960 OG Indianapolis pressing, $49.99 for GI Blues. The vinyl on that is very clean. There's GI Blues. We have Elvis Gold Records. That is sealed, $39.99. Also, Something for Everybody VG Plus condition, $29.99. That one's a 61 mono OG Rockaway press. Elvis, his second album, very tough to find originals of in nice condition. This is a 1984 reissue in mono, $34.99. You might want to consider that if you're looking for a very high-quality recording of that album to listen to. Same way here with Elvis Golden Records. This is a digital remaster, but it is in mono, and that is sealed for $30. That has great music on it, Gold Records Volume 1. Here's King Creole. It's a pressing from 1980. It is sealed. By the way, the Rolling Stones is at $106, and Peter Gabriel is a final call. Brent Robley has that for $35. That's the numbered half-speed master. We're a little over half price on that one. Kissin' Cousins. Kissin' Cousins is $39.99, and that is sealed, actually. It is sealed. Now, the rare variant of this one doesn't have this photo here. If you can find the cover that doesn't have this right here on it, rare. I've had thousands and thousands of copies of Kissin' Cousins. Not an exaggeration. And this is very difficult to find. I'm sure there's one on eBay right now, but it's amazing I've never found one of those yet. 50 Million Elvis Fans Can't Be Wrong. That's Volume 2. That's Volume 2. That is $39.99. $39.99. Also, Elvis, there's the other one, and that one is in shrink wrap, $29.99. Daniel Boozine's at $40 on Peter Gabriel. Holly's back in on the Stones at $110. We have Our Memories of Elvis, Volume 2, $9.99. Also, Elvis for Everyone, that's in shrink wrap, $19.99. Let's Be Friends is $9.99. On Stage is $12.99. Let's Be Friends again for $9.99, and another copy of GI Blues. And this GI Blues is a 1960 Indianapolis press. EX condition, $29.99. And there is the Elvis bin. Do I have more? Yes, hundreds of them. We just got them still in our other bins, and we have them in the back. If anybody wants to make an offer, let me know. Rolling Stones at $110. Daniel's at $40 on Peter Gabriel. That means, Brent, you're out. And we have A Date with Elvis, $20. Randall, you're getting closer. You're getting closer. That one's not easy to get. His soundtracks are usually his early albums, OGs, or even early reissues and soundtracks are always the most desirable. I've learned that with Elvis. And if I see soundtracks in nice condition, because they always have amazing covers, they marketed those very well with the artwork. And of course, it was Elvis. They really didn't have to. But Rolling Stones is at $126, now $132. And then, Brent, let me know if you want back in on Peter Gabriel. Let's go through this $6.99 bin. Let's go through this $6.99 bin. Is it flex or rigid? I think it's an orange rigid. I think it's an orange rigid. Let me find it one more time. I can't tell you the last time we even had a copy come through, any pressing. Of course, it's not OG. If it was OG in this condition, it's well over 100. Glossy cover. Nice back. Yeah, originally in 1963. This is a 1970 pressing. Original Elvis custom inner sleeve. Yes, it's not flex. That's the orange label rigid vinyl. Nice copy. You'll want that for $30, I promise you. Nice jacket, no seam splits, no wear. We have Rolling Stones is at $151, and Brent's out on Peter Gabriel. Let's go ahead and sell that then. Peter Gabriel is sold to Daniel Booth's item for $40. Everything in here is $6.99. We have Emerson, Lake and Palmer in shrink wrap, VG condition, $6.99. Emerson, Lake and Palmer, VG condition, $6.99. That's called Trilogy. The cover's in shrink wrap. The vinyl, though, is in VG condition. Everything in here is $6.99. April Wine, Harder, Faster, VG condition, $6.99 for April Wine, Harder, Faster. Laura Branigan, this has her hit song Gloria on it. $6.99 for Laura Branigan. Everything in here is $6.99. Niels Lofgren, Grin, 1+1, $6.99. Also, Bonnie Raitt, Sweet Forgiveness. That is $6.99. Corey Gaston gets April Wine. That's sold to Corey Gaston, April Wine. Holly Safe wants Laura Branigan. Jane Fink was second. And we have Carly Simon for $6.99. Sell Randall Jackson, A Date with Elvis, for $25. He got more realistic on his price. At first, he offered something crazy, like $15. He waited for 4 hours, and he finally got it, Tanner. $25 to Randall Jackson. And Rolling Stones is at $151 of Holly Safe. Brent Robley, you're out. Holly has that for $151. Clyde and Mari Denny with Wade Hill and Company, the Fort Worth Jail, that is $6.99. Loudon Rainwright III, unrequited. Loudon is $6.99. Loudon Rainwright III, Attempted Mustache, EX condition, $6.99. The Adventures of Sam Spade, that is $6.99. Everything in here is $6.99. Cat Stevens, Matthew and Son, an earlier record on Daryl. The Tourist is a white label promo for $6.99. And Julian Lennon, Valot with Hop Sticker, which advertises a poster, which is not included, but that's $6.99. Also, Philip Walker, Tough as I Want to Be. Philip Walker is $6.99. Debbie Winston wants Cat Stevens for $6.99. Also, Gary and the Pacemakers, Greatest Hits. $6.99 for Gary and the Pacemakers. And Laurie Anderson, Mr. Heartbreak. Heartbreak, not Heartbeat. Heartbreak, Miss Laurie Anderson, $6.99. Courtney Pine, Journey to the Urge Within. Courtney Pine is $6.99. Neither One of Us, Gladys Knight and the Pips. That's $6.99. Also, Buffy Santa Marie, Little Wheel, Spin, and Spin. Buffy Santa Marie, $6.99. The Doobie Brothers, Minute by Minute, VG Plus condition, featuring Michael McDonald and What a Fool Believes. Brand, if you're still with me, let me know if you want back in on the Rolling Stones. Holly has that for $151. That's the Rolling Stones European Tour 73. Final call. Final call on that. All right, I got a few Beatles buy it nows. If you want to do a buy it now, let me know on the song. I have these priced. This is a 1986 specialty press of Help and I'm Down. Near mint minus, $9.99. Help and I'm Down. That's a 1986 specialty press. Near mint minus, $9.99 for the Beatles. This is from the USSR. This is a 33 1/3 4-track EP. That's the sleeve it came in. Very crude, very unofficial. It's the Beatles. It's in VG condition. And this is from Russia, at that time known as the USSR. It's a 33 1/3 4-track EP, extended play, Russian. That's actually the top from the top thing here that Dale printed out about it. And that is, I guess if you want that one, you can comment Russia. That is $14.99. That's in VG condition. And this is a 1963 key word, 1963, or key number, or key year. A New Zealand press in VG condition of She Loves You. Now, the center, I think, has been drilled out. I think it was like a small spindle hole, and I think it's been drilled out to make it fit modern US or US adapters. But that is She Loves You and I'll Get You from New Zealand, 1963, VG condition, $19.99. Pretty incredible. Okay, so we have Debbie Winston got Cat Stevens. So Holly Safe got Help. That's the buy it now there. That's sold to Holly Safe. It's stickered. Preston Rose got Laurie Anderson from the $6.99 bin. Brent bid $155 on the Stones. Holly bid $158. Chris Farrar on Gladys Knight. That's sold to Chris Farrar for $6.99. And then Rolling Stones $165, Rolling Stones $167. So that leaves She Loves You and the Russian EP in the original sleeve. Brian Arrigo wants user, and I bet he meant USSR. Sell that to Brian Arrigo. And the New Zealand, 1963 New Zealand, scarce. VG condition, $19.99. The Stones is at $169. Let's show a few more $6.99 LPs. No one wants the Doobie Brothers. Foghat, Boogie Motel, VG Plus condition for Foghat, $6.99. Dan Fogelberg, The Innocent Age, $6.99 on Fogelberg. The Sports, Suddenly, The Sports is $6.99. Also, John Evangelis, Friends of Mr. Cairo, $6.99 on John Evangelis. BG's Gold is $6.99. Looks like a clean copy of BG's Gold. And Santana Marathon, VG Plus condition, was $14.99. Jason Short wants a dog hat. The dog hat is an autocorrect from Foghat. Holly Safe said she will take the New Zealand Beatles. That's sold to Holly Safe. The Rolling Stones is at $175. Brent, you're out. Debbie Winstead wants the Bee Gees for $6.99. That's sold to Debbie Winstead. 10-Wheel Drive of Gina Raven. That's $6.99. Sherry Darnell, you were second on the Bee Gees. Leslie Holt, you were third on the Bee Gees. Dion's Greatest Hits. That's $6.99. Here's Lena. Lena Horne. Lena Now. $6.99 on Lena Horne. The Floating Opera. That is from 1971. That was $34.99 originally, based on Discogs. Now just $6.99. Happy Man, Free Man, or Free Man, Happy Man. That's Mike Williams, $6.99. Leslie Holt wants the Lena Horne. That's sold to Leslie for $6.99. Bob Wills and his Texas Playboys is $6.99. And Gilbert O'Sullivan is $6.99. Final call. Actually, Brent already said out. My bad. Sell that to Holly Safe for $175. I missed his out RS. Let's put up another one. 2 Rolling Stones bootlegs left. The Rolling Stones live at Hartford Civic Center in Hartford, Connecticut. Both discs are VG Plus. Both discs are VG Plus, $55 start. The Rolling Stones live at Hartford Civic Center in Hartford, Connecticut. Both discs are VG Plus, $55 start. Next to last Rolling Stones bootleg. Also, I'm going to pull something out of the discount bin, or the buy it now best offer high-end bin. Gil Scott-Heron and Brian Jackson. VG Plus condition from 1977. Just a $25 start. It was $59.99. Somebody could pick up a deal. Let's discount that to a $25 start opening bid. Brian's at $75 on the Stones. Continuing for $6.99, Angela Bofield. That's $6.99. And Dan Fogelberg Souvenirs, $6.99. Let me show a handful of CDs. Try to get through the next layer here. I think Paul did the top layer. I'm halfway through the second layer. And we still got more CDs. There are some interesting titles in here. Some stuff I'm not as familiar with. But so far we've sold several of them. So who knows? We have Supertramp Classics Volume 9. VG Plus, that's not Volume 9 like of their catalog. It's Classics Volume 9 Supertramp, which has Goodbye Stranger, Logical Song, etc. That's VG Plus $4.99. Blues Volume 2 Jukebox Hits. John Lee Hooker, Lightning Hopkins, Leadbelly. That's $9.99. Blues Volume 2 Jukebox Hits. Kathy Mattea, The Innocent Years, $4.99 for Kathy Mattea. Jimmy Fallon, Blow Your Pants Off. Jimmy Fallon is $5.99. Serco, Darden Smith, sealed for $5.99. Art Garfunkel, Some Enchanted Evening, sealed for $5.99. Folsom Prison Blues, Johnny Cash, Bill Monroe, and Others, sealed for $6.99. Santana's Greatest Hits, sealed $5.99. Santana's Greatest Hits. Gypsy, that's a pretty desirable album on vinyl. It's an unofficial CD, actually. Unofficial, VG Plus $6.99. And American Blues, Poto Maya presents American Blues compilation, EX condition, $6.99. All right, only one bid on the Rolling Stones. Sell that to Brian Arrigo for $75. Final call to get a bid in on Bridges for $25. That's sold to Brian for $75. And the last Rolling Stones bootleg is the Rolling Stones live at the Rialto Theater in Montreux, Switzerland, May 18, 1972, and live at Charlotte Coliseum, July 6, 1972. VG Plus, side B has some marks that does not affect play, $45 start. $45 start. And it says rehearsal sessions, but it's actually live concerts from 72. $45 start on that. Leslie Holt wants the Gypsy CD, the unofficial Gypsy CD to Leslie Holt. Nick Bargeron says he'll take both blues CDs. There's one to Nick, and the other one was Blues Volume 2. Still got the Supertramp hits. Still got Supertramp, Santana, Folsom Prison. That has Johnny Cash, Bill Monroe, and Others on it. Art Garfunkel, Darden Smith, Jimmy Fallon, Kathy Mattea, and Supertramp compilation. We have Brian Arrigo's at 45 on the Stones. Let's try to go through the rest of the $6.99 records. Quarter Flash, Take Another Picture, $6.99 on Quarter Flash. Under a Raging Moon, Roger Daltrey, that's $6.99. The Long Harvest, Edwin McCall and Peggy Seeger, that's $6.99. Charlie Rich, Very Special Love Songs, $6.99 on Charlie Rich. Tony OK is $6.99. C.B. Atkins, that's Chet Atkins and Snow. What's Snow's first name? Hank Snow. The C.E. threw me off. Hank Snow, C.E. Snow, Hank Snow, $6.99. Charlie Rich, Tony OK. There's Don McLean, Chain Lightning. That is sealed for $6.99. And Cat Stevens, there's another copy of Matthew and Son for $6.99. Don Hicks, Good Times. That is that's Don in the Good. I was thinking Dan Hicks and his Hot Licks. This is Don in the Good Times. So Good, $6.99. And Caldria, Time and Change. That's $6.99. Brian's at $45 on the Rolling Stones. Final call. If anybody wants Bridges, $25 buy it now on Bridges. Sherry's going to get the Folsom Prison CD. That's so does Sherry. Let's see what I have left in the 45 bin. Just got a couple of obscurities here. Got a couple of obscurities. Let me go through these. We have a 1968 Brazil pressing. Very unique here on Odeon. $9.99 VG Plus condition. And that is Lady Madonna and the Inner Light. Very unique. Very scarce too. 68 Brazil, VG Plus $9.99. Lady Madonna and the Inner Light. This was supposed to be an auction. I'll go ahead and make it a buy it now. This is a $15 buy it now. A buy it now. A 2014 Record Store Day cut from all analog. That's in mono. It's a new and sealed Record Store Day. $15 buy it now. Long Tall Sally. And then this is 1970 Brazil. This plays at 33 1/3. 1970 Brazil plays at 33 1/3 mono VG Plus condition in the original Apple sleeve. That's an original pressing from 1970 in Brazil. Let It Be and You Know My Name, look up the number. The original Brazil single from 1970, $14.99 VG Plus condition. Okay, Aaron's going to get a deal on the Bridges album for $25. Sell that to Aaron Gardner. Did we pull the Folsom Prison CD for Sherry? We did. Also, is there any Menudo? There's no Menudo in the bin. No, there's not. Holly Safe gets Lady Madonna. That's sold to Holly Safe. Edwin bid 48 on the Stones. Wow, late bid. Edwin's at 48 on the Stones. Brian, you're out. Holly Safe wants LTS, Long Tall Sally. That's sold to Holly Safe. And Stacy put TP. And Debbie, you were second on Lady Madonna. Holly wants Let It Be. Stacy, what was TP for? That might have been something in the bin. Or it might have been for one of the 45s, and I'm just confused. Billy Preston, I Wrote a Simple Song, $6.99. She might have wanted some toilet paper. I don't have any of that for sale. I mean, we could go get you some. Jerry Lee Lewis, High Heel Sneakers, $6.99. Tim Price, Sundingo's Traveling Orchestra, $6.99. Dionne Warwick's Golden Hits. That is sealed, actually. $6.99 for Dionne Warwick. And James Ingram, It's Your Night. James Ingram is $6.99. The Moody Blues Octave is $6.99. Macara, that is 2001 on green vinyl. Macara, $6.99. Debbie Winston wants DW, and that's Dionne Warwick. Edwin's backing on the Stones at $50. We have the Impossible, Sensational Alex Harvey Band, $6.99. Debbie Winston also wants the Moody Blues Octave. We have Elton John, Breaking Heart, $6.99. And The Magic Land of Alakazam with Mark Wilson, $6.99. This didn't sell earlier for $25. I'm very surprised. Maybe there's somebody watching now. Looks like we got some new Beatles buyers on. The Night Before and Another Girl, a Japanese pressing, pristine. That's a $25 buy it now. $25 buy it now for that. Diana Ross's Greatest Hits is $6.99. And we have Ella Fitzgerald's Brighten the Corner. That is $6.99 for Ella Fitzgerald's Brighten the Corner. Let's see what else I got in the 45 bin. I'm getting down to my last couple of handfuls for sure. For sure. We have Ticket to Ride. Ticket to Ride and Yes It Is. Near Mint Minus, $9.99. $9.99. And that was Ticket to Ride and Yes It Is. Let's see here. I'll go ahead. This was supposed to be auction, but I'll go ahead and do a buy it now. Autograph. Turn Up the Radio. $9.99 on this. Autograph, Turn Up the Radio. in the picture sleeve. $9.99 for autograph. Turn up the radio. I still got the Beatles, Get Back and Goodbye, a 1969 Thailand unofficial. A Thailand unofficial picture sleeve, $35 buy it now. This is the Beatles for sale number 2. It's a 1978 UK repress. Mono, EX condition, $19.99. $19.99. And I got 2 here I definitely have to auction. So we'll either do those in just a second or we'll do them tomorrow. Let's see here. Okay, so Rolling Stones was at 51, then 53. Debbie Winstead on DR. That's Diana Ross. That's so did Debbie Winstead. Holly Safe first to Ella Fitzgerald. Sherry Darnell, you were second. Holly Safe wants a Ticket to Ride. That was the Beatles 45 right there. Brian bid 54. Jeffrey Dunlap first on autograph. Tanner, that was not priced. It was $9.99. Chris B. Jack second. Nick Barger on third. Rolling Stones 55. Rolling Stones 56. The Rolling Stones is at 56. Chris B. Jack wants the Beatles for sale. So nobody still claimed the unofficial from Thailand. And we still got the Beatles Japanese for 25. This one has not been put up, but I thought it was pretty unique. Let's go ahead and run it on auction right quick. We got time because we're still bidding on the Rolling Stones. This is a 1973 Japanese pressing of And I Love Her and If I Fail. EX condition, another Japanese, $15 start on that. $15 start on that, a 73 reissue, $15 start, And I Love Her and If I Fail. That's up for bid, $15 start on that. Rolling Stones is at 56. Edwin Blom, you're out. Edwin Blom, you're out. Brian Arrigo has that. And I hope Seth was supposed to clean all these Beatle 45s. If anybody ends up getting any of these Beatle 45s, I'll double check some of them, but a couple of these, yeah, it was this one. Yeah, he didn't clean. I don't think he cleaned all of them. If this one sells, Tanner, we got to set it aside. A few of these, most of them are really nice. They may have some dust on them. Seth was supposed to clean these, but I don't think he got to them. No shock there. Okay, that one I'll re-clean. It has a couple most of them just have, if anything, like a fingerprint on them where we've pulled them out, or they have dust where they hadn't been put in a new sleeve. Oldies But Goodies, Volume 7. Oldies But Goodies, Volume 7, $6.99. Also, Fancy, Wild Thing, $6.99. Lena Horne, Lena Live at the Sands, $6.99. Holly is, let's see here. Holly's at 15 on the Beatles. Edwin, I'm assuming, is done on the Rolling Stones. Brian has it for 56. He didn't say out, but he hadn't bid again. Eric Anderson is $6.99. Leslie Holt wants Lena Horne for $6.99. That's so to Leslie Holt. Eric Anderson, But Changes and Things, Take 2. That is $6.99. Today is the Highway. Eric Anderson, $6.99. D.B. Cooper, Dangerous Curves. D.B. Cooper is $6.99. Also, Emerson, Lake and Palmer, their self-titled first album. It is in VG condition, $6.99. Rick Springfield, Living in Oz, $6.99. Jackson Browne Holdout is $6.99. And this is Nat King Cole, $6.99. Let's sell Brian Arrigo, the Rolling Stones, for $56. Let's sell Holly, the Beatles, for $15. We need to clean that one. And I think that is it. That was the last Rolling Stones bootleg. That was the last Rolling Stones bootleg. That was it. That was it. So, the only thing in the no-sale pile are 2 Beatles 45s. The Oldies But Goodies, John Duran. That was Oldies But Goodies featuring Jimmy Jones, Handyman, Tommy Edwards. It's all in the games. Runaround Sue by Dion. Tequila by the Champs. Gary U.S. Bonds, New Orleans. Mark Denning, Teen Angel. Richie Valens doing Donna. Barbara George doing I Know the Chimes once in a while. The Paris Sisters, I Love How You Love Me. Bumble Boogie, B Bumble and the Stingers, and Jerry Butler, He Will Break Your Heart. He said sold on that. And Chris Farrar wants Nat King Cole. Both are $6.99. There are no is there Stones boots for later? Yes, we still have a few more from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. So here's the only thing that was like put up for bid that did not sell tonight. Only 4 items. The Beatles, Good Back and Goodbye. That's a VG condition, unofficial, for $35. That's from 1969. The Beatles Japanese 45, The Night Before and Another Girl, $25. We have Jane Fink wants the Gilbert O'Sullivan. That was right in here. Gilbert O'Sullivan, further back than I thought, right here. That's sold to Jane Fink. Tommy Flowers wants the Alex Harvey. That's sold to Tommy Flowers. Now, Jerry Lee Lewis. I think I have this on eBay for $175. When I first put it up for sale here, I said $155, and my final price, if not, I'm just going to leave it on eBay, $125 buy it now. Signed and JSA authenticated. Signed and JSA authenticated, $125. And then here's a big dog, $1,575. $1,575. Neil Young Harvest, signed. Neil Young Harvest, signed. $1,575. That's a buy it now. That's a big buy it now. $1,575. Full letter of authenticity from JSA. $1,575. And a fantastic copy. If you don't have Hotel California, you need this. $55 buy it now. Pristine with Obi, insert, and poster. Hotel California. That was the only Japanese that we did not get to. Would you do $60 for the adolescents from earlier? Sold? Let me just find it. Sold? Let me just find it. Anybody else want to make an offer on anything from the new arrivals tonight? Maybe something you've seen earlier? Let me know. I have an awesome flip crate still. Maybe we can run through the flip crate one more time, just very, very quickly. Because there's only like a third of a crate left. We sold like 4 full flip crates tonight. There's tonight's new vinyl. Still got Hawkwind, Ghost, Avenged Sevenfold, Leonard Skinner, Crocus, Alice in Chains, Aerosmith, Led Zeppelin, and Led Zeppelin. Let me move this $6.99 bin out of the back. The Beagles. The Eagles is a $55 buy it now. Billy Underwood wants this record right here. That's sold to Billy Underwood for $6.99. Let me find this record Craig's asking about. And he was asking about this record right here for $10 off, essentially, making it an even $60. That's sold to Craig for $60. There's some CDs that didn't sell. I'll put those over there in the bin. And yeah, the flip crate. So the flip crate here. Here's all that's left. First, let's do the $9.99 stuff. This is all that's left, if you missed them earlier, from the $9.99 records. Harry Belafonte at Carnegie Hall. Wings at the Speed of Sound, VG Plus condition. Badfinger, Airwaves, $9.99. Also, Paul Simon, One Trick Pony. This is VG Plus for $9.99. James Taylor, JT, $9.99. Isaac Hayes, Don't Let Go. Isaac is EX condition, $9.99. Edgar Winter Group, they only come out at night. That's VG condition, $9.99. Matt Parsons wants Badfinger. Jane Fink was second. We have Footloose, EX condition, $9.99. There is some cover damage. The Ceremony, Spooky Tooth with Gary Wright, $9.99. Bob Dylan soundtrack to Pat Garrett and Billy the Kid, $9.99 on that. Bob Dylan. And the Searchers, Greatest Hits, $9.99 on the Searchers. Now, $19.99, we had the Jumpin' Hank Ballard. These are $19.99, VG Plus condition. Hank Ballard, Boston Third Stage. Also, the Rolling Stones, Metamorphosis in shrink wrap with hop sticker. After the Gold Rush, Neil Young, VG Plus condition, $19.99. Golden Earring Live is $19.99. And Leonard Skinner, one more From the Road. Can't believe no one got that, Leonard Skinner. And now our best crate was $14.99, I think. We had a full pack crate, and there's only these 5 records left. Huey Lewis and the New Sports, Near Mint, No Condition Notes. Genesis, Wind and Weathering. Genesis, and then there were 3. Eagles, Desperado, and VG Plus condition. And Bruce Springsteen, Darkness on the Edge of Town, EX condition, $14.99. So those were discount bins. A lot of those in there were originally $35 or $18, and now they're $9.99, whichever they may be. Chris B. Jack wants Dylan, and Dylan came from the $9.99 bin, right? Yep, sell that to Chris B. Jack for $9.99. Nick Bargeron wants the Eagles for $14.99, so Dylan's $9, the Eagles is $14, and Jason Boston is going to stay at $19. So the discount bins are kind of already, that's kind of the prices on them. 2 people asked about this earlier. I was like, man, why didn't nobody bought it? Because we had it marked $32.99. It does have some cover wear. It's a cutout, and it's about a VG Plus cover, but the vinyl is very clean. So I'll keep that one at $19.99. If it was bought now best offer, I probably would counter anyway at probably 20. It's marked 32. Okay, so did I show all the Beatles 45? I've shown all the Beatles 45s that's tagged, and I learned my lesson because I sold some last night that I hadn't researched yet. I sold a couple of those jukebox singles that we didn't have many of, so a couple of those we only had like one of, like Love Me Do, and we sold it for 30 or whatever, and I come to find out it's like $150 record. So I'm not selling any more Beatles 45s till I look every one of them up because, man, it's tricky. It is a tricky thing. You think you have one thing and then one little variant and a Beatles record, or you got something a little bit different and it's 5 times as much, because there are some serious collectors out there. Jason said he'll go ahead and take it for $19.99. Thank you. Now, does anybody want to make an offer on this? I'm somewhat flexible on the Eagles. I would love to sell that, and that way tomorrow we start off with a whole new batch of Japanese stuff. Still got some $6.99 stuff left. The new arrivals from tonight, and I guess that's about it. We'll probably stop there. I don't have any more $6.99 crates. We went through all 7 crates of vintage. 4, 5, 6, yeah, 7 crates of vintage. 8 including Elvis. We had our 4 or 5 bins of new vinyl tonight. Everything left is in one. If you take out those box sets, it's like a third of a crate. And we still got CDs. We'll continue those tomorrow. Every Grateful Dead and Rolling Stones record is sold. And I think that's a good place to stop. I'm probably about to head to Taco Bell. I think it's a Taco Bell tonight. How does that feel, Tanner? Tanner says he's passing. Tanner don't do the Taco Bell. My price on the Eagles was $55. Nick, I'm at 55. Debbie said, how much? I'm at 55. At this point, I'm looking for an offer. Thanks, everybody. We got another great show, so should have some hard rock and metal auctions tomorrow, along with Japanese. So the way we do metal auctions is I try to balance it out, and we put up like just all kinds of different Japanese and other stuff as well. And I'll have we'll have new arrivals. We'll have discount bins. And that's what we'll be doing. Sorry, I was looking through. Okay, debut at 45. So, Nick, can you beat a $45 offer? Going once, going twice to Debbie. You got dibs on it. That's totally up to you. There was good variety night. We had Stones and Dead. Tomorrow is metal. Yes, we should have several metal LPs up for auction tomorrow, for sure. Please check my records from 12/4 is shipped or not. Not tonight. Sell this to Debbie for $45. That's our last sale tonight. Craig, we will check on that for you. Craig Weatherford. All right. Thanks, everybody, for watching. We're saying goodnight. I'm going to go eat, start pricing more stuff for tomorrow. Hopefully go to the gym if I can after all this Taco Bell I'm about to consume. And try to get a reasonable amount of sleep. I did not sleep well last night, as usual. I'm always thinking about all these records here to come over here and look through. Okay. Thank you, Holly. Thank you, Debbie. Thank you, Nick. And everybody else has commented. I'm signing off for the night. Thank you. Good night. Y'all know the drill. See you tomorrow, 7 o'clock. We'll be